Welcome to HOJO Radio.
Winston tastes good like a cigarette should. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Klein. A what? How do you know something's wrong? How many days haven't you seen him? How do you know he's been in the apartment all that time?
You are in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
Do you have a key to get in? What makes you sure it's been bolted from the inside? All right. I'll send the officers around to have a look. Where can they find you? All right. Just stay there. I'll send them right over.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their persons, their homes, and their property is my job. My job and the job of the 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st.
What makes a city? Not buildings, not subways, not business. People make a city. From dawn to midnight, from midnight to dawn, the rich and the poor and the good and the bad pour their lives together and stir up the city, as in the 21st, 7 days a week.
It was Sunday morning and raining. I was on patrol when the chief inspector visited the precinct. In response to a radio signal, I returned to the house and conferred with the chief inspector, the commander of the uniformed force, for 35 minutes regarding conditions in the precinct. When the chief rose to leave, I walked outside with him to his car. It had stopped raining. Then I returned to the muster room and went around behind the desk to read the entry made in the blotter by Lieutenant Kenneth Gorman concerning the visit to the precinct by the chief inspector.
But all right, Captain?
Yeah?
You walked in here big as life.
Well, you've got to expect it, Ken. He's not going to call and tell you he's coming.
Yeah, but not the day after I come back from my vacation, Captain. Could have waited until the night.
Where'd you go, Ken?
Maine. You like lobster, Captain?
Who doesn't?
And you ought to go up the coast of Maine. You never had such lobster.
Hey, listen, I heard they never heard of a broiled lobster in Maine. The only way they fix them is boiled. Is that right?
Yeah, all these places have this great big kettle. You got to pick out the lobster you want from a little pen there. They're all crawling around live. They take and they dump it right in the kettle and cheap. Guess how much for lobster dinner for my wife, myself, and the 2 kids? And big lobsters, Captain.
How much?
$5.50.
No kidding.
Come in, sailor. Yes, sir. What's on your mind, sailor?
I can't find my family, Lieutenant.
What do you mean you can't find them?
I'm on the cruiser St. Paul. We've been cruising the Mediterranean for 2 months. We just docked at Brooklyn Navy Yard this morning. I can't find them.
Well, they're supposed to meet you, son?
No, sir. They didn't even know I was coming.
Oh.
Well, you see, we live in New York. I just came home and went to the house. It was burned out. There wasn't anybody there. There was a fire. 3 days ago, somebody told me.
Where's this?
631 York Avenue.
21st Precinct, Sergeant.
And the whole building's boarded up. It's really burned out.
All right, 18, just a second. Hold on.
I can't find them. I don't know where they went.
Hey, Lieutenant.
Yes?
Eisman's ringing in. You said let you know.
Ask him what's holding up that notification on Lexington Avenue for the 44th. The car's still sitting there.
Yes.
I was just wondering if you knew anything about it.
What about the notification?
It's got me worried to death.
And did you ask around, any of the neighbors?
Oh, yes, sir. I asked around. Nobody's in the building. It was burned out.
Keep on trying that.
It's Sunday, and the stores there are all closed.
What do you mean, your family? Your parents?
No, sir, my wife and my baby.
Oh.
Did you ask any of the neighbors in the other buildings?
Well, there isn't anybody living in the houses on either side anymore. They're getting ready to make a housing project there. And besides us, there were only 5 or 6 families left in our house. Say, listen, do you remember the fire? A man over there told me there were some people killed. Do you remember that?
Yes, there were some people killed. What's your name, sailor?
Rawlins, Joe Rawlins.
You were on the cruiser St. Paul?
Yes, sir. Gunner's mate, 2nd class. Hey, listen, who was killed? Not my wife and baby.
I don't remember the name Rawlins. I don't think so.
Well, could you check?
We're going to right now. I'll tell you what you do.
Listen, how many people?
5.
5. Oh, God.
Well, one of them was the city fireman, the other's lieutenant.
I gotta know. How soon could I know?
Well, I'll tell you what you do, son. I'm Captain Kennelly.
Yes, sir.
And that's my office right across the room there. It'll take a little while to look up the reports. Why don't you just have a seat in my office until we find
Oh,
them?
that's all right. I don't mind.
Well, it'll take a few minutes, Joe. Just go ahead and sit in there. I'll be right in.
Yes, sir. All right.
I asked Sergeant Klein to get out the aided case cards and the unusual occurrence report for the fire at 3:30 in the morning 2 days before. It took a few seconds, not a few minutes, but I wanted the chance to read over the reports before I spoke to the sailor again. I read them and gave Sergeant Klein and Lieutenant Gorman instructions to call the Missing Persons Bureau and the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner to get more information concerning their subsequent investigations. Then I walked across the muster room to my office. All right, Joe.
Oh, they weren't killed?
Their names weren't listed among the victims. No Rollinses.
Oh, man.
Sit down, son.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks a lot. You don't know what a relief it is, Captain.
I know. Have a cigarette, Joe?
Thanks. Thanks. Well, where are they? Where could they have gone?
Well, that's what we'll have to find out. You have any other family in New York?
No, sir. My folks are dead, both of them. You see, that was originally their flat there. I was based out in San Diego when I got married. And my father died, and then about a year later, my mother.
Mm-hmm.
I was about ready for sea duty again, and I was transferred to the Atlantic Fleet, so Doris and me, that's my wife, Doris, we decided the best thing would be to take over my mother's flat.
Well, sounds like it was a good idea.
Yes, sir. So we brought the baby on east. That was just the beginning of May.
How about any close friends she could be staying with?
Well, I wouldn't have any close friends. You see, I've been gone for 3 or 4 years, and I just drifted apart from any friends I did have. As far as Doris is concerned, I don't know. I shipped out just a couple of days after we moved back here. I don't know if she made any friends or who.
Does she have any family here?
No, sir, not in New York. Her folks live in San Diego, just outside of San Diego. She's got a sister in Missouri.
Where in Missouri?
St. Louis. Mm-hmm. And her sister's married to a fellow in the insurance business in St. Louis. Got a good job. I don't know where she could have gone. Beats the living daylights out of me.
Well, how about her sisters in St. Louis?
No, I don't think so, Captain. It's too far, and, well, they only got a small place, 3 kids of their own. I don't think so. I'm sure. That was a pretty bad fire, wasn't it? The building really looked wrecked.
Yeah. They don't know how it started. Short circuit, they think. What floor did you live on, Joe?
4th floor. 4th floor in the front. I wonder if she got anything out of there. I had a ball signed by Babe Ruth. I'd hate to lose that. They're getting rare.
How old is your baby?
2. She'll be 2 next month. You want to see a picture?
Yeah, sure.
She's the cutest little thing. Yeah. Josie. That's after me. Josephine's her real name.
She is cute. Is that your wife?
Yes, sir. That's Doris. Oh, you know where I took that? We had to change buses in Columbus, Ohio. I took that on the state capitol grounds. They got squirrels out there so tame they just walk up and take peanuts right out of your hand. Honest.
About how tall would you say Doris is?
Oh, I don't know. About 5'1", 5'2", something like that. I don't know.
Well, how much would you say she weighs?
About 110, I guess. Why?
No reason.
Well, it must be a reason. There's something you're not telling me, isn't there?
Joe, listen to me. We think everybody in that building was accounted for.
Who was killed? Who was killed beside the fireman, I mean? There was 5. Who?
Well, there was an elderly couple who lived on the 2nd floor.
Who else?
And, Joe, that's why I asked you the question. I don't think it's them.
Who's not them?
Well, there were 2 unidentified bodies.
Yeah?
You know, a woman and a child.
Don't kid me now. Tell me the truth.
I am telling you the truth. They were burnt beyond recognition, Joe. But the medical examiner's report says the woman weighed about 150 and was 5'6".
Oh, she's smaller than that, Doris. Much smaller.
I know. And the child, they think it's a boy about 4 years old.
They think, aren't they sure?
Well, they were pretty badly burned, Joe.
Well, if they're not identified, who could they be? Somebody must know them.
Joe.
Where are they?
Look, Joe, our report was written the morning of the fire. The Missing Persons Bureau took over the investigation 2 days ago. Bodies have probably been identified by now. I've got my men out there checking. They don't answer the description of your family.
Well, where is my family? Where are they?
Come in.
Captain, can I see you a minute?
Yeah, sure. I'll be out.
Look, don't keep anything from me. Don't keep anything from me now.
Yes, Sergeant. We checked both the medical examiner and the detectives in the missing persons bureau.
Yeah?
The bodies of the woman and the kid are still in Bellevue morgue. Neither of them have been identified yet. They say it's been impossible to get a readable fingerprint off either of them.
The descriptions don't fit the ones Joe gave me.
It's hard to tell in these burn cases, Captain. Descriptions don't mean much.
I know. He says his wife has a sister in St. Louis. Ask missing persons if they know about the sister.
Yes, sir. Yeah, a woman and a child unidentified in the morgue. A woman and a child missing after a fire. 2 and 2, Captain.
All right. Get back on the box.
Yes.
It's them, isn't it? That's what he told you?
No, that's not what he told me.
Well, then where are they? What happened to them?
We haven't any idea, Joe. But we're sure going to find out. A little before noon that Sunday, I put out a call for the patrol sergeant, Timothy Waters. He was instructed to come by the station and pick up the sailor. Together, they drove over to the burned house and sought out the patrolman on post. Inquiries were made among residents in all the nearby buildings to determine whether they had any knowledge of the whereabouts of the woman and child. Meanwhile, at the precinct house, the desk officer, Lieutenant Gorman, the man on the boxes, Sergeant Klein, and Patrolman Ryan, the 124 man, were making telephone inquiries to the homes of all neighborhood merchants who might have done business with the woman.
You don't remember her? Mrs. Rollins, yeah. Sorry. She never came in your store, huh? All right, thank you. No luck there either, Captain.
You know what I think we ought to try, Ken?
Yes, sir?
Mrs. Rollins and the child were both Navy dependents. If they got out of the building, and if either of them were injured to any degree, she might have hopped in a cab and gone right to the Brooklyn Naval Hospital or St. Albans.
Yes, sir. It's possible, Captain. That's where Navy people would head. Shall I call them?
No, you better call CB instead of direct. They might want to make the inquiry through the shore patrol. I don't know.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
Listen, Sergeant, I want you to
Excuse me,
call...
Captain.
Oh, yes, sir.
Hello, Miss Cruz. This is Sergeant Klein of the 21st Precinct. You own the grocery store at 619 York Avenue? No, it's all right. Nothing's wrong. We just want a little information.
Miss CB, will you, Sergeant?
You remember that fire in the building at 631 York?
Lieutenant Gorman at the 21st.
Yeah, that's right. We're looking for a woman and a child who've been missing since
Getting
then.
around a little while ago, and a woman and a child, Rollins.
The name is Rawlins. Rawlins. Rawlense. Mrs. Doris Rawlins.
Yeah, that's the one.
Does she do business in your store?
Made at St. Albans.
Yeah, I see.
Naval Hospital. In case either the woman or the child was admitted as a...
About 5'2" or 3, 110 pounds. 22 years old, very pretty.
You get back to it.
No, blonde. She has a little girl, 2 years old. You don't know her? Never saw her. All right. Thanks, Mr. Cruz. I'm sorry to have disturbed you. Goodbye. Nothing, Captain.
I called CB, Captain. I'll make inquiries.
All right. Who'd you talk to upstairs, Sergeant?
Whitey Howard, Captain. Said he'd try to locate Lieutenant King and have him call you.
Okay. When did CB say they'd get back to us, Ken?
Right away, Captain.
Is this where I report something?
Yes, ma'am. Can I help you?
My car's gone.
Where'd you park it, ma'am?
On 64th Street, right near Park Avenue. I've just gone for a few minutes to take some flowers up to my friend.
Was it locked?
Well, of course it was locked. I got the keys. See?
The doors and windows, too?
Well, everything. I was just gone a few minutes.
You're sure you didn't park it someplace else?
Of course not. I parked it right in front of a building, right in front. It was gone.
Sergeant, who's catching upstairs?
They're all out, Lieutenant. They're busy with the safe and lock squad on a couple of burglaries we had last night.
You see that door back there?
Yes.
The detectives are all out, ma'am. You go through that door and talk to the officer. He'll take a report on it.
Can I give you the report?
No, ma'am. He'll take it. He's got the proper form.
Through the door.
That's all.
Thank you very much.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Klein. Hey, Captain Kennelly.
Who is it, Lieutenant King?
No, sir, the division captain.
Oh, all right. I'll take it right here.
Go ahead, Ken.
Captain Kennelly. Hello, Ben. Yeah. Tomorrow night? Yes, I'm working my night tour. All right, sure. What?
21st Precinct, Sergeant Klein.
The chief will be back at 10?
Yes, he's here, sir, but he's on the phone.
Okay, Ben. I'll see you. Bye.
Hold on, Lieutenant. Lieutenant King calling in, Captain.
Sergeant, leave a note on my desk. I'm to cover division between 7 and 10 tomorrow night for the deputy chief. He's got a PAL meeting at the Waldorf.
Yes.
All right, I'll take Lieutenant King. Captain Kennelly. Hello, Matt. Did Whitey Howard tell you what we've got about the sailor? Yeah. Well, the poor kid's about half crazy over it. No, neither can I. Listen, it's better than even money that those two bodies down in the morgue are his wife and baby, but there's two things you can do for me. You've got the connections. Well, it just involves a couple of phone calls. Yeah. One is I'd like you to get hold of the postal inspectors and have them get us into the Lenox Hill post office on East 70th. We're interested in knowing if she left a change of address card. Yeah, okay. No, that's fine, Matt. Yeah. And the other is to check your source at Con Ed and see if she ordered electric service at another address before or after the fire. Thanks, Matt. I certainly appreciate it. Yeah, I'm sorry to bother you at home. Okay. We'll wait for your call. So long.
Will we be able to manage it, Captain?
Yeah, I can. He'll get right on it.
Well, I hope I'm wrong. But I think we're all just wasting a lot of time.
In another half hour, Sergeant Shea returned to the station house with Joe Rollins. The sailor stood by dejectedly as Sergeant Waters reported to me that he and the patrolman on post had interviewed tenants, neighbors, and merchants. They all knew Mrs. Rollins and the child on sight. Some had recalled seeing them on the afternoon and morning before the fire. Not one remembered seeing them on the street during the fire. More important, not one remembered seeing Mrs. Rollins the afternoon following the fire, when most of the tenants gathered at the scene in the hope of salvaging some of their belongings. Sergeant Waters resumed patrol and left Joe Rollins sitting in my office. I read accumulated reports and approved the list of cabarets to be inspected by the patrol sergeant that night. Ellen called, and I made arrangements to meet her in Midtown for dinner. Then I went back to reading and signing reports. Finally, the sailor raised his head.
Captain,
Yes, Joe?
where they got them?
And where have they got what?
The bodies.
Oh. At the morgue, Bellevue.
I want to look at them.
They're burned beyond recognition, Joe.
I want to see them. I want to see if they're mine.
Wouldn't do you any good.
I want to see them. I can tell.
Missing Persons Bureau says there's only one possibility. That's to send to San Diego to her old dentist and get a chart of the work she's had done. They'll wire the dentist the first thing in the morning.
But I can't wait that long. I want to see them now.
All right, Joe. I'll take you to see them. I went out into the muster room and told Sergeant Klein to radio for Patrolman Farrell to drop his recorder on post and drive the car to the precinct house. Lieutenant Gorman told me that CB had called back to report that neither Mrs. Rollins nor the child had been admitted to St. Albans or Brooklyn Naval Hospitals. There was no word yet on the two important lines sought after by Lieutenant King, commander of the 21st Detective Squad. When the car arrived, Patrolman Farrell drove us down to the Bellevue morgue. On the way in, we were met by Detective Anthony Trinker of the Missing Persons Bureau. Detective Trinker had handled the investigation of this case along with the office of the Chief Medical Examiner. He took us inside the mortuary. Joe's face was firm and expressionless.
All right. That one, Arthur. Okay, Arthur. Over here now. All right.
They don't even look like people.
All right, Arthur. Thank you. Let's go this way, huh?
Not even like people.
This was your idea, Joe.
Through there. Have a seat over there. Captain. Thanks, Tony. Joe.
Oh, it's all right.
I told you identification would be impossible. I don't even know if we can identify the woman through dental charts or x-rays. As far as the child's concerned, we can't even tell for sure whether it's a boy or girl. That's how bad things are.
Tony, you estimated the weight of the woman at 150 or so and the height 5'6". The child you said was about 4 years old, probably a boy. Those descriptions don't match up with Joe's family.
I know they don't. Burn cases can have peculiar results. Some of the victims appear larger, some smaller, some the same size. It depends on a lot of factors.
Look, I don't care about facts. Just give me facts. That's all, facts.
You want it straight, Joe?
I've been asking for it straight. All day I've been asking for it straight. Nobody gives me an answer without a head.
All right. It's as simple as this. If that isn't your family, where are they?
I can answer that one. I know where they are.
Detective Trinker told me he would not file his final report until after he received the dental charts and x-rays from San Diego. We walked back out to the car and rode uptown to the 21st in complete silence. Even the radio was quiet. Only 4 calls came over from 30th Street to the house. Inside the muster room, Lieutenant Gorman told me that Lieutenant King had called. Both of his lines fizzled. Con Ed showed no change order in electric service for Mrs. Rollins, nor had she filed a change of address card at the East 70th Street post office. It was 4 o'clock. I turned out the platoon for the night tour. Joe Rollins stood in a corner. He watched blankly as I spoke to the men. He didn't seem to notice them as they marched out the door. He followed them out. I went after him. Joe. Where are you going, Joe?
I don't know. Back to my ship, I guess. I won't bother you anymore, Captain.
Wasn't any bother, Joe. It's the job. But I'm worried about you.
Well, you don't have to worry about me, sir. I'll be all right. The only thing is how to let her mother know. How can I break the news to them?
It's got to be done.
They're such nice folks. It's just a shame.
Yeah.
Got to let her sister know, too. You know, we stopped there for a day on the way from the coast. She showed us a real time in St. Louis. Oh, we sure did have fun. We laughed and carried on. Everything was so funny. Very funny now.
You've got to give these things time, Joe.
Yeah. I think maybe I'll call her sister and then let her sister call her mother. That's the best thing. I'll do it right now while it's on my mind. It's the only way. Get it over with. Have they got a phone in there in that candy store?
Yeah.
Oh, just one more favor, Captain. You come with me while I call, just so I don't get cold feet.
All right.
That's what I'm afraid of. I'll get cold feet.
Go ahead. I'll get some change.
Oh, that's all right. I got lots of change.
All right.
I'll leave the door open, all right?
Sure, if you want.
I got her sister's number in my wallet. You know, in case of emergency.
You dial 211. That's long distance.
Your call, please.
I want to call St. Louis, Missouri. Evergreen 9970.
St. Louis, Missouri, route. What number are you calling from, please?
El Dorado 5 4599.
3155 tandem, dial 2 letters plus the number.
I don't know how I'm going to say it, Captain.
Deposit $1.50 for 3 minutes, please.
Yes, ma'am. 25, 75. No.
Thank you.
They're ringing. I should have thought of what to say. I don't think anybody's home, Captain.
Let them keep ringing.
Hello?
Hello, this is... Doris?
Who is it, Joe?
Yeah, honey, it's me.
Joe, you should have written.
It's her. She's in St. Louis.
Well, when'd you get in?
What are you doing in St. Louis? I got in this morning.
We can't Joe.
Oh, gee, it's good to hear you, baby. You don't know how good. Hey, what are you doing there?
Bill wired me that Aunt Hick have an operation.
Oh, yeah?
No one to take care of the kids, so I just left in an hour's notice.
Oh, how is she?
Oh, she's getting along fine. I didn't expect her till September 1st, Joe. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all right, baby. It's all right. How's Josie?
Wonderful. Getting bigger every day. She just loves her cousin. How do you feel?
Oh, fine, just fine. Hey, listen, I got some big news for you.
You made peace?
No, nothing like that. This is really very funny. It's a riot. The house burned down.
The house burned down. Joe, what are you talking about?
Look, I'll explain it to you when I get there.
Joe!
Kiss everybody for me. I'm taking the next plane. I'll wire you from the airport.
Joe, what about the house?
I missed the plane, baby. I'll tell you when I get there. Goodbye. Oh, thank God.
Joe, I'm happy for you.
I'm pretty happy for myself. Except, who are the woman and child down there?
You've got your problem worked out, Joe. Let us worry about this one.
"21st Precinct, Sergeant Klein. A truck ran into what? A store? Where is it? Where? 622? Speak into the phone, please. Did it jump the sidewalk? Is anybody hurt? How many people are hurt? Speak a little louder, will you, please? What did he do?
And so it goes, around the clock, through the
What?
week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloan in the role of Captain Kennelly, John Sylvester as Joe. Featured in tonight's cast were Jean Gillespie and Anzie Strickland, Lawson Zerbe, Santos Ortega, and Bob Simon. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Produced for CBS Radio by John I.
Every Chevrolet showroom across America, more and more people are looking at the car that's just out and just wonderful. The 1957 Chevrolet. Some are looking at Chevrolet's daring new front-end styling, the bold new grille, big, beautiful sloping hood. Some are looking at Chevy's handsome new rear end with high-fashion fenders and fresh new design. Everyone's enthused about the new color-fashioned interiors and the sleek command post instrument panel. And the biggest news of all, Chevrolet's fuel injection.
HOJO Radio. We're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Klein. In the basement where? 340? Who shot him? Who? Oh. Is he dead? He's not dead. Who's there? Sergeant Burns there?
You are in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right, I'll send an ambulance. Emergency squad for what? Who said so? Okay, tell them I'll call CB to send the ESD car. Yeah, right away. Right away.
'21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their persons, their homes, and their property is my job. My job and the job of the 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st.
What makes a city? Not buildings, not subways, not business. People make a city. From dawn to midnight, from midnight to dawn, the rich and the poor and the good and the bad pour their lives together and stir up the city, as in the 21st. even on a quiet night.
I was working my 6 p.m. to 8 a.m. tour. At 10, after I had finished reading and signing the reports and communications that had accumulated, I investigated 2 minor complaints about conditions in the precinct that had been brought to my attention. At midnight, I turned out the platoon for the late tour and went on patrol until shortly after 2 a.m. Then I returned to the station house where Lieutenant Gorman, as desk officer, and Sergeant Klein were on duty in the muster room. I went around behind the desk to sign an entry in the blotter stating that I had completed patrol and returned to the precinct house.
Thank you, Captain.
Yeah?
There's some coffee hot if you want it.
Well, it's not a bad idea. What's doing?
Nothing much, Captain. The hack driver turned in a woman's purse he found in the back of the cab. It had $62.08 in it, that's all.
Any identification in it?
No, sir. Just the money in a small change purse,
First precinct,
compact, a handkerchief, and a pack of cigarettes. Nothing else. She thought he was a big hero.
All right, 29.
I told him you guys are supposed to look in the back seat of your hacks every time you discharge a passenger. Next time you get sent down to the hack bureau on a violation.
Well, I'll get that coffee.
Yes, sir.
No, Sergeant.
Oh, yes, sir.
All right, go ahead. Take his call.
Yes, sir. 21st Precinct, Sergeant Klein. All right, 15. You take your meal period now. All right. Okay? Yes, sir, Captain.
I had a communication from the Telegraph Bureau. They're interested in the QD-76 report dated last week. Car jumped the curb and knocked over a call box on Park Avenue. The driver didn't answer the summons in court, and they want to issue a warrant. Will you get it out?
Yes, sir, but can I wait a few minutes?
What's the trouble?
I got a man on post 6 minutes late ringing in.
Who's that?
Patrolman Bevan, post number 4, Captain.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
When did he ring in last?
142, Captain, from box number 23, on time to the minute.
Communications Bureau, Patrolman Thomas.
This is Sergeant Klein, 21st Precinct.
Yes, sir.
Have 604 to call the 21st.
604, yes, sir.
He's not taking his meal, is he?
No, sir, he's not due for his meal until 3:30, 3:30 to 4. He's 7 minutes late now.
What's the trouble?
Patrolman Bevan, post number 4. He's 7 minutes late ringing in.
No kidding. He's been a good man, Captain. One of the best folks we got in here in that last bunch.
Yes, I know.
Did he ring in on time earlier?
Right on time. 21st Precinct, Sergeant Klein.
Box 31, Sergeant Burns.
Oh, hello. It's Sergeant Burns. Listen, right over to post number 4 and see if you can locate Bevan. He's 8 minutes late ringing in.
Bevan?
Yeah.
I rode by there about 20, 25 minutes ago. I saw him on post.
Did you stop and talk to him?
Yeah? You didn't give him any calls, did you?
No, not a thing from here.
Okay, I'll get back to you.
Well, he said he rode by there about 20 or 25 minutes ago and saw him.
Is he riding over there now?
Yes, sir.
He's a good kid, that Bevan. Father was a lieutenant in Brooklyn East Borough headquarters. Retired a year or so ago.
Did you know him, Captain?
No. You get out that QD-76, Sergeant.
Yes, sir, right away.
His sugar's in the drawer, Captain.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Klein.
What?
Well, who is it that stabbed? Who? Speak into the phone.
I went into the 124 room and had a
What's
cup of
the
coffee.
address?
Patrolman Ryan, the clerical man,
Where?
called to my attention an MV-104A report concerning an accident on Franklin D. Roosevelt Drive along the East River, which had occurred during the day tour. A passenger in one of the cars involved had died of injuries in Mount Sinai Hospital at 1:50 a.m. I instructed him to have the desk officer notify the Communications Bureau and the Manhattan East Motor Vehicle Homicide Squad. I went back to my office to read and sign more reports to be sent to the 6th Division Headquarters, 160 East 35th Street. At 2:35 a.m., Sergeant Klein walked across the muster room and stuck his head in the open door of my office.
Captain,
Come in.
Sergeant Burns just rang in.
Yes?
He's been over every inch of post number 4. He can't find any sign of Bevan.
Where'd he look? Just on the street?
Well, so far, Captain, that's all he had time for.
All right, come on. Call the sector car from over there.
Yes.
Have him drop his recorder on post number 4 and bring the car by here for me.
Yes.
It's beginning not to make sense, Captain. No sense at all.
Communications Bureau, Patrolman Thomas.
Sergeant Klein, 21st Precinct. Have 608 call the 21st, will you?
Yes, sir, 608, right away.
All right, let's take a look at the map, Sergeant.
That's a pretty quiet post normally, Captain.
Yeah.
There's not much open around there this time of night. 3 or 4 bars and grills, maybe.
An all-night luncheonette here.
There's another luncheonette here. It's open all night.
That's real crazy, the whole thing.
What time was Bevan due to ring in last?
2:12, Captain. He's almost a half hour late.
I stood behind the desk for a few minutes and watched as 2 robbery, assault, and Section 1897 suspects were brought down by Lieutenant Matt King, commander of the 21st Detective Squad, for booking. The sector car came and Patrolman Farrell drove me to post number 4. We located Sergeant Burns. He already had his operator, Patrolman Mercado, and Patrolman Eisman on the job, making a building-by-building search for Patrolman Bevan. Post number 4 consists of 3 square blocks between 1st and 2nd Avenues. As in many parts of New York, the complexion of the streets changed from building to building. An old law tenement might be flanked by a fine apartment house on one side and a garage on the other. We shook every door, went in every basement, inspected every courtyard, and climbed to every roof. In this, we had assistance from the men on adjacent posts, from the men on the ESD car patrolling the district, and from Lieutenant King and 2 of his detectives of the 21st Squad. By 3:18 a.m., there was still no sign of Patrolman Bevan.
Beats me, Captain. Just beats the living daylights out of me.
Yeah?
Bevan was the kind of a guy that...
Wait a minute. There's somebody walking.
Where, Captain?
That's
Oh,
it.
yeah. Hey, mister. Mister, wait a minute.
We want to talk to you.
Oh, no.
Have you been around here for the last hour?
Look, officer, all I had was 2 beers. That's all. Just 2 beers. You can't kill a man over 2 beers, can you?
What's your name?
My name is Joseph Lance Baldwin Jr. Junior because I was named after my father who had the same name, only senior. 2 beers, that's all.
Look, have you seen a policeman around here tonight?
A policeman? Yeah, I've seen a cop around here.
When?
Right now, him. He's a cop. And, look, the sergeants, too. 2 beers, Sergeant. You got my word of honor. My scout sergeant.
Where do you live?
Joseph Lance Baldwin Jr. 2 beers.
No. You told us your name. Where do you live?
There, right there. I almost made it, too, didn't I? Almost. Listen, you won't tell Alma. Please don't tell Alma.
All right, come along.
Take me to jail, lock me up, and throw the 2 beers away, but don't tell Alma.
Come along.
That's all I had. You can ask anybody.
Is this the house?
Yeah, this is it. 728. 728. Apartment 6B. You're not going to tell Alma.
Got your keys?
I think so. I think I got my keys, but please don't tell Alma.
We let you tell her yourself. You make the stand?
Oh, yeah, sure. Thank you very much. Well, good night, gentlemen.
Good night.
It was a pleasure to have found with you.
Oh, there's Matt King.
Captain,
Hello, Matt.
we found him, Captain.
Where?
The next block in the basement of a tenement, 740. He was shot.
How bad?
He's not dead, but it's pretty bad. Through the jaw and neck and right side.
Is he conscious?
No, he lost a lot of blood. Even if he was conscious, I don't think he'd be able to talk. That's the ambulance, I guess.
Who shot him? You have any idea?
Yes, sir.
Who?
It looks like he shot himself.
Lieutenant King drove us around to the house. It was an old law tenement building. The ambulance and the sector car were parked in front. It was 3:31 a.m. There was no crowd on the sidewalk, but tenants in night clothes were beginning to stick their heads out of the front windows. The first floor above the street was occupied by 2 business establishments, a beauty parlor and a radio repair shop. An iron gate and fence separated the basement stairs from the sidewalk. We went down.
Go ahead, Captain. The basement's been vacant for about a year.
Yeah.
Be right with you, Captain.
Whitey.
All right, be careful now. Yeah. Roll him on the stretcher. Just roll him on. All right, get his feet there.
Okay. I got them.
Easy now. Easy.
Okay.
All right, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Doctor, I'm Captain Kennelly.
Captain?
How does it look?
It went through the maxillary bone of the jaw, Captain. On the way, it probably hit a vein in the neck. Lost a lot of blood.
How is he?
Pretty bad.
Did he shoot himself?
The gun was fired at very close range, Captain. Not farther than this. His face and head are full of powder marks.
I see.
All right, easy with him.
All right, lift together now.
Yeah.
Come on, lift.
This way. Watch it. You've got very little clearance there.
Easy, easy.
What's the turn there? That's it.
Pull that back end high going up.
Captain,
Yes, Matt?
Whitey and Novak have been talking to the tenants.
Yes?
They can't find anybody who heard the shot. The next floor up, the stores, and the flats don't start until the second floor.
Only one shot? Are you sure?
That's all that was fired from a service gun, Captain.
Is it possible he chased someone down here? Is it possible they had a gun and shot him?
Yes, sir, it's possible.
But not likely.
No, sir. That shot was fired at very close range. There isn't any sign of another person being down here.
Is that his flashlight there?
Yeah, we're leaving it lay there for a while till we get some measurements.
Was it turned on?
It was on, Captain. The switch, that is. The light was broken when it dropped, apparently. The gun was on the floor right near him. How old is he, Captain?
He's on his way, Captain. How old is he, Sergeant? 24, 25. Mm-hmm.
Married?
Yeah, he's married. A couple of young kids.
Do you have any personal problems you know of?
Not that I know of, Lieutenant. He never spoke to me about any personal problems, man. Well, he's got a big personal problem now.
Yes, he has. If he lives.
I waited around the scene for a few more minutes while Lieutenant King and his detectives continued their investigation, and Sergeant Burns talked to Lieutenant Gorman and got information for his UF-6. He ordered the sector cars to resume patrol and release the ESD car to its regular duties. From a call box on the corner, I gave instructions to the desk officer to notify the division command regarding the occurrence. He told me that according to Patrolman Bevan's records, he resided in Jackson Heights, Queens. His wife's name, Marion. I instructed Lieutenant Gorman to call CD with a request that the 110th Precinct notify Patrolman Bevan was wounded and in Bellevue Hospital. Otherwise, things were still quiet in the precinct. Patrolman Mercado was assigned to post number 4. Patrolman Farrell drove me downtown to Bellevue. I waited in the doctor's lounge for the surgeon. Dr. Lowfield?
Yes, I'm Dr. Lowfield.
Captain Kennelly, 21st Precinct. We met.
Oh, yes, Captain.
Well, what kind of a chance do you think he has?
Fair, Captain, just fair.
No better than that?
Well, we tried to probe around in there when he came into emergency. We couldn't reach the slug. It's pretty deep. There's no telling where it went after it penetrated or what organs it hit. I sent him up to be x-rayed. That'll locate the slug, and I'll go in after it.
Well, does it have to come out now?
The sooner the better, Captain.
What does surgery do to his chances, Doctor?
Well, he's apparently a very healthy young man, physically. Under the circumstances, his pulse and respiration are both better than can be expected.
I see. Does it appear to you that he shot himself?
The gun was fired at very close range.
Powder mark?
That's right, yes, sir. He has a family, doesn't he?
Yes, his wife's been notified. She's on her way. Should be here any minute.
I'll have to talk to her and explain what I plan to do. I'll need her consent.
No, I don't think there'll be any trouble about that, Doctor.
Oh, excuse me.
Sure.
Dr. Lowfield? Yes. All right. Right there. Yes, we'll be on. Thank you. Mrs. Bevan. She's waiting on at the reception desk.
All right.
That way, Captain.
Thank you.
This is the worst part of my job, Captain.
Not the best part of mine.
That's her, I guess.
I'll talk to her. Mrs. Bevan?
Yes.
I'm Captain Kennelly.
How, Joe? Where is he?
Well, this is Dr. Lowfield.
He's dead, isn't he? That's what you're going to tell me.
No, he's not dead.
You sure? You're positive?
I just left him. You'd better sit down, Mrs. Bevan.
That's all right.
Please, sit down.
Yes, all right. It's awful. Really the worst thing in the world.
We're going to have to operate.
Right away?
Yes, right away.
If it's got to be done. I suppose it's all right, isn't it, Captain?
Yes, it has to be done.
All right.
Well?
Doctor,
Yeah?
can I see him? Before, I mean.
I don't think it would be wise, Mrs. Bevan.
Oh.
Well, I have to get up to him.
Yes, that would be a good idea.
I'll be back down as soon as possible. As soon as possible.
What was his name? Doctor who?
Dr. Lowfield.
He good?
Fine as they come.
That's good. Awful. Worst thing in the world. Joe would come home and tell me about notifications. He'd tell me how I'd have to find a mother or a wife or a father and tell them that someone was hurt or dead. He'd tell me how I'd always get a neighbor who knew the person he had to notify. And then the doorbell rang, and there was Mrs. Petey from next door, and then Mr. Patrolman. I screamed. I really screamed. I don't know what it's like.
I know, Mrs. Bevan.
I knew what they were going to say. They were nice, very nice. But he didn't know anything. Just that he was shot and that he was here. He didn't know how or why or how bad or anything. Make it worse, the kids woke up. Or one of them, Jackie, I think. Mrs. Creedy's staying with them. But she's glad her husband isn't a cop. He's a salesman or something. Very nice people.
I'm sure they are.
Captain, you've got to tell me how bad is Joe. He's going to die. I don't know what I'd do.
He's in serious condition, Mrs. Bevan.
Serious? Dear God.
Has he had any problems lately? Real problems?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, have you had any financial difficulties? Any trouble at home?
Why?
Have you?
Well, we managed.
How about you and Joe?
What do you mean?
Well, you're getting along all right?
It's been fine. We're very happy. We have a nice home, 2 very beautiful children. We couldn't be happier.
I'm glad to hear that.
What do you want to know for?
Oh, we just have to know everything.
How did he get shot, Captain? Who did it? Do you know?
Well, not exactly, Mrs. Bevan. We have an idea. We're trying to make sure. I waited with Mrs. Bevan for another 15 or 20 minutes until her mother arrived from Brooklyn. The operation had not yet been completed. I arrived back at the precinct house at 5:14 a.m. Muster room was quiet. Hello, Ken.
How is it, Captain?
Not too good. They hadn't brought him downstairs yet when I left.
That can be a rough operation, I guess.
Yeah. What's doing around here?
Nothing new, Captain.
All right, 31.
Hello, Captain.
Any messages, Sergeant?
Just division headquarters. The division captain wants you to call if there's any change in Bevan's condition. You needn't bother unless there's a change.
Okay.
Hasn't been a change, has it?
No. Still critical.
Beats me. Sure beats me. There's some hot coffee, Captain.
No, thanks.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Klein.
Captain Kennelly there.
Who is this calling, please?
Dr. Lowfield at Bellevue. It's important.
Hold on, please. Captain, Dr. Lowfield at Bellevue.
All right, I'll take it here. Captain Kennelly.
Dr. Lowfield, Captain.
Yes, Doctor.
I finished the operation. I think he's going to be all right.
Good. That's good news.
The bullet was lodged in the buccinator muscle on the contralateral side of the mouth. I got it out. He has a fractured jawbone, which I set, and he lost a lot of blood. But I think he'll pull out of it all right.
Mm-hmm. He's not conscious, is he, Doctor?
No, he isn't. Listen, Captain.
Yes?
Do all your men carry a standard service revolver?
What do you mean?
Well, do you all carry 38s?
In uniform, the men are required to carry a 38 special. Why?
Is that what Patrolman Bevan had?
Yes, what's your point?
Well, the slug I took out of him was a little beat up, but it doesn't look like a 38 to me.
Doesn't it?
I'm no expert on guns, but, well, I used to fool around with them a little bit in the Army. It looks more like a 32 than a 38, Captain.
Where is this slug?
Well, I'm holding it, Captain. A detective from your precinct asked me to.
Lieutenant King?
Yes, I think Lieutenant King.
Well, hang on to it, Doctor. Just hang on to it.
I will. I intend to.
And thanks. Thanks a lot.
All right.
Bye, Doctor.
Any change in his condition, Captain?
There have been all kinds of changes. I'm going upstairs to see Lieutenant King. I went through the back room and upstairs to see Lieutenant Matt King. He telephoned to Dr. Lowfield. Detective Vitale was sent down to Bellevue to get the slug taken from Patrolman Bevan's jaw and take it to the police laboratory for a ballistics examination, along with Patrolman Bevan's service revolver. If the slug was fired from a .32 caliber gun, Patrolman Bevan could not have shot himself. By 8 a.m., there was no word on the ballistics examination. I turned out the platoon for the day tour, signed the blotter, left the precinct to go off duty. Ellen was awake and dressed when I got home. I talked with her while she had breakfast. She told me she was going to 34th Street because both Macy's and Gimbel's had advertised big linen sales. Ellen left the house and I went to bed. A hot sun flashed in under the shade. I don't know how long it took me to fall asleep. Maybe it only seemed long. Hello.
Captain,
Yes?
Matt King.
Oh, hello, Matt.
Will you sleep?
Yeah, that's all right. What time is it?
1 o'clock, 5 minutes after.
Oh, what have you got?
The slug they took out of Bevan.
Yes?
It wasn't a .32, it was a .38. The doctor was wrong.
Oh,
But it wasn't fired from Bevan's service revolver.
wasn't it?
Not according to the report.
Well, that's good news.
I'm calling from home, too, Captain. I'm going in now. Vitale called me, said there was a man picked up on suspicion of burglary in the 34th Precinct at 3:55 this morning. He was carrying a .38 Spanish make automatic.
Yeah?
One shot had been fired from it.
How does it look?
Well, I'm going out to the 34th to talk to this fella.
Look, if there's anything to it, Matt, will you let the man on TS know so he can call me?
I'll call you myself, Captain, as soon as I know anything.
I got up and got dressed. After I had some coffee, I took my car over to Fred's to be washed and greased. I returned home close to 4. Ellen was there. She told me Lieutenant King had phoned. I called him back. The man arrested in the 34th had a record of 5 arrests and 2 convictions for burglary. After questioning by Lieutenant King and Assistant District Attorney Louis Solent, he admitted shooting Patrolman Bevan. He was brought into the 21st and booked on charges of assault and Section 1897. The gun in his possession at the time of his arrest was sent to the police laboratory for ballistics examination to corroborate his statement. That night, en route to a meeting of the Captain's Endowment Association at the 71st Regiment Armory in Manhattan, I stopped in at Bellevue Hospital.
Oh, hello, Captain.
How is he, Mrs. Bevan?
Better, much better.
Well, that's good.
He's been propped up since about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Of course, he can't talk, and it's hard to feed him much, but the doctor says he's doing fine, just fine. I was going out now so he could get some sleep.
Well, then I won't stay. I was
That's all right. He's not asleep yet. I'm sure he'd want to see you. It's this way.
You've been here since this morning?
Oh, yes. My mother was here for a while, and then she went out to the house to take care of the kids. Mrs. Creedy couldn't stay all day. She has children of her own, you know. It's in here. Let me stick my head in and make sure he's not asleep. Joe? He's still up. Come on in. Guess who's here, Joe? Captain Kennelly.
Hello, Joe.
The doctor told me it'd be at least a week before he'd be able to talk again. You know, it was real funny. The detectives from the precinct, what were their names, Joe? Kinney and Goldman? Kinney and Goldman, they came down here and wanted a statement from Joe on what happened. Do you know them, Captain?
Oh, yes.
Well, it was really funny, wasn't it, Joe? He couldn't say a word to them. It was all right anyway, because they knew what happened from the man that shot him. Joe saw him come down a fire escape. He chased him. He chased him into that basement.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right, Joe? Well, he just robbed an apartment. Anyway, Joe followed him down into the basement. He was looking around for him with his flashlight, and the man was hiding behind a partition. And then when Joe got this close, he shot. Joe fired one shot that didn't do any good. Isn't that right, Joe? Anyway, we're glad they got him. Very glad. We're glad Joe's going to be all right. I was worried this morning, Captain.
So was I.
I didn't know how things were going to turn out. I thought he was dead or dying. But looked at him. Strong as an ox. Anxious.
Well, maybe it's a good thing to keep in mind, Mrs. Bevan, for all of us. Things can look a lot different than they really are.
'21st Precinct, Sergeant Klein. I can hear you. What's the trouble there? She all alone? How much is on the clock? $2 and what? Why can't you pay it? Where'd she lose it? Where? Doesn't she have any money? Nothing, huh? Well, all right. You're driving a hack. Drive her into the station house. We'll talk about it when you get here.
And so it goes. Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloan in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Produced for CBS Radio by John Ives.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Broadway's my beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway. It's a neon-lighted revival meeting that screams for the joy and the salvation. And it's a lonely path that sighs down into darkness. It's a fury of voices and stamping feet, or a cry that wanders and waits to be heard. It's Happy Alley with happy talk, where a hot trumpet plays background music for a panhandler. However you want it, that's how it is. It's Broadway, My Beat. The November twilight filtered into my office at police headquarters, and I sat there looking at it, pushing away the time for the filling out of my daily report. There were other diversions. Through the open window, I watched a girl walk down the street. She wore a green silk dress that knew summer was over but didn't care. Then I heard two things, a sigh that came from me and a door opening that came from the door.
I have no wish to trespass upon a reverie of delight, Daniel.
There was only one man who could talk to me like that. A miniature of a man called Lee Kai. Lee Kai, professor of Oriental art at the university. He hadn't changed. The same black military-looking jacket that buttoned high on the throat. The same patent leather shoes with spats slightly pink. And the face still as if it had been engraved on yellow shantung.
Daniel, may I presume upon you?
Anything you want, Lee, anytime.
Then permit me to read you this telegram.
Is that all? You could have presumed bigger.
I shall, when you have read the telegram. It is addressed to me, and it says in 3 words, "Terror follows me." It is signed Mei Ling. Only 3 words. Is not 10 words the usual?
Yeah. He's a frugal one, this Mei Ling, huh?
Mei Ling is a delicate interweaving of all that is lovely and exquisite in a girl. I do not think she meant to be frugal.
I do not think I know what you're talking about.
Of course. Therefore, I will explain. You see, Mei Ling, this lovely girl of whom I have told you so much already, she brings me a statuette of the goddess Kuan Yin, China's goddess of mercy. And among friends, there is no need for circumlocution.
Of course. For what?
Circumlocution, of course.
Oh.
The Kuan Yin was smuggled out of my bleeding China, Daniel. It is worth approximately $100,000. Mei Ling was bringing it to me. And now, in 3 words, terror follows her. You understand what I need of you?
Not yet.
I want you to meet Mei Ling's train at 125th Street at 8 tonight. She is in private car 23. You will give her the protection from the terror that follows her, Daniel.
Oh, we have other departments for that, Lee. I could...
But You are the friend department? No, Daniel?
In the nighttime, the 125th Street station hangs over the edge of a glittering world. Arrival and departure have a special meaning in the dark. There are shadows between everything, and the talk is always whispered. I walked out on the concrete platform toward the light on the bulk of the train, and I saw him, the man in the conductor's cap, holding a lantern and looking down at his watch. I asked him a question.
Car 23, next one down through this empty coach.
Oh, thanks.
Hey, wait a minute. Can't get in 23, private coach.
That's all right. I just wanted
Nope, can't let you on. Nope. Sorry, but nope. Orders.
Want to see something?
Huh?
Look at this for a second. Sure, hold it up to the light.
Yeah. Police badge, huh?
Yep.
Yeah. Train pulls out in 7 minutes, mister. Oh, bury me not on a lone prairie. Oh, excuse me, mister. I didn't know where... Hey, you big enough to come from Texas. Are you from Texas?
No, now, if you let me through here...
Well, city fella, huh? You know how I can tell? City fellas always in a hurry. That's how I can tell.
Yeah, now, one side,
Now, in Texas, it's different. People are friendly. Just folks down in Texas. I'll show you what I mean. Here. You have a drink.
Maybe you didn't understand. I said one side, friend.
Hey, you meaner than a shoat with a cut mouth. No drink, huh? Well, Texan don't prejudice a man because he ain't no drinker. Let me tell you about Texas.
Maybe I got to prove it to you. Out of the way. Oh, you got the idea.
Sure, I got the idea. See if you can get this one through your head.
What are you...
End of the line, all out. New York, Grand Central Station. Hey, you, wake up. Now, don't ask me where you are. I've been shouting out my lungs where you are.
Oh.
Come on. Get up. Come. There you are. Hey, you're the policeman.
Yeah, the finest of the finest.
Stumble, huh?
Later. First I was slugged.
Feature that.
You feature it. I haven't made car 23 yet.
Hey, come back here. I've got to write a report.
But I finally did. I finally made it. Car 23. Inside the place was a shambles. Upholstery ripped, baggage opened and tossed across the seats, as if someone had been in a desperate hurry to find something. I noticed her then. She was sitting there, very lovely, very delicate, the frown pressed at the corners of her lips. I guessed her name was Mei Ling, but I knew she was dead. The bullet hole between the almond eyes made this common knowledge to anyone who took the time to look. To a policeman, a death scene is a place of business. There was nothing there that looked like a priceless statuary called Kuan Yin. I made some notes, called the station master, then found a phone booth to make the violent death of Mei Ling by person or persons unknown a matter of routine.
Sergeant Tartaglia speaking.
Danny Clover. Mei Ling's dead. Send the boys down to Grand Central. Photographers, fingerprints, technical, the whole crew. The coroner, too. I'll wait for them.
Okay. Hey, say, Danny, a guy called. Said he wanted to talk to you. Said it was urgent.
Who said all that?
John Smith. Well, that's what he said. His name was John Smith. I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget. He said something about wait a minute. Here, I'll spell it to you. K-U-A-N-Y-I...
Kuan Yin?
Yeah, Danny, that's it.
What's John Smith's address?
1212 Mott Street. Got it?
Yeah. Goodbye, Tartaglia. Anyone who wanted to see me about a Kuan Yin was a man I wanted to see. I waited around Grand Central until the crew from headquarters arrived, then I took off my squad car and hit Mott Street in 10 minutes. The red brick pagoda that bore the address of one John Smith held all the charm and grace of a 20th century housing project. The only thing oriental about it was a cast-iron dragon that snarled at me from the door knocker. I picked up its head and banged it against the door.
You would be Danny Clover, and I would be John Smith. The ecstasy is mutual. Please enter.
The thing that stood in front of me I didn't believe. It was a mound of flesh wrapped in a scented mandarin's robe. Perched on its shoulder was a small white monkey with enormous eyes that loathed me with an enormous lobe. John Smith looked like a fat crock of Ming pottery, but he talked as if he'd spent a lot of time tilling the good earth around Harvard.
You admire my monkey, Danny Clover. Rest assured, he admires you.
I hate him. Get him out of here.
You are frank, Danny Clover. We shall get along splendidly. Now, run along to bed, Max. It's way beyond, you know. I'll tuck you in later, Max. Now go.
Revolting beast, isn't he? I say that deliberately.
It depends on your point of view. Me, I find all the answers to all the mysteries of eternity in Max's eyes. You gaze at my house. You like it?
Yeah, looks like you've collected all the loot in China. Cozy, though.
Spurious loot, Danny Clover. It's all fake. These statuettes, for instance, tourist stuff. And all this rubbish, nothing so delicate or so desirable as the Kuan Yin image, an evanescent image, a will-o'-the-wisp image.
You don't say. Tell me more.
I shall. A most intimate source in Hong Kong has revealed to me that the fabulous, the priceless Kuan Yin has vanished. Do you have a theory as to where she might be?
Should I have a theory?
I thought perhaps the eminent Oriental art expert known to both of us as Li Kai may have helped you formulate one.
Your most intimate source operates in New York, too.
I have other intimates.
Besides Max? Try one from Texas.
Texas? What is that, a person, place, or object?
You know, I wouldn't know.
Exactly. And now, Danny Clover, a word of caution. The Kuan Yin is a legend among my people, a fairy tale.
Fairy tales are sometimes bloody.
A most discerning observation. On a sensitive and intelligent mind, they can leave a most fatal scar. Sometimes not only on the mind.
It's sweet the way you try to scare me.
The Kuan Yin is a goddess of mercy and compassion. If you know where she is, may she watch over you. If you don't, we have nothing further to discuss. And now I must tuck Max in. Au revoir, Danny Clover.
I shook his hand, watched him wince, then bowed out of his fat presence. John Smith was a man who would keep. Now there was one place I just had to go, to the university, to break the news to Li Kai. It was at this time in my life that I exploded the myth that the thirst for knowledge never ceases. The door to the Arts and Science building was locked. It took me a half hour to find the night watchman, go through the policeman's badge routine, and get ushered to the self-service elevator.
Wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I feel silly saying this, but... Floor, please?
The third.
Well, good. Me too.
I've never seen you about the building. What are you in, arts or sciences?
I never knew which. I'm Danny Clover, policeman.
Oh?
Mm-hmm. And you're in the...
Seismology. I'm Professor Higgins.
Professor?
Oh, here we are. Third floor.
Oh, yeah.
You, were saying?
I was saying Professor of Seismology with a question mark after it. What is seismology exactly?
Exactly. It's that branch of geophysics which has to do with earthquakes and their attendant phenomena.
Mm-hmm.
Here's my lad. Good night.
Oh, before you go, and in non-scientific terms, could you tell me where Professor Li Kai's office is?
Li Kai?
Yeah.
How nice. In the Argo, any friend of his is a friend of mine. Now we'll shake hands. I'm glad to know you. I'll show you his office.
You've known Li Kai for a long time.
Why, he slapped my... He was in attendance when I was born. There were no doctors nearby then. In China, Mr. Clover. In the interior.
Oh, and from that moment on, you became interested in earthquakes and their attendant phenomena.
Pretty nearly. Understand, Mr. Clover, I enjoy seismology. A girl can always make her way in the world with a good, sound knowledge of seismology, I always say.
I always say the same thing.
It does make for dull conversation, doesn't it?
Well,
Here's Li Kai's office. Professor Kai. Professor Kai. Professor Kai!
There was only one man who could lie on the floor like that, a miniature of a man called Li Kai. He had only changed a little bit. The patent leathers were the same, and the spats, the crinkled face. But the small change made a big difference. The sharp object sticking in the middle of his black military-looking jacket made him a venerable ancestor to whatever good he'd done in this world. I knelt down beside him. There's a letter opener plunged deep into his back, and on its handle it said, Acme Life Assurance Company. Put your life in our hands.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. 50,000 or more, always in the jackpot on Sing It Again. Music by Gene Autry and Vaughn Monroe. Mystery and thrills with gangbusters Philip Marlowe, Johnny Dollar, and Danny Clover, the Broadway cop. That's the one-way ticket to top fun on most of these CBS stations every Saturday night. This fall, when you hear them all on CBS, Saturday night promises top music, top adventure, and a chance at radio's top prize.
There's this about Broadway. It savors the exotic while it's taking bites out of a hot dog. The deaths of Mei Ling and Li Kai were duly reported for the next morning's newsstands, were scanned by the crowd while reaching for their respective mustard jars. Then Broadway went about its business. You can't blame Broadway. It's got too many other things to consider, like key formations and mass substitutions, the weather, and making a buck. But a policeman with a murder in his hands has to make a world outside all that. Mine revolved about a specific Chinese statuette called Kuan Yin, and incidentally worth $100,000. It also included paying final respects. I took a ride down to a twisted alley off of Mott Street. The festivities for Li Kai's funeral had already begun. Venerable Chinese ladies and gentlemen stood on the curb and with great ceremony lighted firecrackers and tossed them serenely into the air. As the body of Li Kai approached, others tossed money into his open coffin to ensure his price of admission into heaven. Walking directly behind was a lady by the name of Higgins, Professor Kate Higgins. She was dressed in a mandarin robe. Her tears were the tears some enchanted princess might weep. There were only two, one under each eye, and each one a jewel. And then across the street through the procession, a face that I had seen once before in a train station brought me back. Pardon me. I'm sorry. Pardon. Tell me about Texas, kid. I got more time now.
Who are you?
Why leave a great place like Texas just to strong-arm a city fella?
Take off, friend. They warned me about talking to strangers.
In here, friend, in this alleyway where we can be far from the city's rattle. In here where we can be pards. In here.
Take your hands off me.
Talk to me, pard. Who told you to slug me on that train?
I can do it now without nobody whispering in my ear.
Do it.
Yeah.
It's going to be a well-filled saddle tonight in the old Hooskow. I was looking for Professor Higgins. This is her laboratory, isn't it?
Yes. The professor isn't in. I'm John Scarn, her assistant.
Danny Clover, police.
Social or business? I only ask because Kate has such various callers. Last week it was a gentleman peddling hot Persian prayer rugs. I got quite a seism out of him.
Seism?
You're not hep, are you? Seism. Earthquake. A big bang.
Tell me, what do you do around here when you're not having seisms?
Well, I'll explain it to you. See, these things here are seismographs. They're connected to another machine embedded in concrete below this building. Oh. If there's an earth tremor, it's picked up by the machine downstairs and recorded on these.
I see. And this needle here riding on this rotating drum records the time of the shock.
Precisely.
Interesting. Mind if I take a closer look?
Well, take it easy, Mr. Clover. We don't need a temblor to disturb the needle, you know. It's very delicately balanced. It'll even record footsteps that come too close to it.
What do you do with these recordings after you've got them?
File them. Each recording is for a 24-hour period.
Unfile yesterday's reports and send them to my office.
Well, but...
And do you get reports from other stations that do this work?
Yes, every day, but...
Send yesterday's, all of them, down to police headquarters.
Now, see here.
Mr. Scarn, you had your seism today?
I'll send everything down just as soon as I can get them together.
Good. And quietly. No one's to know. Another thing, Mr. Scarn. Who has access to this lamp?
Why, just Kate and me. And, yes, the night watchman. Yes, we three. We have the only keys, I believe.
Thanks. And Kate, Professor Higgins, where would I find her?
Perhaps at her apartment. 125 Morningside Drive, I believe.
Thanks again, Mr. Scott.
Just a moment. I have to put something on.
I'll wait. Clover, why is it that everything happens to you while you're on duty? Maybe it's because you're on duty.
Oh, it's you. How nice. You caught me just as I stepped out of the shower, so you'll have to take me as I am, robe and all. Come in.
I could wait outside until you,
A shy policeman, how charming. You can trust me. Go on in.
Thank you, Professor.
Over there, but the fire's nice. I always dry myself by the fire, but you interrupted that.
Easy, Clover.
I'm here. Tell me.
I didn't say anything.
Oh. Shall I get us something? A drink? Do you object to the phonograph? Some men do, you know.
I saw you at Lee Kai's funeral.
I saw you, too.
You're different now.
You're not?
That's right. I'm still thirsting for knowledge. So talk to me about things Chinese, Professor.
The, Kuan Yin, for instance?
For instance?
A miraculous goddess believed by the Chinese to have only to kiss a wound to make it vanish.
$100,000 a kiss. It's expensive healing.
There are some who would pay more.
2 murders, maybe?
More, if they have to.
Yeah. You told me Lee Kai slapped you into the first breath you ever took. What else did he do for you?
Everything. He was my father, my brother, my companion, my teacher.
And, Mei Ling?
I didn't know everyone in China, policeman. Nice policeman.
And a man named John Smith?
John Doe, yes. John Smith, no. Give up?
All right. Invite me to an earthquake sometime, will you? I'll take time out for it.
You'll love it. There's nothing quite so exciting as when the earth moves. Danny.
Yeah?
The Kuan Yin. You could give her to me. I'm only a professor on a professor's salary, but I could think of some way to pay you for it.
Oh? What makes you think I've got the Kuan Yin?
Because Lee told me he'd gone to you. Because you found Mei Ling. Because it would have been simple for you to steal it from a dead girl.
Yeah, it would have been. But you know, I didn't think of it. Also, she didn't have it. Now it's your turn again.
Lee Kai would want me to have it. No one else.
I'll make a note of it, Professor. Now, would you unlock the door, please? I promised Mother I'd be home early.
Of course. There's frustration everywhere, isn't there, policeman? Nothing but frustration.
I think I remembered to tip my hat. I know I remembered to get back to police headquarters. I hustled Sergeant Tartaglia off his fat comic book and sat down at my desk to go over the sheaf of seismographs I had Scarn send down. Not only were they dull reading, but for a long time they didn't make sense. I kept trying. You can talk, Tartaglia.
Item 1, Danny. I've questioned the Texas cowboy in his cell. The graph won't talk. Won't open his mouth. Hey, in a Texan, this must be some kind of terrible disease.
Okay, physician. Item 2.
Item 2 is alibis. Good and indifferent. At the time of Lee Kai's murder, John Smith was giving a dinner party. Assistant Scon was calling a square dance. Hey, you know, Danny, they're fun. You ever been to one?
Ask me sometime, Tartaglia.
Yeah. Item 2 continued. Professor Higgins was to a movie. The night watchman checked into the station the other side of the campus. Item 3. San Francisco Customs reports this Mei Ling never had no Kuan Yin.
Tell me that again.
The Kuan Yin Mei Ling was supposed to have. She never had it. Danny, this means 2 people was killed for something they didn't have.
Huh? You said something, Tartaglia? When San Francisco Customs reported they had no records on the Kuan Yin, something clicked into place. If the Kuan Yin existed at all, I figured there was only one place where it could exist. So I went there, back to the university in the office of Li Kai, lecturer and collector of Chinese art, now deceased.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Clover. We thought perhaps we would meet you here.
The place was a mess. Standing in the midst of the debris was the monkey-owning poet, John Smith. And in a corner with a soft light playing with the amber of her hair was Kate Higgins.
Danny Clover, it's always a delight to be where you are.
The policeman is a meddling, stupid fool, Kate.
Yeah, you warned me, didn't you? First to the hired thug, then doing a lecture on spurious loot.
Mr. Clover, I'm afraid I must dispense with you.
Let him talk. I like to watch his mouth.
Thanks. So I'll talk. Li Kai was a wise little man. He had the Kuan Yin all the time. All he wanted was to find out who was trying to get it away from him. He came to me because he knew his enemies would follow him to me.
And it backfired, shall we say, in his face.
His and Mei Ling, the girl with whom he planned the whole puppet show.
You have talked enough, Mr. Clover. Quite enough.
I've been watching Smith, but where that knife came from, I'll never know. He held it low, slanting upwards for ripping, and then he lunged at me. I sidestepped and reached back, grabbed one of Li Kai's art figures, and threw it at his head. He ducked, and the statue shattered against the wall.
Kuan Yin. But Kuan Yin.
And there it was, an ebony image shining with some inner light. It held us in a kind of suspended trance. Li Kai had been clever. He'd encrusted the Kuan Yin in a cheap plaster cast and set it alongside the rest of his art. One of the oldest tricks in the world. I came out of the trance faster than John Smith did. He lay there with the rest of the crockery, just as pale, just as broken, just as unconscious.
He can no longer harm you, Danny. He was an evil man.
Yeah, and tricky. Hiring that hatchet man McGrath to kill Mei Ling and slug me on the train. Kate.
Yes, Danny?
Maybe I shouldn't ask you this, Kate. But how come you were with Smith?
I knew his greed would finally lead him to Kuan Yin, as your curiosity led you to her. And to me. To me, Danny.
Kate, do you always repay kindness with murder?
What are you talking about?
You killed Li Kai.
Danny, you're insane. Why do you talk like that?
Because the seismograph in your lab registered a disturbance at 9 o'clock last night, the time of Li Kai's murder.
How do you know it wasn't the recording of a miner's shock someplace in the world?
Because no other laboratory picked it up. That's when you stabbed him, Kate, at 9 o'clock. You said you were at the movies. Nobody could prove that.
Danny.
But you weren't, Kate. You weren't at the movies. You were in your lab. You stabbed Li Kai and dragged his body down the hall to his office. He was a small man. You could have done that.
Yes. It's no use. You would deprive me of the Kuan Yin anyhow.
2 killings for the goddess of mercy. Doesn't add up.
I would kill anyone who would deprive me of the Kuan Yin. Yes, you too, if I could now. Danny?
Uh-huh.
Let me hold the Kuan Yin, Danny. Kuan Yin?
Yeah. Here.
Kuan Yin. Fabulous. Kuan Yin.
I watched her hand slide down the side of her cheek, and her body go taut. Her eyes fixed and the Kuan Yin narrowed. I caught her before she fell to the floor. When the boys from headquarters came, it took 4 of them to heave John Smith onto a stretcher. And they started for Kate Higgins. I told them to mark her fragile. Even a professor of earthquakes can break. In the November sun, Broadway shimmers like some frozen city rising out of a frozen lake. It's clear, crystal clear, and its air is fresh and clean. You close your eyes because you know it's alive. The easy laughter that snarls when your back is turned. The spectaculars that advertise the grave. The welcoming hand that turns to ice in yours. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover and is written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The musical score was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch, and the program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The cast tonight included Mary Jane Croft, Charles Calvert, William Johnstone, Barton Yarborough, William Conrad, Junius Matthews, and Jerry Hausner. Stay tuned for Sing It Again, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Champions are made, not born.
Yes, sir.
Get on your way.
Get on your way.
Get on your way with Wheaties.
It's good to know that champions are made, not born. Gives us all a chance. For instance, let's go back to 1943 and listen to the story of champion Mickey Mantle of the New York Yankees. Mickey worked hard to learn the game. As he got on his way to fame, he practiced batting, learned to throw. And Mickey knew what champions know. Wheaties for breakfast, away you go. No wonder Mickey's got all that steam. Mantle and Wheaties, they're still a team. Why, Mickey Mantle grew up on Wheaties, been eating them since he was 12. So good for a guy. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Come on, Mickey, belt that ball.
He's on his way, on his way. He's on his way, on his way. Get on your way with Wheaties. 'Cause champions are made, not born.
Yes, sir.
Get on your way.
Get on your way.
Get on your way with Wheaties. Breakfast of champions.
HOJO Radio. We're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway. It's a journey to the end of all the streets in the world. You turn a corner and you're there. You walk more slowly and lean your heart against it like you were in church until it explodes in your face. Then you move swiftly and you're one of the crowd window shopping for kicks and bargains and heartbreak. And you'll find it because it's Broadway, My Beat. The side streets are furious where they funnel off of Broadway. Then they trail down into limbo. Midway between the Fury and Limbo is a gray stone building. That's police headquarters. That's where I was standing, in front of it, watching the patches of night sky bleed into each other. That was my detail. I was waiting for someone.
Hi, Danny.
Oh, Sergeant Ellis. How are things upstate?
Oh, great. You know Officer Quinn, don't you? He drove Tommy and me down.
Sure. How are you, Quinn?
Fine, Lieutenant.
Why don't you pull up in the parking area over there? We'll meet you in the squadron for coffee a little later.
Sure thing.
Why don't somebody ask me how I am? I served half my sentence. That makes me a semi-approved citizen, don't it?
You look okay to me, Tommy. Haven't changed since you were 16.
Danny, I've known you a long time. You lie.
Sing Sing doesn't agree with you.
Sing Sing, you inhale and exhale. It's the only way you know you're living. So, I make a deal.
What kind of a deal, Tommy?
No. I'm saving it for the DA. After we talk, the DA and me, I got a feeling the state's going to forget all about my manslaughter rap and let me out of Sing Sing for good.
Uh-huh.
And to you, too. Look, kid, when I finish spilling, some of the choicest names in the choicest circles are going to be doing things they never thought they could do before. Like getting sentenced, like breaking rocks, like making license plates for automobiles.
Gosh, Tommy. Here, Lieutenant, I'll take off these cuffs between Tommy and me. There you are, Danny. Tommy's your prisoner. Danny, that car.
Tommy, don't be a fool. Come back here. Let's get him, Ellis. Ellis.
Danny.
Ellis. Oh, no.
I just got too far in the car and I heard...
What happened? Quinn, go upstairs and put Tommy Mannon's description on the wire. I want the whole city dragged for him, and I want him found. And I want him brought to me. Do that, Quinn.
Sure, but how about...
How about what?
Sergeant Ellis. Dead, isn't he, Danny? Dead.
Death and violence are easy commodities in the city. Easy to buy and easy to sell. A decent man named Gordon Ellis got his free for nothing. The sudden mob that gathered around his shrunken body got theirs at bargain prices, too. Headlines on the house. Criminal escapes. Cop murdered. And the sick taste was in my mouth. I just stood while the headquarter boys did what needed to be done. Then I went back to my office and locked the door. And waited until the sickness was gone.
Danny! Danny!
Yeah. What do you want?
Oh, just to talk to you. Can't I talk to you, Danny?
Yeah, come on in, sir.
It was messy what happened out there, Danny.
You selling something, Tartaglia?
Don't talk to me that way, Danny. From you, it hurts.
So it hurts when I bleed for you.
Danny, that's not your mouth that says things like that.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Apologies are also not necessary. What happened could have happened to anyone, not just you.
I was clumsy, and a man's life dropped into my hands. Tartaglia, get me the file on Tommy Mannon, everything, even the dust it's wrapped in.
Okay, Danny, okay, in a minute. You know, the way I figure it, this deal that Tommy Mannon wanted to make with the DA, well, maybe it was kosher, and maybe it was crummy. Maybe this whole thing...
She's still here, Tartaglia.
Danny, darling, I've brought you your posy. You can't face the world without a posy. Bend down so I can pin it on you.
Janie, how many times I have to tell you it ain't dignified you should sell flowers in police headquarters, and without a license?
You're only a Sergeant Tartaglia. You will address me as Madam. Oh, stop squirming, Danny.
All right, Janie. Tell me, doll, are you still running competition with the post office?
Keep your nose to the smelling of flowers, Danny. It's healthier.
The boys from the Lamb, do they still send messages to their loved ones through old Janie, the subway Lily? Like Tommy Mannon, maybe?
Danny, darling, I'd rather be called Lily than be planted with one. So I'm not saying one way or the other.
Yeah. Pay the lady for the posy, Tartaglia. Outside of headquarters and across the rooftops and down in the roaring avenues, the city had already grown restless for the nighttime. It was a time of big noise and prowling and secret laughter. And somewhere inside of it, and part of it, Tommy Mannon, hoodlum. Tommy Mannon, hoodlum. And I was living this piece of my life just for him. So I was prowling, too. And there was a place to go. A white marble house that overlooked the East River. It was on the other side of a world. The precise pattern of house lights strung like tinsel against the dark. The precise butler who opened the door and tilted his finger at the precise angle toward the waiting room. The decor of opulence that makes its own particular breed. And the precise amount of time that went by before the greeting from mine host.
Danny Clover. How nice. Won't you join us? We're in the library. Danny, this is a surprise and a pleasant one. Oh, you know Mr. Arnold, don't you? James Arnold, the attorney?
Hello, Danny.
What brings you all the way out here, Danny?
Thought you'd be expecting me.
I didn't know you were having company, Faulkner. I'll leave.
Stay a while, Arnold.
Thank you, Danny. I was about to suggest the same thing. Now, why have I the honor?
Had any other visitor lately, like Tommy Mannon?
Why should he come here?
He's a wandering boy. You might be keeping a light in the window for him.
Tommy left my employ when he confessed to manslaughter.
Really, Faulkner, maybe I'd better leave.
You're comfortable, Arnold? The drinks are all right? The hors d'oeuvres?
Fine, but...
Then stay a while. Sit.
Faulkner, when Tommy was brought back to New York, it was because he was going to turn state's evidence against some of the choicest names, he said.
So?
You're a choice name. You and Arnold here, respectively an untouchable high-class hoodlum, the attorney for an untouchable high-class hoodlum. Real choice names.
Thank the police lieutenant, Arnold. We're choice. He said so. Go ahead, thank him. Not that way, attorney mine. Thank him.
Thanks.
That's better. Go ahead, Danny.
I think your gunsel shot down a policeman and helped Tommy escape.
But such a tactic would constitute a felony, Danny.
I think that Tommy's being brought to town was a dodge. Tommy had powerful friends on the outside who knew when he would be brought down.
So you suggest we arrange this afternoon's fiasco?
I'm suggesting it.
Oh, throw it away. It ruins a good evening. It lends a bilious overtone to the fine conversation Arnold and I were having. Doesn't it, Arnold?
Yes, it makes conversation bilious.
Exactly. I was explaining to Arnold the seven-move mate that won Konstantinov, the chess championship in 32. Things like that devastate me. Don't they you, Danny?
You leave men like Faulkner and his toady, and you have the feeling you've been playing mumble peg with scalpels. Then you take a long walk into a dismal and frayed edge of the city, and it's a walk back into memory. The street where you were born is the same. The kids' games are the same. The cruel words on their mouths are not changed. The fly-specked electric bulbs that hang in peeling hallways are still there. And the night sounds of a tenement still follow you as you climb the decaying stairs. Then you knock on a door that opens into a room where Tommy Mannon was born.
Late. What do you want?
Mrs. Mannon?
I might be. You're peddling something that's late and you come to the wrong place.
Wait, I just want to talk to you. Don't you remember me, Mrs. Mannon?
I stopped remembering a long time ago.
I'm Danny Clover.
So you are. Face is cleaner than when I saw you last. How old were you, Danny? 10?
It won't take long. Could we step inside?
We can talk here.
Inside would be better, Mrs. Mannon.
All right. Go on in.
Who is it, Mrs. Mannon? Who's your gentleman caller, Mrs. Mannon?
Hello, Mr. Mannon.
Oh, I know you. You're Danny Clover. You're the cop who let my boy get away. Have a drink, Danny. You've been wonderful to my boy. Come on, Danny, have a drink.
No, don't mind him, Danny. He means no harm. He's a drunken sot, but he don't mean no harm. Go back to your bottle, Mr. Mannon.
I'll do that thing, dearie. I'll just do that.
You want to know if Tommy's been here, don't you?
Has he?
When you were a kid, did you ever hear it said Mrs. Mannon was a liar?
No.
And you'll believe me when I tell you this. If Tommy so much as put foot in this house, I'd throw him back into the gutter he wallows in.
That's no way to talk about Tommy. Tommy's good. Tommy's smart. Smart. I drink to my boy, Tommy.
Then maybe you'll get a word to your smart boy, Mr. Mannon. Tell him we want him. Tell him we want him bad enough to hurt him. Good night, Mrs. Mannon. I went back to Broadway for only one reason. I was hungry. And eating alone is the loneliest time a man can have. On Broadway, there's always people. You can watch them and make up your own stories. Stories that didn't have murder in it. I dawdled over spudnuts and coffee, made up my stories, then hit the street again. Part of it hit back at me, and it had the smell of lavender and a bit of old Irish lace in it.
Danny Clover.
Why, Janie, have you been following me?
The post office business is blooming, Danny. Here's a posy for you.
You've already pinned one on me today, remember?
Ah, but this is a very special posy. Here, take it.
Thanks, Janie. I've always wanted a cornflower.
I got it from a florist who says he's a dear friend of yours.
Thank him for me.
You thank him, Danny. He doesn't live too far from here. You could get a cab. 2620 West 10th Street. First floor back.
Oh? For whom do I ask?
Ask for Tommy. Go quickly, Danny, dear. And ask for Tommy Mannon.
10th Street was a quarter of an hour away, and number 2620 was a hole in a block long of piled red bricks. First floor, walk back, and you know when you come to the end of the hall when you can't quite walk through the final shadow. Tommy Mannon. Open up, Tommy. It's Danny Clover. There was Tommy Mannon, all right. But his status had changed. He wasn't running anymore. He was seated in a wooden chair in front of a wooden table, peeping almost slyly over a bowl of waxed fruit. I walked over to him, put my hand on his shoulder. Yeah, it was Tommy Mannon, all right. And his status had really changed. He wasn't living anymore.
You're listening to Broadway's My Beat, starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Broadway is a 5-minute stopover for 1 million people.
For these people, it's the 5 minutes that are important. It gives them time to adjust themselves to the world. It's assuring. Transflux assures them that there's been a change in the weather. And the headlines assure them that the daily murder has taken place. Tabloids yelled, "Cop killing." There was a piece in the item about me, continued on page 23. On page 23, it said that I was standing right there when Officer Ellis was killed, and I didn't know who did it. In my office at headquarters, a police sergeant named Tartaglia had a word for it. Do you mind repeating that, Tartaglia?
Huh?
Never mind. You got the date I asked for?
Oh, sure, Danny.
Okay, brief it to me.
Yeah, Danny, yeah. On June 17, 1944, Tommy Manning confessed to beating up and killing one John Westfall.
Uh-huh.
This was what is known as the aftermath of a drunken brawl. Manning was convicted of manslaughter. End of brief. Real brief, huh?
Yeah, it ran about like that. And the other thing, Tartaglia, about the newspapers, you fixed that?
Oh, yeah, I fixed it, Danny. Like you said, not a word to the newspapers about finding Tommy Manning dead or alive. Especially dead.
Okay. The coroner's report?
Yeah, I briefed that, too. Like this. Tommy Manning was dead on arrival. Not a mark on his body. He wasn't poisoned. No heart failure. Mysterious, huh?
Tartaglia.
Okay. Tommy Manning was drowned.
Drowned?
So it says on the report. Manning was, and I quote, forcibly held with his head underwater until he was drowned, and I unquote. Yeah, they figure it was in that fruit bowl on the table. Water was still clinging to the wax fruit. Twist, huh?
Yeah, funny killer. You got that list of character witnesses at Manning's trial?
Yeah. There was one. And the one was one Georgia Webb. Address, the Brighton Hotel for Women.
Brighton Hotel for Women, huh? That's quite a showplace.
Danny.
This one I'll brief for myself. The Brighton Hotel for Women stands at the edge of the park. And from its blood-granite threshold, you can watch the old men playing at bowls on the green. And through its plate glass doors, you look in on a pink plush world. A world of plaster cupids and crystal chandeliers with electric candles and mirrors. The reflection of mirrors. The room clerk is a crone in taffeta and tobacco-stained fingers who points you to a satin-tufted elevator. And the 5th floor is a hallway lighted with rails of fluorescent lamps. Some doors stood open. Georgia Webb's is closed.
Come in, wherever you are.
Georgia Webb?
Mm-hmm. Whatever you are, it's nice in here. Today they're good to me.
Who?
God, whispers, whatever it is that brought you to me. Come here and sit down and pour yourself a drink. Or maybe you don't drink.
I'm Danny Clover.
You didn't have to tell me that. What's in a name, as they say?
I'm Danny Clover, Broadway Special Detail.
Oh? Off duty?
No, Georgia.
I take it all back. Everything I've said, I take it all back.
I've been catching up on my reading. Only today I read where you were once Tommy Manning's girl.
Tommy Manning?
Yeah, a punk who ran away. I thought maybe you ran here, so you'd refresh your memory, so you'd remember his name. Tommy Manning.
If I knew him, it didn't make an impression. You know, there are men like that.
You testified at his trial. You gave your name, your address, and your testimony in a loud, clear voice. Clear enough and loud enough for me to hear 5 years later.
It's true. Your ears are cute.
Maybe you left something out 5 years ago, Georgia. Something you'd like to tell me now.
About Manning? Was it Tommy Manning?
Tommy Manning.
Why didn't you ask him? When you find him?
I found him. That's why I'm asking you. Because Tommy was dead.
Oh? How'd he die? Natural causes, or did you shoot him because you're a policeman and you can kill people?
Someone pushed his head in a bowl of water, and Tommy Manning was drowned. That's how he died.
Oh?
We don't like the way he died, because it could happen to other people. Like you, maybe.
Good goodness.
So maybe now you'll remember some things that Tommy didn't get to tell us.
Drowned.
There are better ways of dying.
You know, it's convincing how you talk. Tommy was a jerk who made deals. Everything was a deal. Even the manslaughter rap.
Explain it to me.
Tommy didn't kill that man. He was in Baltimore when it happened. But he confessed to it. For $20,000, he confessed to it.
He gave 5 years of his life for $20,000.
Tommy the deal maker. The poor crumb.
Why doesn't somebody answer that phone?
They will.
Let's go over it again, Georgia. You're saying a man was killed, that it was all a frame. Who made the deal with Tommy?
For you, dearie. All right. I'll be a minute, Danny.
Okay.
This is Georgia. Yeah. Wait a minute. All right. All right, yes. You can go now, policeman. Your time's up.
What?
Get out. Everything I told you was a lie. All the talk I made up was no good.
That phone call have anything to do with it?
Yes. You ask me and I tell you yes.
I told you not to talk anymore. Who told you that?
A man who likes it when people are dead. Now you understand why I've got nothing to say to you. You understand nothing you can do or think of can make me talk to you. Yeah. That's how it is, Danny boy.
And that's how it was. She really meant it. It was noon when I left the Brighton Hotel for Women. I told myself I could think better if I walked. When the walk was over, I might as well have taken a cab. Nothing came, no answers to anything, no progress, except that I was back at headquarters. In the first floor hallway, there's a bulletin board listing sheriff sales, police details, and used radios at a bargain. There was a man looking at it. He saw me and moved his lips over his teeth. This was supposed to mean he was smiling, which was supposed to mean he was glad to see me.
Hello, Lieutenant. Remember me?
James Arnold, isn't it? Faulkner's attorney.
Yes, Faulkner's my client.
You mean you work for him? You're his flunky.
Mr. Clover, I work for many people. My association with Faulkner is neither more nor less intimate than my association with my other clients. Understand, I work
for many people.
You've been wondering what I'm doing at police headquarters?
I'll be frank with you. I haven't given you a thought.
I know. That's how I affect people. Can we talk?
Aren't we?
Of course. I mean in private.
This is private.
Of course.
So talk.
Of course. Good things could happen to you, Lieutenant.
Every night, Mr. Arnold. Every night, I say, let good things happen to me. Now you know a secret.
Fine things, Lieutenant.
Like silks and satins, like me?
People are interested in you and want the best for you.
People want that. What people?
People. Nice people who want to see you get along.
Mind if I interrupt?
Of course, interrupt.
It's about Tommy Mannon, isn't it?
Of course.
Now, go on.
It isn't much. The nice people don't know what happened to Tommy. They don't want to know. They want this case closed as if Tommy were...
Dead?
Dead. They want this case closed. You can arrange it. Then nice things will happen to you.
I'll try, Mr. Arnold. I really will.
Splendid, Lieutenant. The nice people will be happy. You too. Goodbye, Mr. Clover.
Yeah. Tartaglia.
Yeah, Danny.
Send out a pickup for Georgia Webb, Brighton Hotel for Women. Pick her up and bring her down.
Item 2?
Call the press room and give them the whole story on Tommy Mannon. Tell them we found him dead, drowned, everything, the works.
Yeah, Danny.
Tell them this. Tell them we've got a witness who confessed everything, named Georgia Webb. She talked her head off. Got that?
Yeah.
Then do it.
Okay, Danny. Where are you going?
Home, Tartaglia. Home. I'm going to sleep. When I got home, the landlady had left 2 things for me. A bowl of matzo ball soup and a manila envelope. They both looked inviting, so I tried the envelope first. $5,000. The nice thing that Arnold had promised would happen to me came so fast to such a nice round sum. What more could a man want out of life? $5,000 in a dish of matzo balls. I ate the soup, kissed the landlady, put the $5,000 in an envelope addressed to the DA, pulled a chair over to the window and sat there, watching the city burst into fragments of electric flame. I must have sat there a long time, because when I awoke, the night had a new shadow. The shadow of a man named Faulkner.
I brought you the morning paper, Danny. They got your name all over it, splashed in red ink.
Oh, I knew I'd make it someday. Thanks, Faulkner. Here's a nickel for your trouble.
Red ink could be blood in the later editions, Danny.
Oh, a rotten place to sleep. A chair. Like some coffee? You can think better if you have coffee. And light.
They tell me you're a man of virtue, Clover. Gratitude's a virtue. So whoever told me lied.
It hurts you whenever people lie to you?
It hurts me when a man of virtue's ungrateful. You shouldn't have booked Georgia Webb. You shouldn't have made her talk. You shouldn't have taken my $5,000.
I've been naughty, haven't I?
I have one question for you, Detective Mine. One little question.
Your gun gives me 3 chances. I'll guess in 1. You want to know what Georgia told me?
Possibly. Possibly it doesn't matter. But tell me anyway.
You're bluffing, Faulkner. Your act is precious, is that the word? But you're bluffing. You're scared to death.
So? Tell me why. Explicitly.
Because your life depends on Georgia. Only, I've got her tucked away where you can't touch her. Explicit, huh? Put away the artillery, Faulkner. It could be deemed ungracious for guests. Come in.
Hello, Danny. Oh, you already have a visitor.
It's your counselor, Faulkner. Happy day. Come in, Arnold.
But now I don't have to come in. You already know what I came to tell you.
Tell me anyway.
Only that Faulkner is your man. The man who killed the policeman. The man who killed Tommy Mannon.
Are you insane, Arnold?
Watch him, Danny. He's dangerous.
Are you double-crossing?
I told you he was dangerous, Danny. He would have killed us both.
Yeah, you shot him good the first time, Arnold. Why did you waste another bullet? Come on, let's take a walk to headquarters.
Is it necessary?
Yeah, it's necessary. I want to straighten out the records.
Please, no joke.
Okay, no jokes. I'll be real sincere. Tommy Mannon took your rap, Arnold. You were the one who committed the manslaughter. Faulkner supplied a pigeon for you. Pigeon, one of his hoodlums, Tommy Mannon.
May I smoke?
Sure. Faulkner had to supply a pigeon because you knew all about Faulkner's operations. He was supposed to pay Tommy $20,000 for taking the rap.
Faulkner's lying on the floor over there. He's dead. You'll need proof of all this.
That's proof enough. You shot Faulkner in cold blood so that he'd never talk. To go on. When Tommy was transferred to New York, Faulkner went gunning for him so Tommy wouldn't talk. Only he missed and shot the wrong man. He killed a cop instead of Tommy.
How does all this theorizing concern me?
When you boys finally caught up to Tommy, you drowned him in a fruit bowl. Let's go, Arnold. I'm going to book you for the murder of Tommy Mannon.
You forgot something, Danny. I've still got my gun.
I hadn't forgotten. It's the chance I took. Arnold had already used 2 shots on Faulkner. I had to get him to throw away the other 4. All the while I'd been talking to him, I'd been edging toward the light switch. Now I flipped it. 1.
I'll kill you, Clover.
I had one advantage. I knew the apartment. Arnold didn't. The blackness, he could only fire at sound. I swept an ashtray off the table. 2. I picked up a book, heaved it at the window. 3. 1 more. I grabbed a chair and threw. 4. Okay, Arnold. Like I said, let's get you booked for murder. Broadway. It stretches out in front of you, livid scars slashed into the night. It's a cruel and fantastic carousel, a palace of fun, a hall of mirrors. You pay your way, and you take your choice. Me, I get in on a pass. I'm the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Say, want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission behind the enemy lines, knowing you may never return alive?
What you have just heard is the question asked during the war to agents of the OSS, ordinary citizens who to this question answered, yes.
This is Cloak and Dagger.
The sky hangs low over Burma. In 1944, it was more than just the smoke and dust haze that blankets it in the dry season. It was the tension in the air that weighed the clouds down so that they almost seemed to be pressing against the wings of our plane.
You ought to reach your objective in a few minutes, Mike.
Good.
I'll tell you when to hit the silk. You got everything?
Yep. Radio, supplies, I'm all set. Boy, that's thick jungle down there.
Thick with Japs.
That's what I mean. I looked down on the towering jungle-covered mountains of North Burma. I thought of the small band of Kutchin natives who were waiting to meet me. I thought about how pitifully outnumbered they were behind the enemy lines, and how they hated the Japs. And then, all of a sudden, I didn't have time to think anymore.
Lousy Jap fighter. What cloud did he crawl out of?
It's too late to run. We're in for it.
Sorry, you're going to be late for your appointment. Brother, what I could do with a tail gunner now. Hold on to your stomach, Mike. Going to see if I can loop and get behind him.
Ah, he's still on our tail.
Yeah, he looped right behind me.
He hit our engine. On fire.
Lousy.
Nice work. You got him. How bad are we hit?
We won't make it. We're going to try to belly land.
Can we jump?
Too low for that. Hold on.
Watch those trees.
I can't pull her up, Mike. I can't.
I was thrown from the plane when we crashed. I got off with nothing more than a leg that was bleeding pretty bad. When I crawled back to the wreck, I found the pilot. He wasn't so lucky. I started to run. I didn't know where I was going, but I started to run anyway, through the bamboo thickets. My leg was throbbing with pain, and I tripped. The pistol dropped out of my holster and disappeared into the high grass. I didn't have time to look for it. Somewhere to the north were the Kutchins. I had to get to them. This was headhunter country. In those days, Japs paid high prices for American scalps. After a while, my breath gave out. I couldn't go any further. My imagination put Japs and headhunters behind every tree. I told myself I had to stop. I told myself I didn't have enough wind to take another step. But I changed my mind when behind me I heard a twig snap. There was someone following. A quiet, stealthy someone on padded cat's feet. I kept on running into the river. I didn't bother to look first for crocodiles. The numbness from my bad legs spread all over me. I could hardly swim. All I wanted to do was get away from that shadow behind me. When I reached the opposite shore, I clambered onto a sandbar. Safe. Then I looked back. I saw that tireless shadow emerge from the bushes and flit silently across the river on a fallen tree trunk. My lungs were ready to burst. I pulled myself up again and fell over some roots and waited for that shadow to catch up with me. I just lay there and waited. Okay, you win. Where do we go from here? Well, say something. Don't just stand there. I probably won't be able to understand you, but say something anyway. The half-naked warrior just stood there staring at me, saying nothing. I'd have given anything to have had my gun back again. And all of a sudden I did. He just reached down and handed it to me. Hey, I don't get it. What's that card you're holding? Follow this guide. He will lead you to safety. Well, now you're talking.
Sure, and you couldn't look more surprised, Captain, than if the tall grass parted and you came on a field of four-leaf clovers.
I feel that way, Father.
Like you turned over a stone, and there we were.
Well, that's about it. I thought that native following me was a headhunter. I know they'd turn any American over to the Japs for a 2-pound bag of salt.
Ah, you're right there. Unholy savages that they are. We saw your plane fall, and I sent Ying here after you with that message written on the card. He's the fastest runner in the Cochin village. I'm sorry he put such a scare into you. Oh, forgive me, Captain Shea. Did I pull the bandage too tightly then?
No, it's okay. I don't mind it too much. When I think of what happened to the pilot, I was lucky.
Ah, yes. It was a pity about the pilot. Ying, the scissors, if you don't mind. Thank you. There. Oh, almost done now. Then we'll go out and you'll meet the villagers. The women have prepared a special banquet for you.
Oh, that's very nice of them. Have you been a missionary here in Burma long, Father?
Oh, for almost 12 years now. I hardly remember any other life. These good natives have all become sons and daughters to me. We've taught each other. I speak their language. They all speak English now.
They do?
As well as I. Almost.
Then I have a question, Father.
Yes?
How come Ying over there took 10 years off my life, chasing me through the jungle? Why didn't he say something?
Well, Ying didn't speak to you, Captain Shea, because he wasn't able to.
What?
He was a prisoner of the Japanese some time ago. They cut out his tongue. That other roll of bandage, please, Ying. Thank you. Colleen, put more wine in the bamboo cup for our guest, eh?
Yes, I will be happy to. Here you are.
What did you call her, Father?
Colleen. To make it easier for me, I've renamed many of the villagers. That woman stirring the big kettle is Kathleen, and the other beside her, Bridget.
I get the general idea.
And your name is Shea. Mike Shea. A good Irish name if I ever heard one.
Well, actually, Father, it's Michael Shikalnikov.
Would you mind repeating that?
Shikalnikov. It's Polish. I shorten it because everybody has trouble pronouncing it. Sometimes I have trouble myself spelling it.
Yeah, I see. Well, no matter. Tell me more about your mission.
Well, I was sent by the OSS to establish radio contact, Father, with the Northern Area Combat Command in Burma. Give them any information and help I can. That is, with your help, of course.
Ah, yes. Well, you'll find us of great assistance. Immediately after the banquet, you can find a place to set up your radio. So, how are you enjoying your meal?
My wife never made anything that tasted like this.
Do you like it?
Eat well. Let me fill your plate some more.
Thanks. It's very good. What is it?
We make it special for you today. White bees we boil for hours.
I guess I've had enough. I don't feel right moving you out of your hut, Father.
It's quite all right. I can easily find another basher. This is the best spot for your radio. I'll even leave you the decorations on the walls to inspire you.
Ginger Rogers, huh? That's your favorite pin-up?
Well, she's a fair lass, all right. She brightens up the basher.
Well, with your permission, then, I'll stick a snapshot of my wife up with the rest of these pictures. Yeah, that does it. You know, when I think of my wife, I feel a little guilty.
Why is that, my son?
Oh, I don't know. Thought of her going blind, squeezing all the news from home into V-mail, worrying herself sick about me. And all the time, I never felt more free in my life.
Yes, I know just what you mean. I love this life in the jungle, as well as the people, my people here. I don't think I could ever leave now, By the by, do you mind if I call you O'Shea?
No, not at all, Father O'Toole. Not at all. This jungle home was a far cry from the third-floor walk-up in New York and the job behind the desk in the insurance office. The Cutchin warriors aren't imposing figures. They're short, squat, with long matted hair and teeth worn to a black stub by beetle nut. They led a simple village life, eating rice, trapping wild pigs, the technique they also used in trapping wild Japs. But they were friendly, happy people, and life with them was pleasant. Until one afternoon when a report came in on the radio.
North Area Combat Command to Agent Shakalnikov.
Agent Shakalnikov of the OSS to North Area Combat Command. You're coming in clear, awaiting message. Come in. Over.
Capture of Jungle Town of Michina and its airstrip is vital to aid Allied advance in Burma. Battalions of American marauders will attempt capture. They will rely on your help to get them through the jungle. Over.
Agent Shakalnikov to headquarters. Have small band of Cutchins organized. We will do what we can. Awaiting further instructions. Over.
Other native armies under OSS leadership have been alerted. Stand by. Stand by. This is imperative. Over and out.
Well...
What? Oh, Father O'Toole, I didn't see you standing there. You heard?
I heard, O'Shea.
This is a big push, all right. That airport at Michina could mean success or failure of the whole American campaign in Burma.
I'll get our warriors ready. In the meantime, there's nothing we can do but wait for orders.
That's always the worst part of it. Wait.
Quiet! Quiet, my children, quiet! Now, it is as I have told you. When the order comes from the Americans, we will advance upon the enemy.
We leave now, Father. Catch enemy ourselves.
No. That's not the way we must work from now on. The American will be our leader. We will do as he says. We will follow Captain O'Shea.
North Area Combat Command to Agent Shakalnikov in Burma. A battalion of marauders on the way to Michina has been cut off from the main body of the column and lost in the jungle. Radio contact gone. Find them and supply reinforcements. Over.
Agent Shakalnikov to headquarters. We'll do the best we can. Over and out. Well, we've waited 2 weeks for an assignment, but when it came, it was a beauty.
Well, the problem, O'Shea, is locating that battalion. Now, it occurs to me...
Yes, Father.
It occurs to me that if they're surrounded by the Japanese somewhere in the jungle, the Japanese themselves would know exactly where that spot is.
Father, I don't get you.
Well, there's a Japanese bivouac less than 6 miles from here. There are undoubtedly Japanese high command who have the information we're after.
I've got you now, Father. Let one of the scouts come with me to show me the way through the jungle. We'll sneak into that Jap camp and bring one of the officers back with us.
Well, the two of you alone?
Sure. Too many of us and we're liable to get caught. Just a couple of us can make it.
All right. Wait till the moon is halfway across the sky. Then go. And the Lord go with you.
When the moon was halfway across the sky, the scout and I set out. Back through the jungle I'd come from. Only this time I was a shadow, too. Slipping behind the bamboo thickets. Cutting my way through the dense jungle foliage. We didn't talk much. Only what was necessary.
Jap camp close now.
Good.
Jap camp there, ahead. See through bushes.
Yeah, I see. All those fires lit. Must be some kind of a powwow going on.
Sentry. There. Where finger point.
Yeah, I see him.
We will surprise sentry. Sneak in camp from there.
Right behind you.
No talk. Quiet. No talk. Noise. Bring many chaps.
Okay, through the bushes. Follow me.
Watch for snakes.
Is that all you're worried about? What about the tigers, wild boars, Komodo lizards?
Watch snakes.
Snake.
You move. He strikes.
What do we do? Can you get him with a stick? A rock?
Gun best.
Gun, they'll hear us.
Gun best. Rock no good. Stick no good. If I miss, you die. Gun. Boom.
I stood there like somebody who had been frozen dumb and stiff. My heart was pounding like a jungle tom-tom. If he killed the snake, the Japs were sure to come running. If he didn't... He raised his gun slow. Slow. The snake was swaying back and forth.
Dead. Snake. Much dead.
He killed him all right, but we didn't have time to escape back into the foliage. After that, nothing's clear in my mind. There were Japs all around us, yelling like crazy, and lots of guns going off. And the Cochin scout fell flat on his face, dead. Then somebody butted me from behind with a pistol. And the moon went out of the heavens. And the sky that hangs low over Burma came down and hit me in the face.
Wake up, American. Wake up.
What? Huh? What happened? Oh, my head.
I am Colonel Haiichi of the Japanese High Command. I regret that we were forced to render you such stormy welcome.
Colonel Haiichi, eh? You speak English pretty well.
Massachusetts Institute of Technology, class 37.
DeWitt Clinton High School, the Bronx, class of 33.
We will get along well, I think, if we make a little trade.
What kind of a trade?
Your life for little information.
I see.
The American marauders. I want to know their numbers, their positions, their objective.
I don't know. If I did, I wouldn't tell you.
God. Oh. That whip was sample. We have much more in store for you if you do not agree to be more agreeable to our simple requests. I give you 24 hours to think it over, American.
The hut they threw me into was small and dark. There was a sentry posted at the entrance. What I remember most about those 24 hours was the heat. Wet, sticky heat that made my skin crawl and my lips dry. It was a cute trick of the MIT graduate class of 37 to let the water drip from a pipe right outside the barred window. After a while, it begins to get you when you're thirsty.
You get up. Get up.
Huh?
Colonel Aichi, see you now. Up, American. Up.
Okay, get your hands off me. What's that?
Stampede. Elephants.
Oh. Good work, Ying. Good work. That's one less Japanese to worry us. Father O'Toole, where'd you come from? What is this?
No time for long explanations now, lad. They outnumbered us 50-1, and we needed heavy ammunition. Elephants were the heaviest we could find.
Yeah, but how did you...
Well, when you didn't come back, I sent a runner. We found the body of the scout. Come, we must leave now.
Yeah, but the information I came to get.
Oh, that. We'll take it with us.
Cochin warriors in this village have a grudge against your people, Colonel Hayachi. Maybe you can tell us why.
You cannot frighten me, American. You get no information from me.
Shoes on the other foot now, huh?
So it would seem.
Ying. I'd like you to meet Ying, Colonel Hayachi. Some months ago, he was a Japanese prisoner. His tongue was cut out. I'm going to turn you over to Ying.
No. No.
He can ask you questions his own way. Go on, take him.
No, get him away from me. I will tell you what you want to know. I will tell you where we have surrounded lost battalion. I tell you where they are.
That's more like it. Start talking. The warriors got ready to attack, and a great holiday spirit took over the village.
But we must come. We always come, O'Shea, when our warriors go ambush Japanese.
But this is crazy. I can't have a lot of women and kids and old men tagging along.
We go. Old men carry flintlock, muzzle loader. Women, we do our job also.
Now, wait a minute.
When battle finish, women cook big party, samba deer, monkey meat.
What, and serve it piping hot in the front lines? Nothing doing. I'm going to see Father O'Toole about this.
You have your troubles, I have mine, O'Shea.
But we can't let that whole tribe come along. This isn't kids' play.
They'll come whether you like them to or not, O'Shea. They always do. In the meanwhile, look at my predicament. Some son of Satan stole me false teeth. What am I to do without me teeth?
Father O'Toole, please. We haven't much time. Aichi gave us a map. We know where the marauders and the Jap attackers are. But we won't do them any good just sitting here.
I'm not just sitting here, O'Shea. I'm trying to find me teeth.
The whole village went along, whether I liked it or not. And Father O'Toole came along, too. Without his teeth. The Cutchin warrior knew the back trails of the jungle as well as I knew 42nd Street. Ying seemed to be the leader, and he led us through little-known passes along hidden underbrush, closer and closer to the spot where we knew the Japs had the American battalion cut off, helpless, just where they wanted them. No one made a sound, and Ying held up his hand. What is it, Ying?
This junction of the two trails. He's not sure which one to take. That's it, Ying, isn't it?
Well, why don't we split up? Half of us go one way and the other.
No. There aren't enough of us. The Cutchins have their own methods.
Why is Ying pointing at me?
He's given you the honor of contributing a hair from your head.
A what?
A hair from your head. Here, let me have one. Ah, thank you. Here you are, Ying.
Why is he throwing it on the ground?
We'll go in the direction the hair points.
It's not very scientific.
No, but it always works. Ah, it points to the right. We'll go to the right.
You're right, Father O'Toole. It did work. Here are the Japs. And there are the marauders dug into those foxholes.
Yeah, they're surrounded all right, poor lads.
So I wonder they held out this long.
Our business, then, is to attack the enemy from the rear and give the battalion a chance to hit back.
We can't attack them. There's too many of them. We'll have to ambush them.
Yes, true. Aye, if only I had me teeth, I could think better.
Ying, some of you others, come here. Listen, our only chance is to draw them off from the left. There's a clearing there. It'll give the marauders a chance to get out of that encirclement.
We chase Jap soldier up here. We set trap for them.
That's the idea.
Panji! We make Panji!
Panji? What's that?
Hey, you want a trap set? Watch. You're about to witness the Cutchin's secret weapon.
What are they doing?
They're whittling those bamboo poles to sharp points. Then they'll stick them at a slant beneath the underbrush on either side of the trail. When the enemy passes, our warriors will fire, and the Japanese will dive to the sides.
I get it, and cut themselves to ribbons. Very effective. Very pretty. The natives worked quickly, the women helping them whittle the bamboo to razor points. When everything was ready, I took a few of our men to the left flank, and we fired. And they ran right into our trap. Very effective. Not so pretty. They committed mass harikari all along the trail. That's all there was to it.
Well, I never thought we'd get out of those foxholes alive, Captain Shakolnikov. Thanks for helping us chase the rest of the Japs off.
I'm glad we could help, Major. The Cutchins will lead you the rest of the way through the jungle so you can rejoin the main body of your column.
Can we leave now?
Oh, no, Major. The women would be insulted. All during the battle, they were busy preparing the victory feast.
Pretty sure of themselves, weren't they?
Good wives. They have confidence in their husbands. The feast is ready. They're even dressed for it.
Look at that. Flowers in their hair and everything. All dressed up.
One of them is overdressed. Colleen, come here.
Yes, Father?
Don't you yes, Father me. What do you got around your neck?
Well,
Pretty necklace. I bow for the victory.
My false teeth. Now, you find yourself another necklace and give them back to me.
No, then I have nothing. This pretty...
I said...
Colleen, listen to me. Here's something prettier. My sharpshooter's medal.
Sharpshooter?
Mm-hmm. Every American soldier has one to give to the prettiest girl he meets. Would you like it?
So shiny. Ribbon pretty, too. Father O'Toole, you have back your teeth.
Ha! Captain Shekolnikov, you're worthy of the name of O'Shea.
The capture of the vital airstrip and the ultimate conquest of Myitkyina was due to the combined efforts of the marauders who attacked it and the Kutchin warriors who helped them and harassed the enemy all along the way. And once more, the report of an OSS agent closes with the words,
Mission accomplished.
A further adventure in black warfare is next week's
Cloak and Dagger.
Heard in today's Cloak and Dagger adventure were Raymond Edward Johnson, Carl Weber, Bill Quinn, Joe Julian, Everett Sloan, Inga Adams, Jackson Beck, and Jerry Jarrett. The script was written by Winifred Wolfe and Jack Gordon. Music was under the direction of John Gart. Today's true OSS adventure was based on the book Cloak and Dagger by Corey Ford and Alistair McBain. This has been a Louis G. Cowan production, in association with Alfred Hollander, and was under the direction and supervision of Sherman Marks. Robert Warren speaking. Do you enjoy a capricious caper or a melodramatic mystery? NBC offers 3 of the best for your pleasure later today. A giant among men, the big guy leads off, with Vincent Price as the saint close behind. Topping off this list is Sam Spade, license number 137596, in the Elmer Longtail caper. So listen for 3 top mysteries on NBC.
I'd like to tell you folks about Kraft's golden cheese food, Velveeta. Velveeta is such good eating. Just taste that grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And Velveeta is so good for you. It's rich in important food values from milk itself. For swell-tasting snacks, for good hearty sandwiches, for thrifty, easy hot dishes, it's smart to keep stocked with Velveeta. Get it tomorrow in the handy quarter-pound package or in the economical 2-pound loaf. The cheese food of top quality. Velveeta is made only by Kraft.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission behind the enemy lines, knowing you may never return alive?
What you have just heard is the question asked during the war to agents of the OSS. Ordinary citizens who to this question answered, yes.
This is Cloak and Dagger.
Black warfare, espionage, international intrigue. These are the weapons of the OSS. Today's adventure, Direct Line to Bombers, the story of an American OSS agent who, during the height of the war, directed from the streets of Berlin an American attack, is suggested by actual incidents recorded in the Washington files of the Office of Strategic Services. A story that can now be told.
After you get back from a mission, you sit around and there's nothing to do but sit around. So that's what I did. I sat in a room in Milton Hall in England where OSS agents are trained. I thought about the restaurant on 6th Avenue I wanted to open after the war. I was never so bored in my life. Yeah.
Hey, Nicky, the colonel wants to see you. Very important.
Okay, pal. Tell my pal, the colonel, I'll be there and win the war for him. Da 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 da. And that was how it all began, November 1944. After that, I didn't have time to be bored.
I know you've just come back from a mission in France, Lieutenant, so it's strictly up to you if you want to go out again immediately.
Oh, now listen, pal. Colonel. If I have to sit around here and do nothing, I'll blow my top.
You speak German, don't you?
Well enough to know that Hitler speaks a lousy German, full of grammatical errors. If I see him, I'll tell him. Eh?
You may be closer to him than you think. Corporal?
Yes, Colonel.
Send in Professor Warburg.
That's how I met the professor. He was a little guy with a beard. He weighed about as much as 10 cents worth of liver. And he reminded me of my chemistry teacher back in Lincoln Junior High School.
Professor, tell Lieutenant Olesnikos just what you told me.
With the greatest of pleasure, Colonel. Lieutenant, I am an escaped political prisoner of the Nazis, and I am here in England illegally. And you just walked into headquarters and told that to the colonel, huh? Don't you know you can be interned? I know that very well. But I can no longer sit by and be idle while I have a plan that I know can help the Allies.
What Professor Warburg suggests, Lieutenant, is that he be parachuted into Germany with another agent, make his way to Berlin.
I assure you I can move about Berlin blindfolded. I know it well. Berlin? This could be interesting. What then? Then, with a radio transmitter, we could pinpoint military targets to American planes overhead. We could direct bombs from the streets of Berlin itself. Now, wait a minute. Walk around with a walkie-talkie in the middle of a raid carrying on conversation with bombers? When do we leave, pal? I am ready any time. Today, tomorrow, yesterday. The professor may have been ready yesterday, but the OSS wasn't. First, we were briefed for weeks how to get food coupons in Berlin, how to buy a railroad ticket, how to post a letter, how to greet a German officer in the street. Little things, an American cigarette, an English match, a laundry mark could give us away. And there were big things, too. We were grilled for hours on cover stories. Forgeries became documents. Fiction became fact. Passes, stamps, signatures. Everything authentic, everything ersatz, including my manners and habits. Till I was ready to pass as a citizen of Berlin. And then a plane took us high over German soil, and we jumped. We made it, Nicky. Yeah? It's only a few kilometers to Berlin. We can walk it, make it before daylight. We should find the farmer who owns this field and say Dankeschön for providing us with so ideal a landing place. Yeah, we'll send him a letter sometime. Right now, let's get out of here.
You will wait where you are. Kindly keep your hands in the air, unless you want that I blow your heads off, or that my dog tear you to bits. Quiet, Ron. You've been a good dog keeping so still.
Well, as your farmer, Professor, you still want to say Dankeschön?
Sit still. Do not talk.
You have made a mistake, my friend. My companion and I got lost trying to find the road. We came by accident on your field.
That's right. We both of us only recently discharged from the army. If you would care to see our papers right here in this knapsack.
If you don't keep your hands up, I will let the dog go for your throat. I do not care to see your papers. I saw you parachute from an American plane.
Uh-oh.
Walk now to the barn. Rolf will see to it that you stay there. Won't you, Rolf?
The German farmer left us in the barn, and he didn't have to lock the door. That big black Doberman with the impatient fangs watched us as if he wanted us to make a move so we could jump.
Oh, if we get out of this, my friend, I shall never again be a dog lover.
Professor, don't move, don't turn your head, just listen to me.
Yeah, I'm listening.
There's some harness straps hanging on a hook right over my head. I noticed them when I came in. If I can pull them down fast enough, I'll throw them over the dog when he leaps, try to entangle.
Yeah, but
there's some horse blankets near you. When I pull down the straps, throw the blanket over him. It's got to be fast. Better work.
I'm ready.
On 3, then. 1. Nice, boy. Nice. Big, ugly mutt. 2. 3. The harness caught on the nail as I tried to pull it down, and the dog leaped at my neck. And then the nail came off, too, and the straps fell across the dog's snout. The professor flung the blankets over the dog's head.
I have him, Nicky, but I can't hold him.
The shovel. Where's that shovel I saw?
Hurry. I can't hold him.
Now, I hit him again and again. And then suddenly the only sound in the barn was the dull thud of the shovel. The dog didn't move or make a sound. He never would again.
We had better get out now.
Yeah, let's go.
The smell of a bakery is always good.
How fortunate it is I have only this morning made Pfefferkuchen, Joseph. Just the way you always liked it.
How good to see you again, Anna. I told my friend Nicky that you would take us in, help us.
Natürlich, Nicky. I will do anything I can.
We may stay here then, huh, Anna? Oh. If all goes well, we will leave right after the raid tomorrow night.
Yeah, 24 hours, all we need.
Of course you may stay. I still live above the bakery. There is an extra room. My grandson, Emil, will not be home from the youth camp for a week yet.
Youth camp?
What could I do, Nicky? What could anyone do in these days in Berlin but ride with the wind? Until there is a chance to fight against it. Helping you and your mission will give me my chance.
Little Emil. 8 years ago seemed like only yesterday. I used to sit with him on my lap here in this bakery and twirl my gold watch on the chain for him. Remember, Anna, how he laughed?
Yeah, I remember. He has forgotten you by now. And you would not know him. He's 13 years old.
Oh, 13 years old.
Already they have poisoned his mind. I cannot get to him. I do not dare. He's a little parrot speaking only what is taught him. Nicky, some more coffee?
No, thank you, Frau Leitner.
More Pfefferkuchen or Apfelstrudel. A specialty of my shop. Apfelstrudel.
No, thanks.
6 years ago, at this very table, I had Emil on my lap when the Gestapo walked in and arrested me. Yeah. They did not like what I taught in their school.
What's that? Someone's coming.
I don't know who it can be. Customers never come by this late.
Grandmother, surprise, I'm home.
Emil!
What is, man?
Emil, your manners. These are friends, just passing through Berlin. They are just staying the night. This is Herr Neudeck and Herr Josef.
Wie geht's?
Heil Hitler.
Oh, yes, of course. Heil Hitler.
I did not expect you until next week, Emil. How is it you are here so early?
I won a great honor, which I want to tell you about. I did not know I'd have to share it with strangers.
Shame, Emil. These men were soldiers of the fatherland.
Yeah?
Yes, Emil, we were both with the elite guard of one of Rommel's Panzer divisions.
Rommel.
Yes, that is before we received our medical discharges.
Oh, Rama. Sit down, my boy. I will bring you something to eat, yeah?
Don't you want to hear about the honor I received? Look, grandmother, on my sleeve.
A red swastika.
Yeah, red for the youth movement, and a swastika because I learned my lessons faster than the others. The commander-in-chief of the whole youth movement awarded me my swastika, and he told me I could take my vacation a week early. Are you proud of me, grandmother?
Yeah, my boy. Yeah. Let me get you something to eat.
Oh, no, I'm too tired. Going up to bed. Grandmother said you were staying here. Will I see you in the morning, gentlemen?
Well, I'm not sure.
Oh, they will be here. Now that you are home, Emil, I will sleep on the couch and give them my room.
No, please.
Oh, it is all right. It is settled.
Good. Perhaps then, Herr Joseph, you will tell me about Rommel. A great leader.
Yes, perhaps. We will see you in the morning, Emil.
Why do you stare at me?
Do I stare, boy?
I thought so. Have I met you before, Herr Joseph?
No, I am sure not.
Your face. Ever since I came in. Grandmother, have I met him here before?
No, Emil. Herr Joseph was here before you were born, even. You have never seen him. It has been years, 15 maybe, before you were born.
I suppose so. Well... Good night.
Professor, he wouldn't remember, would he?
Oh, how could he, Nicky? He was a baby that last day Joseph saw him. Barely 5 years old. And the professor was 30 pounds heavier at least. And clean-shaven.
Yeah. Anna is right, Nicky. Do not worry. He could not remember. Do not worry.
But I couldn't help worrying. I lay awake half the night thinking about that kid in the room next door. The 13-year-old puppet with the new red swastika. It was just a feeling I had, a funny kind of feeling at the pit of my stomach that made me wish they'd kept him in that youth camp until after we were gone. When I got up, the sun had been up for hours, and so had the professor. I went downstairs to the bakery. There was the smell of fresh bread baking, and I knew Frau Leitner was in the kitchen. But the professor was sitting at the table, swinging his watch on the gold chain and talking to that German quiz
what
kid.
What else have you learned, Emil?
But why do you want to know?
Oh, I'm just interested. I want to see how well you have earned that swastika.
I stood at the bottom of the stairs and
We
listened.
have a leader who has
They didn't
revolutionized
see
Germany.
me.
He is the greatest man who ever was or will be. When I joined the Führer's organization, the man in charge said, "Join no other organization but this. Forward, forward, the banner leads us to eternity."
Oh, you have learned your lesson well.
Herr Joseph, are you sure I have never seen you before?
Of course not, my boy.
I seem to remember.
Herr Josef.
Good morning, Herr Neudeck.
Since we're just passing through Berlin, don't you think we ought to see a few of the sights before we leave?
Yeah, you are right. We will leave now. Perhaps later, Emil, we will talk more.
The raid was scheduled for that night, and the professor and I had a lot of work to do. We made arrangements to meet about 4:30 that afternoon at a tavern on Wilhelmstrasse. We went separate ways. I did a lot of walking, and I made a lot of notes in my head. The Klingenberg power plant was still functioning. The Ostkreuz junction of the city railroad had been repaired. There was an ammunition dump on the north side that our bombers couldn't see from the air. It was a nice day. A lot of Germans were walking the streets, and I made a lot of notes in my head.
You wish to order now, mein Herr?
Nine, later. I am waiting for a friend. The professor was 15 minutes late, and I started to get nervous. Maybe somebody had recognized him. I sat there and sweated it out. 15 minutes, 20 minutes, half hour. And then he finally came. But he wasn't alone.
Herr Neudeck, this is Hauptmann Müller. We met only this afternoon, and I invited him to come and have dinner with us.
It was not quite that way, Herr Neudeck. It was I who insisted upon coming along.
Gewiss, sit down.
You were with one of Rommel's panzer divisions, I understand.
Yes, we were only recently discharged from the army.
Myself, I am just back. We will have much to talk about. Where is that stupid waiter? They're never around when you need them.
He will be here presently.
Presently is not soon enough. I will go to see him myself. I'll be right back.
Where did you pick him up?
He found me, my friend. There is a reservoir near the rail line. I was looking around. I think he was a little suspicious at first, but when I told him I was with Rommel, he became more friendly. Yeah, I am beginning to believe I was in Africa myself.
Just the same, I wish you could have shaken him. What did you find out?
It was a profitable afternoon. And you?
A profitable afternoon.
Good. Shh, he comes back.
Yes. At first, it seems strange to me that Herr Joseph here should show so much interest in the reservoir.
Well, I was merely taking a stroll, getting reacquainted with Berlin.
Then I watched you. I saw you walk down towards the rail line. That was when I stopped you and began to talk.
We are both glad you did, Herr Hauptmann. Give us this opportunity to get acquainted.
Yeah.
Hope we shall see more of you while we're in the capital.
Perhaps, Herr Neudeck. Perhaps you shall see a great deal of me. I think I shall call the waiter and order some brandy. Oh, but I see you have not yet finished your meal, Herr Neudeck. You're still eating.
It's very good. Our diet at the hospital was not so varied.
No doubt.
Everything I ate stuck in my throat.
I know one of
wouldn't
the
go
nurses.
down. I knew that German officer was watching me as he talked.
Yes.
Watching me strangely, and I didn't know why. I knew that something was wrong, and I didn't know what. The professor felt it too.
Her name is Gertrude, this little Fräulein I tell you about. And she has friends. Some very pretty friends. You would like to meet them, perhaps?
Yes, we would like to very much, Herr Hauptmann.
How you would have enjoyed them. We might have had great fun together. All of us. Unfortunately, you may be otherwise engaged with the Gestapo.
What did you say, Herr Hauptmann?
I have been watching you all through dinner, Herr Neudeck. You are an American. Do not move, either of you. I have my hand on my gun.
Well, surely you're joking.
No European eats the way you do. To change the fork from the left hand to the right after the knife is used. At first, it escaped me. I just knew something bothered me. Then I realized what it was.
There it was. The little thing that could put a rope around my neck.
Americans hold the fork sideways in the right hand.
In my nervousness, I'd forgotten a little thing like that European manner of
The
eating.
Gestapo will be very pleased.
The sharp knife I'd been eating with was still in my hand.
Very pleased.
Almost as if it
Both
moved by
now get
itself,
up.
it
Very
disappeared
quiet.
under the table
Keep your
and
hands in
halfway
the
into
air.
the German officer.
Good work, Nicky.
Good. I was stupid to get myself into that jam in the first place. We're not out of this yet. Waiter!
Ja, mein Herr.
Check, please. Our friend has had a little too much to drink. We will take him home.
Ja, right away.
Between the two of us, we managed to get him out of there. His head was rocking back and forth like a drunk. The knife was still in him, so the blood didn't flow very much. He kept his cape around him.
All right. There is no one around here, Nicky. We can dump him behind this shed.
All right. We're beginning to leave a trail a mile long. So long, pal. It was nice meeting you. Come on, Professor. Let's go. When we got back to the bakery, there was more trouble waiting for us. Trouble 61 inches high, weighing about 110 pounds, wearing a new red swastika on his arm.
no mistake.
They're in the kitchen. Something is wrong.
Don't like the sound of that. Come on.
Confusing you with someone else, Amy.
No. Why are you so stubborn? This morning when we were that watch on the chain, I thought I remembered something, and just now how I did.
Oh, you have never seen Herr Josef before, Amy.
I have. When I was very little, the Gestapo came. They arrested a man with a gold watch on a chain. I tell you, he is the same one.
Emil, they do not even look alike.
And what about this broadcast radio I found hidden in your bedroom in a hat box?
It's called a walkie-talkie, Emil.
What?
Give it back to me.
Nicky! Josef!
Come back. You see, we've wasted time. I should have gone to the authorities right away. They have tricked you, grandmother.
He knows, Anna?
I am afraid so. I've been holding him here, hoping you would return.
What did you say? You knew, grandmother, didn't you? They didn't trick you at all. Traitor! You're a traitor, too!
Amy,
get away from me! I hate you!
Nicky, get him! He's trying to run!
Yeah, I got him.
Let me go! I'll report you to the Gestapo. They kill you. They have you
You're
shot.
not going to report anyone. What'll I do with him?
Upstairs, his bedroom. Lock him there until after you have gone.
Right.
Let go of me! Get your hands off me! I hate you all! Let me go!
You will have to come with us when we leave here tonight, Anna. You cannot stay now.
Professor is right, Frau Leitner. That kid upstairs will turn you over to the Nazis so fast you won't know what happened to you.
My little Emil, turn me in. Josef, would he?
Yeah, I'm afraid he would, Anna. It is best that you come with us. We are going to try to get through the lines into France. Once there are underground workers who will help us.
Yeah. Nicky, is it all right if I bring this tray of food up to him? He has not eaten. He's still such a little boy.
Yeah, sure. You take it up, but don't untie his hands, remember?
Yes, I will remember.
Well, the raid ought to start soon. Let's go over this map. Make sure we have everything right, huh?
Yeah. No, the rail line is here.
Mm-hmm.
Sector 2, grid B3.
And if our bombers knock that out, Berlin's transportation is completely crippled. And here, on the map, power plant is in Sector 6, grid G5.
Nicky, he's gone.
What?
Yeah, his hands. He got them loose. He lowered himself from the window with the bedsheets. What are we to do? He'll bring the Gestapo back with him.
We don't know how long he's been gone. Professor, the window, quick.
Yeah.
The back door.
There is a car coming. I
There
can
is-
see it.
There is an alley and
Now,
we can...
look, no time. They'll have this place surrounded. How do you get to the roof?
The roof, yeah. Up those stairs. We can go to the other rooftops and perhaps escape.
There better be no perhaps about it. We went up to the attic stairs and onto the roof. You could see the Germans from there. 4 of them in black shirts spilled out of an armored car. 2 of them broke in through the front door. 2 of them started around to the rear. And then we heard Amy.
There they are up there! On the road!
Emil, my boy, don't...
Anna! Nicky, she's dead.
Well, it won't do her any good if we stay here. Come on, across the parapet.
Air raid.
Oh, that's music to my ears. At least it'll keep them from getting more help right now.
Stay where you are! Surrender now and it will go easier with you!
Come and get us, pal. One of them did try to come and get us, and he got it first. Right between the eyes. He swayed for a few seconds back and forth, and then he fell off the roof onto the street.
That's one of them, Nicky. There are only 2 left.
2? Well, what happened to the third?
Nicky, behind you!
4th Nazi had come up the other way, through somebody else's attic and onto the roof behind.
Get your hands up!
And now there are just 2 left, Professor. Hey, Professor, what is it?
My leg. I can't move it. I can't go any further, Nicky.
What happened afterwards was a nightmare. It was as if the earth cracked wide open. It was red hot, burning, and the noise of the planes and the yak-yak and the German guns and the bombing made my stomach turn. We crouched behind a parapet and I held them off while the professor directed the bombers.
Attention, bombers. The Klingenberg power plant is still functioning and supplies electric power to vital industries. Bomb Sector 6, grid G5. The Ostkreuz junction of the city railroad has been repaired. Knock it out and all traffic in Berlin will be stopped. Sector 2, grid D3. All right. Go now, Nicky, while there is a chance. I can hold them off long enough for you to get away.
I can't leave you here.
No, they won't take me. Don't worry.
Now look, I'll carry you. We'll make it. Come on.
Listen to me, Nicky. Go across the next two rooftops and then down through the skylight. There is a tailor shop.
Yeah, but Professor...
Go out the back door there. It leads to an alley. Once over the fence, on the cover of the raid, you can make it.
Now look, I won't go without you.
All right, I will change your mind. Attention! Attention, bombers!
Hey, what are you doing?
Attention, bombers! Imperative. Wait 2 minutes and bomb crossroads at Sector 7, grid D3.
Hey, Professor, what are you doing? You're crazy. That's here, this sector.
Go on, run. Run, Nicky. I'll cover you.
I ran. I stumbled and fell and got up and ran again. When I got down in the alley through the tailor shop, I kept on running. And then the bomb fell and the concussion rocked the ground and I went flat on my face. When I looked back, I knew that our bombers had made another direct hit. The professor had not only held off the Germans while I got away, but had kept them there until it was too late for any of them. A little German bakery that specialized in Apfelstrudel folded up as if it had been made of matchsticks. Somewhere in the wreckage, the professor, with his gold watch on the chain, was buried under it. And overhead, the planes headed back. There was nothing left for me there. I headed back, too.
Lieutenant Gus Olesnikus made his way to France and after months from there to England. But his direction of the bombing raid from the target itself kept some of Berlin's major industries crippled and its transportation system paralyzed. And once again, the report of an OSS agent closes with the words,
"Mission accomplished."
Listen next week when we again present
Cloak and Dagger.
Heard in today's Cloak and Dagger adventure were Everett Sloan, Bill Zuckert, Lily Darvas, Barry Kroger, Michael Artist, Raymond Edward Johnson, Carl Weber, Jerry Jarrett, Bobby Weil, and Brad Barker. Script was written by Winifred Wolfe and Jack Gordon. Music was under the direction of John Gart. Today's true OSS adventure was based on the book Cloak and Dagger by Corey Ford and Alistair McBain. This has been a Louis G. Cowan production in association with Alfred Hollander, and was under the direction and supervision of Sherman Marks. NBC offers 3 of radio's top mystery adventure shows, The Big Guy, Sam Spade, and The Saint. So if mysteries are your meat, listen in tonight. Next, hear High Adventure, then The Big Guy.
You know, everybody's working at top speed these days. The times demand the best we've got. And the best, when it comes to coffee, is measured in terms of flavor. The demands we place upon coffee today are greater than ever before. Every cup must measure up. Every sip must hit the spot. Now, not only to fill its all-important place as part of a good meal, but for the boost fine coffee gives, the lift to help you get things done. And besides that, since the shortage makes rationing necessary, each cup should make up in excellence for the cups we don't get in between. Now, to fill the bill and more than fill it, get Chase & Sanborn coffee. You'll marvel that a single cup can hold so much delicious flavor. The secret is that Chase & Sanborn is more than one coffee. It's the finer ones blended. And today our experts are turning out the richest, most satisfying, most flavorful blend of our entire history. You want all the flavor you can get, so get all the flavor you can. Every time you part with a precious ration coupon, ask for Chase & Sanborn. Naturally, nowadays, with so many others buying Chase & Sanborn, too, your grocer may sometimes run out. If he should, please understand and cooperate. And the next time, be sure to ask again for Chase & Sanborn coffee.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
Washington calling counter spy. Washington calling counter spy. Calling counter spy. Washington calling counter spy. Washington calling counter spy. Harding, counter spy, calling Washington. Harding, counter spy, calling Washington. Phillips H. Lords, counter spy. Phillips H. Lord's Counter Spy, a dramatization packed with thrills and adventure. The exciting story of our undercover agents fighting against enemy spies within our borders. Phillips H. Lord's Counter Spy. All over this great country tonight is an invisible army of men and women highly trained to protect us from professional enemy spies within our borders. Imagine chief counter spy of them all as David Harding. Imagine it's storming tonight. In just what state, we can't say, but we're at war. Giving out of weather conditions is now prohibited. But there's a bad storm tonight. We can tell you it's in a southern state. It's especially bad in a dark, swampy section where a little shack is built on stilts out over a shallow beach on the ocean. It's windy, too. Inside this shack, two men are seated at a table, and with greasy, dirty cards, are playing gin money.
Hey, Butch, close the door, will you? How can I think with the sound of the waves and the wind?
Okay.
But you're right across the door yourself sometime. Okay, Butch. You drawing or you taking the Queen of Hearts?
I'm taking the Queen of Hearts.
Ah, saving Queen, huh?
Yeah. There's a pretty card of tray. You want it? Well, who that is?
Put that gun back in your pocket, you fool. Come in. Come in and shut that door. You want to blow us out of here? Well, what do you want?
Listen, Mr. Tony, I'd like to get my pay. I'm getting through, and I want to get my resignation.
What's the matter, Sam? Are we paying you enough?
Yes, sir. You paying me enough, but I was a man who's got 14 children, and you gentlemen ain't mine. I think I was going to retire.
Now, look here. You only been here 2 weeks. We just got you broke in.
Yeah. That's a big idea, trying to quit. Well, I don't like so many secrets. Everybody got secrets. Things is awful funny. I was a man with 14 children. Ever since I've been married, I've been going to church once a month. I don't like the funny things that's going on here. I just want my pay.
Listen here, Sam. Before you started working for us, there were 2 other men working here. They wanted to quit. That was the last time they was ever heard of.
Yes, sir. I knows about that, too. They done work here, and then they go away, and nobody never hear nothing about them. I want to quit.
But we don't want you to quit. And you're not going to quit.
I'm sorry, sir, but my mind's made up. Stop fooling with him, Tony. I'll tell him straight. Hey, you listen. Out down in waters, there's a lot of alligators, and less than 20 feet from you, the sharks come in. You don't want to quit, do you? I does. I was a man with 14 children, and when I makes up my mind, it's made up. If you had 14 children, you'd know that when you makes up your mind and says something, there ain't no one making.
Now, you listen for the last time. If you don't want to be shark bait, you change your mind, understand?
Yes, sir.
Are you staying or leaving?
I was leaving, sir. I was telling you, I was a man with 14 children.
Well, Butch, looks like we gotta find a new handyman.
Yeah, but come on, let's drag him out. We got enough with that wind blowing and that storm. I don't want to have any corpses laying around here.
Grab his feet.
Okay. Yeah, I got him.
Drag him to the edge. The tide's going out. He'll be out in deep water in an hour.
Yeah, come on, let's get back to our card game. You know, I was just going to go drink. Statistical Department. Yes? 462,091. Thank you. Oh, George. George, look over here, will you, moment? I want to show you this. 400 trial people to be placed in the standard file for immediate investigation.
All civil service employees working on rubber statistics, file your reports immediately.
Paging Robert Wallace. Robert Wallace, wanted by Chief Harding at once. Report to Counter Spy Executive Office. Robert Wallace, wanted by Chief Harding immediately.
All those compiling train schedules are to use blue form. All those compiling train schedules use blue form.
You sent for me, Mr. Harding?
Yes, Bud. Has the statistical department turned up anything of great importance?
Yes, sir, they have. Just as you thought. Gas rationing coupons show a forgery of nearly 1 million gallons.
Mm-hmm. I was afraid of that. Hello, Mr. Howard.
Yes, Mr. Harding?
Want to see Mr. Baxter immediately. Send for him. In the meanwhile, I wish you'd come in and give me your report.
Yes, sir.
This is going to be a tough nut to crack, Mr. Harding. 500,000 forged gasoline coupons.
Bud, counterfeiting or altering gasoline coupons is just as bad now as counterfeiting money. Perhaps worse. I have a hunch that this is even more serious than it appears on the surface.
How do you mean?
I'm afraid that this gas is being obtained by counterfeit coupons to be used to refuel enemy submarines.
You think it goes that deep? Yes, Mr. Harding?
Mr. Howard, concerning those 100 counterfeit gasoline coupons I gave you to analyze, were all those coupons printed on the same type of paper?
Yes, Mr. Harding. They were printed on Wilson paper, made with cupramonium hydroxide instead of the zinc chloride solution.
I see. How many concerns manufacture that certain type of paper the counterfeiters have used?
4, sir. 2 in the south, 1 in the north, and the Acme Paper Company out west.
Check every one of those companies, Mr. Howard. I want the names and addresses of all shipments of any size made during the past year of that type of paper. That's all.
Yes, sir.
If Mr. Baxter's waiting outside, have him come right in.
Yes, sir. This looks very serious, Mr. Harding.
Yes, Bud. It does.
Mr. Harding, I took the liberty of bringing Miss Bixby along with me.
Good. How do you do, Mr. Bixby?
Good evening, Mr. Harding.
Baxter, those counterfeit coupons I gave you to analyze, were they all printed on the same counterfeiting plate?
They were, Mr. Harding.
Huh? What can you tell me about the kind of plate the counterfeiter used?
Well, the printing was probably done on a vertical press plate, sir.
I see.
I took the liberty of passing these counterfeited gasoline coupons on to Mr. Bixby for ink analysis. He has some very interesting reports.
Good. What is your ink analysis of these counterfeit gasoline coupons, Mr. Bixby?
Well, Mr. Harding, analysis shows the ink was compounded of hydrochloric solutions of gallic and tannic iron salts, with the usual sugar and gum arabic present. Applying a reagent of 3% oxalic acid made the counterfeiter's ink disappear, while the negrocynic ink of the genuine coupons was unaltered.
How many concerns manufacture this certain type of ink, Mr. Bixby?
3. One is a very small one and sells almost entirely in northern New England.
Mr. Bixby, cover all of the ink manufacturers who use this compound of hydrochloric solution of gallic and tannic iron salts in their ink.
Yes, sir.
Check all of their shipments over the past 9 months. Give me the address of every shipment that they've made.
Yes, sir.
Harding speaking. Get me Commander, Army Base Airfield.
Bud, pack your suitcase and meet me at 11 tonight at the base airfield.
Yes, sir. Clothes for a warm climate or cold, Mr. Harding?
Hot.
Well, Mr. Harding, now that the rush is over somewhat, where are we flying to?
The Florida Everglades, Bud. We land at Miami and proceed south by car.
What did you find out from those statistical reports?
Well, our statistical department has reported, Bud, that a number of shipments of gasoline have been made by 6 different companies to a certain gasoline launch supply station along the main road in the Everglades. We also found out that a certain shipment of Willisden paper was also sent to this gasoline station. You probably recall the forged coupons were printed on Willisden paper.
Yes.
And also ink, similar to that used on the counterfeited coupons, was also shipped to this gasoline station.
Say, that's hot. Exactly what kind of a filling station is it, Mr. Harding?
Well, are you familiar with the Everglades, Bud?
No, I'm not, sir.
Well, there's one main road which has been built up on artificial ground and piling. Runs for nearly 120 miles across the peninsula. Goes over about 40 different little islands. On a few of these are gasoline stations. This gasoline station in question is just about 100 feet off the main road. It services automobiles and also fishing boats.
Yes, but how could it service any enemy submarines? People are driving over that road constantly. There must be some neighbors down there.
That's the catch. That's what you and I've got to find out, Bud.
Oh.
If anything wrong is going on down there, a mighty clever device is being used.
What's your plan, sir?
Well, in the morning, we'll land at Miami. We'll get an oil truck, fill it full of gasoline, and find out when a delivery is supposed to be made to this gasoline station. Then you and I will make the delivery. Back to David Harding and Counter-Spy.
I've ridden in things more comfortable than this gasoline truck, Mr. Harding.
It's good for the digestion, Bud. That light ahead, I think that's where we turn off.
You know, it's strange that they insisted we deliver the gasoline at night.
There's no sense in surmising or guessing, Bud. Just got to wait and see what develops. Yeah, here's where we turn, all right?
Yeah. Sort of a primitive-looking place, what you can see of it. So dark.
Take it easy. Here comes a man out of that shack.
You from the NATO oil refinery in Miami?
That's us, buddy.
Drive out on the dock.
Well, that little dock? Will that hold us?
Bigger trucks than yours have been out there, buddy. Go ahead.
Okay. We go through it, it'll be our funeral, not yours.
You make quick time.
Yeah, we stepped on it all the way from Miami. Man, it sure is dark out here. I'll have to use my flashlight. Now, where do we put this gas, huh?
We got a tank under the dock. That's the pipeline to your left.
Okay. Well, you need it right?
Now you can unscrew the cap at your hand.
Yeah, okay, Bud. Let's have a hose.
Coming up. One rubber hose.
Okay, Bud, let the gas come full.
Here she runs.
Oh, waiting for the tank to fill. Do you want a drink, mister?
Sure. Not supposed to touch it while I'm on duty, but I guess a little one wouldn't hurt.
Nah. Here's the bottle. Help yourself.
Thanks.
In fact, I always carry 2 bottles. One for a friend, one for myself. I'll take a little nip out of mine. Here's to you.
Here's to you guys.
No. Blast it, what a lumbering fool I am.
What'd you do? Drop your bottle?
Yeah, worse luck it hit on the top of this iron stanchion and busted.
Here. You have to have a nip out of this other bottle then.
Oh. Yeah, I don't see how you stand it living down here. Nobody for 5 miles on either side of you.
Oh, yeah? Gotta smell it.
What's that?
Alligator. Just one of the neighbors.
Harding calling J8, Palm Beach, Florida. You get contact. Harding calling J8, Palm Beach.
Coming through.
Notify all counter spies on Florida East and West Coast to investigate all ocean-going tugs. Check the last 5 or 6 feet of their rope hawsers. I broke a bottle of nitric acid on iron stanchion, which bore marks of a rope hawser having been tied to it. This acid will burn hemp fibers of hawser. Notify immediately of any tug having hawser burned at end.
J8, reporting to Harding, Miami Counter Spy Field Headquarters. Tugboat Santa Louise, out of Cape City, has hawser showing acid burn.
Good. Contact me immediately as soon as that tug leaves and returns to her home berth. Want exact times of leaving and return.
J8 Counter Spy reporting to Harding.
Proceed.
Tugboat Santa Louise left berth 7:35 last night. Returned 5:35 this morning. Average speed when not towing is 14 miles. That is all.
All right, Bud. This is the information we've been waiting for. Now, let's look at this chart of the west coast of Florida and do a little figuring.
Yes, sir.
Now, the Anna Louise's home port is 23 miles from this gasoline station in question. She cruises at 14 miles an hour. That'd take her...
1 hour and 45 minutes to get from her home to the gasoline station.
Correct. 1 hour and 45 minutes for her to return from the gasoline station back to her home berth. The entire time being 3 hours and a half.
But she was gone 10 hours. That leaves 6.5 hours of her time to be accounted for.
That's right. 6.5 hours. Now, suppose she hooks onto a 10,000-gallon barge at the gasoline station in question and towed it out to sea to meet a submarine. It'll take 2 hours to unload the 10,000 gallons after she met the sub.
Which leaves 2.5 hours for her to tow the loaded barge out and the empty barge back.
Correct again. Now, I checked with the Navy, and a tug which makes 14 miles an hour by itself is slowed to 12 miles an hour when she's towing an empty barge. When she's towing a loaded barge of 10,000 gallons, she'd be slowed to 8 miles an hour. Her average would therefore be 10 miles an hour. 2.5 hours still accounted for. That means in 2.5 hours, the sub could cover 25 miles. So she'd be meeting a sub 12.5 miles off the southern Florida coast.
That's beautiful deduction, Mr. Harding. Good reasoning, but where does it get us? What makes you think she did pick up a 10,000-gallon barge at the gasoline station in question? Where was the barge?
Oh, Bud, I haven't been entirely honest with you.
I kind of suspected it.
Did you notice, Bud, the night when I put the nozzle of the gasoline hose into that pipe, the pipe was just flush with the duct?
No, I didn't.
Well, it took us 45 minutes to put that gas in. When I took the nozzle out of the pipe was 4 inches lower than the level of the duct.
Oh. Then the tank under the dock was a floating tank that went up and down with the tide. The dock was really a disguised oil barge with just the shell of a dock over it to camouflage it.
Exactly. And before morning, the tug brings the empty barge back, and it's shoved under the dock again.
What's our next move?
Tap out the signal through the Counter Spy Headquarters, Washington. Have the contact relay to our field testing laboratory and get me Tex Walker. Tex is an expert chemist on gasoline and all fuel oils. The next time a submarine's refueled with that gasoline, they're going to have a surprise coming to them.
Sergeant Czar, chop off Parsons. Boat is full speed ahead. I said full speed ahead. Why are they slowing the motors?
Captain, I'm very sorry, sir. We're having trouble with the motors.
What's the matter?
One motor has stopped entirely. You started taking it apart. The whole inside is burned as if there were acid in the gasoline.
That cannot be. How long will it take to repair?
I'm afraid, sir, it is beyond repair. And the other motor is giving us trouble.
Das darf nicht passieren. Nun, was Sie dürfen. Put on up the lights. Switch on the lights, you fool.
Sir, we are having the same trouble with our gasoline generators. Switch the current to the battery.
You must repair them. We'll be at the mercy of the Americans. Are you sure it's trouble from the gasoline?
Yes, sir. The carburetor and filters in the gasoline line have all been eaten away by acid.
Dummer Luder. Notify Herr Himmel at once. Tell him we're ruined. We've been sabotaged. Notify Herr Teachmann in New York. It's his fault. Hoffnungsloser Dummkopf. He will suffer. Counter-Spy Headquarters, Washington. Emergency message just intercepted from disabled German submarine off Florida coast. To Herr Himmler, Berlin. Submarine also trying to contact Gestapo agent in this country, but cannot as yet locate contact point.
That means a Gestapo agent will be sent to the Everglades to investigate trouble. Notify Florida police to proceed on observation plan 3B.
State police reporting to David Harding according to issued counter-spy orders. Black limousine speeding down Everglades Trail at 70 miles an hour. Drivers alone in car. Out-of-state car. License number, New York 14C319. So we stop this car at next police intersection.
No, let us proceed. Washington, you contact Baxter. Speak.
Yes, sir. I'm in the New York License Bureau, as you requested. Your call is being relayed directly to me.
This is Harding. I'm still in Miami. Check for me immediately New York license 14C319.
Yes, sir. I have the file. Just a minute. 14C. Herbert R. Teachman, 1142 East Riverside Drive.
Teachman. That name's very familiar.
I'm having our suspect filing clerk listen in to our conversation. He's probably even now checking on Teachman, and you should hear from him within the next 2 minutes.
Excellent, Baxter. That's using your head. I'll wait right here for his report. Suspect filing clerk, if you're listening on this wavelength, come in as soon as possible. Time's an important element. This is Harding, Miami Counter-Spy Headquarters. Come in.
Herbert R. Teachman, wealthy broker, German-born, has lived past 6 years in Berlin. Returned to States August 24th, 1940. Bachelor, sworn in Gestapo at Hamburg, 1937.
That's enough, thanks. Signing off. Okay, Bud. Now we know what we're up against. It's the big boss himself. Teachman's on his way to check his operators at that gasoline station. We've got to fly down there and quick. Miserable pigs. Sitting there playing cards.
The boss. We were just playing a little gin rummy.
So close. Right on, unspeakable idiot.
What's the matter? We ain't done nothing, boss. Honest, we ain't.
Who have you been letting put acid into gasoline you have been taking out to the submarine?
Acid? Nobody ain't done nothing, boy.
I told you that one of you must always stay awake to guard that dock. That you must guard it with your life. But somebody has been putting acid in that gasoline. The last 3 submarines you refueled, their motors are spoiled. They're helpless. You have ruined them. I have an order here from Herr Himmler himself. My own life isn't worth 2 cents. I have failed because of you stupid pigs. Now you're going to pay for your silly blunders.
No, boss. No, don't shoot me.
You know how the Gestapo settles those imbeciles? Oh, noon?
Don't kill me. It was Tony who was supposed to look after things. He was my boss. I just done what he told me.
Stop that fighting. Take a good look at Tony. He's dead. Take a good look at a corpse. Because that is what you are going to be right now.
Oh, don't. Please take it easy.
I don't know that I have ever done anything that has given me more pleasure.
But don't shoot me again, boss. Please don't.
What a Fruchter Schweinehunde. Fit food for alligators and sharks. And they are going to get you. I wouldn't. And I wouldn't reach for that gun on the table, Teachman. Who are you? Harding, Chief of United States Counter-Spies. If you make one move, you won't have to worry about the Gestapo getting you. You'll be just as dead as those 2 countrymen of yours you just killed. Don't shoot. I won't move. Put your hands up in the air, Teachman. A little higher. Just as high as you can get them. So you were the one who was putting acid in the gasoline? I was just one, Teachman. One of 5,000 counter-spies checking every move your Gestapo made. Don't shoot. I do exactly what you say. You just want me to move so you can kill me right now. But I am not going to give you the chance. I do exactly what you want. All right, each man start for the door. But be careful that your two countrymen don't trip you again. Next week, David Harding in Counter Spy will be back again at this same time on Monday evening. Tell your friends. Make it a date. Next week, the case of the murdered chemist. Brother versus brother. Death in the laboratory. The corpse that came to life. The mystery of the strange makeup. And the secret of the powdered hair. Next week, gripping Counter Spy.
You know, in a great many businesses and trades, a man's or a woman's hands are exposed either to weather or to such things as paints, chemicals, and abrasives. Now that more and more people are doing industrial work, that's truer than ever. Maybe you or someone in your family has a job like this. It's tough on hands. So let me tell you about a marvelous, simple routine. Before work, smooth a light protective coating of Vaseline petroleum jelly on your hands. This helps keep grit from grinding into your skin, helps safeguard against infection when the skin is broken, and it makes cleanup easier. Also, after washing, apply Vaseline petroleum jelly again. This brings soothing relief to chapped, sore hands, and it helps promote quick healing of nicks and scratches. Besides, Vaseline petroleum jelly is grand for babies' tender skin and for minor household burns. Get a jar or two of Vaseline petroleum jelly tonight or tomorrow. Only 15 cents for the regular jar, and only 25 cents for the large economy size.
Thank you, Rosemary DeCamp.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Washington calling Counter Spy. Washington calling Counter Spy. Washington calling Counter Spy.
Harding, Counter Spy, calling Washington. Harding, Counter Spy, calling Washington.
Phillips H. Lord's Counter Spy.
The Blue Network is proud to present Phillips H. Lord's Counter Spy, a dramatization packed with thrills and adventure. The fascinating portrayal of undercover agents working against enemy spies within our borders.
All over this great country tonight is an invisible army of men and women highly trained to protect us from professional enemy spies within our borders. Imagine chief counter spy of them all as David Harding. In Pittsburgh, Henry Hughes, cultured, well-educated, and sophisticated, entered his hotel suite on the 7th floor. Seated before a dressing table in the bedroom was his most attractive wife.
Hello, Laura. Fixing up a little?
You're late, Henry.
Oh, some matters down at the office. Guess I'll send for a drink. Want one?
Already had one.
Oh, having a drink alone, eh? Perhaps you weren't alone.
You swine! You insinuating pig! You come in with that saintly way you have, and I know where you've been. At the office, yes, the office, with lipstick all over your collar, night after night. Coming in thinking I don't know you, think I'm a fool!
Stop it, you little hellion.
Hellion! I gave up everything for you. Decent family, money, position, honor. I followed you every place you've gone for 10 years, you sham, you fake traitor!
What's that, Laura?
Oh. Oh, I can't cry. I can't even do that anymore. Why do I love you so?
Now listen, kid. You've been great. Sure, I've been seeing someone else. You know, it's business. Now, as soon as I get all the information I'm after, we can leave this country. We'll be rich the rest of our lives. Now, I can't tell you the things I'm doing. I'm not allowed to. The Gestapo would kill me. But they promised that if I make good on this job, it means a big job over there. We'll get out of this country.
But this is my country, Henry. Can't you see what I've been through for years? Loving you. Ready to die for you. But cheating all the time on my country.
Which means more to you? Your country? Or me?
You.
There. That sounds more natural. Well, Laura, I've got to go out for a while tonight. Now, you go to a movie or something. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Where are you going?
I've got to drive over the mountain to Connorsville. It's about 90 miles.
You lie. You're lying like you always do. You're going with her. You're letting me down. I can see it in your eyes. Well, you can't. You won't.
Now, wait a minute. Okay, come along. I'll prove it to you.
You mean you want me to go with you?
Yes, I'll prove to you that it's business. We'll have some drinks, drive over, and make a good time of it.
You mean it, Henry?
I'd rather have you with me than anyone else.
Oh, I'm such a fool. But I do love you so.
Here's the bottle, Laura. Have yourself another drink.
Oh, it's so beautiful tonight. Look, Henry, you can see for miles.
Sure. We're about 4,000 feet up. Look how those cliffs drop right down from the side of the road.
What's the matter?
Oh, I thought I'd turn and drive right up to the edge. We can sit for a few minutes and look out at the view.
Henry, the front wheels are right on the edge, both of them.
Of course. See how I can handle a car? I didn't have a drink like you did.
It's exciting.
Have another drink.
All right, but I'm busy now.
Yeah. Lean on my shoulder.
Henry, I'm sorry. Oh, quick!
What's the matter?
Oh, it's all right now, but something stuck in my arm like a needle.
Oh, perhaps there was a pin or something in the cushion.
Oh, it felt like a... Henry.
Yes?
What stuck into me? What was it?
Why, how should I know?
You do know. It was you. You've done it. There was a hypodermic needle. You poisoned me. You had...
We're getting too dangerous to have around you and your jealous streak.
Help!
Get your head off. Nobody'll ever hear you up here. You're going over the cliff.
They'll get you for this. They'll get you for murder.
Oh, no. The injection was just enough to make you unconscious. When they find your body, it will have bled naturally. An accident. Your stomach full of liquor.
Henry, I'm scared. I'm scared.
Now. Emergency brake. Happy journey, my dear. Now to get the front wheels over. Now the back wheels over. speaking.
J7, Pittsburgh. I think you should fly here immediately, Mr. Harding.
What's your report?
Very attractive wife of a Henry Hughes. Drove car while intoxicated off Mountain Cliff. Henry Hughes holds a rather important position in the Pittsburgh Bronze Casting Company, which is now doing war work exclusively.
What's the catch?
She's supposed to have driven off the cliff while intoxicated, but the ignition wasn't turned on. The key was in the lock, turned off.
Quite remarkable. In defense work, huh? Have a complete report ready. I'm flying immediately.
Harding, calling J7, Pittsburgh. J7, Pittsburgh. Check.
Come in.
I just had a thought. Check on the bookkeeper of the Pittsburgh Bronze Casting Company. Find out everything about him. We'll arrive in about an hour.
Now, these reports, Mr. Harding, they're all on Henry Hughes.
Oh, you did well to get them this quickly.
Notice this, sir.
Very well help it.
It's a matter of 2 years there. There seems to be no record of Henry Hughes at all during that period.
You checked passport files?
Yes, Mr. Harding. If Hughes left the country and re-entered, he did so without leaving any record of it.
Yeah. Well, there isn't a thing here that points suspicion in any way to Henry Hughes. What about the bookkeeper of the Bronze Casting Company?
Elmer Bruce, 65, small of stature, light hair, blue eyes. Lives with wife, both regular church attenders. She's a Sunday school teacher. They have a daughter and 2 sons, 1 grandchild. Bruce is very well thought of by his neighbors. He's a great lover of books. Goes to the library at least 4 nights a week.
The library, huh?
Quite a scholarly chap.
I think I'll drop over to the library and see if Bruce happens to be there. Pardon me, were you through with this book?
Oh, yes. I was just browsing through it.
Won't you sit down a moment? I'd like to speak to you.
Why, yes, certainly.
Aren't you Elmer Bruce?
Why, that's the most amazing thing I've ever heard of. I've never seen you before.
Well, this meeting isn't quite as accidental as it might seem, Mr. Bruce. For certain reasons, I didn't want to go to your home. I'd like to have you look at my credentials.
Mercy.
Oh, there's nothing to be nervous about.
Oh, have I done something wrong?
I just wanted to ask you a question, Mr. Bruce. Do you happen to know a man who works for your company by the name of Henry Hughes?
Why, yes. Oh, wasn't that a catastrophe, his wife's death?
Yes, a terrible thing. Mr. Bruce, of course you pay all the employees of the Bronze Casting Company by check.
Oh, yes. 462, counting the 2 janitors and night watchmen. That is, the last count was that.
I see. Yes. Mr. Bruce, tomorrow your accountants are going to call on you. And Mr. Harold Lawrence, the president of your firm.
Oh, yes.
Now, these accountants are going to recommend that you pay the employees from now on in cash instead of by check.
Oh, no.
I want you to fall in with the accountant's plans to pay from now on in cash.
But I couldn't. I'd be untruthful.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bruce, but these happen to be government orders. A great deal depends upon them.
Well, I'm sorry, too, Mr. Harding. I respect my government, but even for it, I couldn't lie.
Mr. Bruce, it's very refreshing to meet a man of your principles.
I don't wish to be an unreasonable prick. I just want to do what's right.
Well, couldn't you say, under the present-day circumstances, you recommend paying by cash? Now, you wouldn't have to say what circumstances.
Yes, I see. Mm-hmm. Well, that's rather delicately skirting the truth. Well, I might. For my country.
Oh, that's fine. Now, you will receive from the bank each week some separate bills of different denominations, which we will have the numbers of. Now, you are to put these designated bills in the pay envelope each week of Henry Hughes until notified to the contrary.
Oh, yes.
And you're not to mention to anyone under any circumstances that you have met or talked with me.
Oh, my gracious. That's a big responsibility. I hope I'm a big enough person, Mr. Harding. After all, I've always lived in my very small way, and I'm not a broad or big person.
Well, I know all about you, Mr. Bruce. You're considered a very fine person.
Thank you.
Now I'll have to leave you. I'm going back to Washington.
J7 has just arrived from Pittsburgh by plane, Mr. Harding.
Send him right in. Got any news?
Quite a bit, Mr. Harding. Very interesting.
Uh-huh. Now, let's see. This report covers 2 weeks.
Yes, sir. Henry Hughes has received 2 pay envelopes, each containing $125. All of that money was marked, and the banks were instructed to watch for it and to make careful notes where the different bills were turned in from. Hughes spent about $80 each week.
Let's see. He got paid Saturday.
By Monday noon, the bank had received $20 from the Berkshire Clothing Company, $15 from the Red Moth, that's a nightclub, $30 from the hotel where Henry Hughes has his apartment. $5 of the money was received by the bank from a little cigar stand round the corner. Hughes evidently changed a bill there.
Well, let's take Tuesday.
A $10 bill from the gasoline station and garage where Hughes keeps his car.
Let me see that second week's report.
I think I know what you've noticed, Mr. Harding.
Let's see. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Yes, first week. Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
Yes, sir. 3 times each week, one of those marked bills was returned to the bank from the Revelero Moving Picture House.
How often does this Revelero Moving Picture House change its feature pictures?
Twice a week, sir.
And yet Henry Hughes, shortly after his wife's death, over which he grieved greatly, goes to a certain movie house 3 times each week, although they change the feature picture only twice a week.
Yes, Mr. Harding.
See that J4 goes to Pittsburgh immediately, gets a job as usherette in the Revelero Moving Picture House, and have her contact me for further instructions.
Yes, sir.
Well, this case is beginning to look pretty big, George. I have a feeling that we're going into action.
We'll continue tonight's case of Counter Spy in just a moment. But first,
here is a message of vital importance to women and girls who want to take an active part in the war effort. Your country needs you and needs you now as a student nurse. The need is so great that 19,000 student nurses will have to enter mid-year classes in January and February. Will you be one of them? You won't attack the enemy, but you'll fight. You'll fight pain. You'll fight casualties. Even as a student, you'll release some experienced nurse to help our fighting men on the fields of battle. Here is a direct call from your country. To answer it, women and girls between 18 and 35 who are citizens and high school graduates in good health should write to Student Nurse, Box 88, New York City. That's Box 88, New York City, and they will give you full information.
Now, back to Phillips H. Lord's Counter Spy.
J4 reporting to Harding from Pittsburgh. J4 reporting from Pittsburgh.
Harding speaking. Proceed.
The man in question entered theater at 4:10, went down center aisle to row D, asked girl to remove coat from a seat, and sat down next to her. After a while spoke to her, and from then on they carried on conversation. This happened Monday and Wednesday. The same girl each time.
Who is the girl?
Phyllis Lawrence, daughter of the president of the Bronze Casting Company.
What?
Yes, sir.
Oh. I'll contact you later.
Yes, Mr. Harding.
I'm leaving for Pittsburgh immediately. Tell J7 I'm going to call on Mr. Lawrence, president of the Bronze Casting Company. Pardon me, Mr. Harold Lawrence at home?
He is, sir. May I ask who's calling?
Kindly take in my card, if you please.
Would you step in, sir?
Thank you.
If you wait, sir, I'll take your card to Mr. Lawrence.
Certainly.
Lawrence will see you immediately, Mr. Harding. He's in the living room. May I have your hat and coat, sir?
I think I'll take it with me.
May I take your package for you, sir?
No, I'd like to keep that with me, too.
Right this way, sir.
Come in, Mr. Harding. Delighted to meet you, sir.
I'm very glad to meet you, Mr. Lawrence.
Sit down, sit down. William should have taken your things.
Well, I'm just stopping for a moment. Mr. Lawrence, you have a daughter.
Why, yes, Phyllis.
Well, it's a little difficult for me to broach the subject, Mr. Lawrence. But...
What is it, Mr. Harding? Speak up, man.
Look, are you aware, Mr. Lawrence, that your daughter is quite interested in a certain gentleman?
Why, no. Phyllis has many gentlemen friends. I don't think she's partial to anyone especially.
Well, I'm afraid, Mr. Lawrence, that I must tell you that she is.
Just a moment, Mr. Harding. I respect you and your position, but whether my daughter is partial to any young man or not is none of your business.
Well, I don't blame you for saying that, Mr. Lawrence. And believe me, I'd never be here if it were not for a very serious purpose.
What is it?
Well, the young man that your daughter happens to be interested in is in the employ of our enemies, Germany.
Now, let me get this straight. My daughter, you mean Phyllis?
Yes.
She's interested in a man who's a German spy?
I'm afraid so.
No, you're wrong. Who is it?
A man employed by you. Henry Hughes.
Oh, no, Harding. Hughes? Hughes' wife, Phyllis, doesn't even know him. Besides, his wife was just killed. Why, Hughes is a fine man.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lawrence, but Henry Hughes is a member of the German Gestapo.
He's lying. He's lying. It isn't so. Don't you believe him, Father?
Phyllis, have you been listening?
Yes, and Henry isn't a spy. He's a patriotic American, just as patriotic as you are. Why,
Henry? Henry who, Phyllis?
Henry Hughes, if you've got to know. I've loved him for months, but I wouldn't see him. Then when his wife was killed, I didn't see why I shouldn't see him. He's honest, he's decent, and I'm not ashamed. I love him.
Phyllis, do you know what you're saying? I can't believe...
Mr. Lawrence, I'll leave. I think this is between you and your daughter.
Father, this man has tried to poison your mind. Henry's fine, and you know it, and he's my sweetheart.
I'll call you shortly on the phone, Mr. Lawrence. Goodbye.
Phyllis, I want the truth. How long have you been seeing this man, Hughes? How do you know he isn't what Mr. Harding said he is? How do you know?
I do know, and he loves me. Ask him. He didn't love his wife anyway. He told me. Ask him.
I'll ask him nothing. You've been meeting him behind my back. You've been lying to me about where you were going. You haven't told me a thing about it.
Well, why should I? Is it a sin to love a man?
It's a sin to love an enemy. That man Harding must know what he's talking about.
I tell you, it's lies, 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 a pack of lies. I'll prove it, they're lies.
I can see under the shade. Harding's driving off in his car.
Henry, that fool, that stupid ass.
I'd like to have my hands on him.
It's killing his wife that's led up to this. I told him not to.
But he was afraid of her. She got so jealous. We've got to get out, Phyllis. Things have gotten too hot.
No, it isn't all up yet. Henry's driven over the mountains tonight. The counter spies evidently haven't arrested him yet, and we can see that he doesn't talk. On his way back here, he's found with a bullet.
Yes, yes.
Let's get the car. I'll drive and meet him.
Do you think Harding was suspicious of us?
Of course not. Harding thinks you're a respectable businessman, and I'm your innocent daughter led astray. He came to warn us. We're safe if we can do away with Henry before he talks.
What's that?
What?
That package by the chair. Right there.
Oh, that's where Harding was sitting. Must have been in such a hurry he forgot it.
Wait a minute.
It's a short wave set. Oh, we're tricked. Harding left that there to trick us. He's heard everything we've said.
Quick, the car in the garage. Don't stop for a thing. Come on.
All right. You drive. Oh, prime it. It's cold.
Shut up. I'm starting this.
I'm afraid it won't go.
Oh.
Yes, the distributor cap is missing, and I wouldn't move either one of you. Two of my agents are in the back and have you covered.
Very clever.
And the next time you go to a theater to meet a man, Phyllis, if you ever do, be sure and look around and see who's sitting in the seat behind you.
What my daughter has done has no bearing on me. Why am I arrested?
Oh, come, Mr. Lawrence. You've been operating this factory on money supplied by Berlin. You make parts for airplane motors so that your firm is close to many manufacturers and you have access to their plans. And besides, she's not your daughter. She's Fräulein Grock.
Henry's responsible. The fool, he ought to be shot.
That's just what he did. Killed himself when my men went to arrest him.
Henry?
Yes. Henry. Your father.
We'll be back in just a moment to tell you about next week's exciting counter spy case. But in the meantime... We wish to call your attention to the government's urgent appeal for the conservation of gas for cooking and heating. Gas must be conserved for the following reasons. It is used for fuel by many industrial plants, which are now expanded to double or triple their normal peacetime size. And it is used widely in the manufacture of armor plate, gun barrels, and similar equipment, which must be hardened or molded at extremely high temperatures. Because its flame is freer from impurities than the flame from coal or oil, gas is used almost exclusively in these processes. And gas is in itself a raw material for certain products. Synthetic rubber, for example, and ammonium nitrate, which is used in the manufacture of explosives. That is the why, and now here's the how, of gas conservation. Don't use the kitchen range to heat the house. If you heat with gas, keep your house below 65 degrees. Cook with a low blue flame. Use hot water sparingly. Those are directions direct from Uncle Sam. Now, they may not sound as intriguing as an assignment to track down and capture enemy spies, but the conservation of gas practiced by millions of soldier citizens on the home front will be echoed in cheers of victory from our fighting men, because the conservation of gas will help give them equipment and weapons they need
week, David Harding in Counter Spy will be back with you again at this same time for The Case of the Trailed Count, the society woman who talked too much, the highball glass served by waiter 37, the man at the zoo, the long underwear at the railroad station, and the ultra-polite third degree. That's next week's unusual Counter Spy.
Buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
The communist for the FBI. Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. Many of the incidents in the story you're about to hear are based on the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Cvetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Cvetic. 9 years isn't a long time to the average American living a normal life. But a communist for the FBI doesn't live a normal life. And 9 years of fear and tension seems an eternity. The fear isn't all personal. The greatest fear is that those you're trying to protect will fail to recognize their danger. Refuse to realize that communists are dedicated to the elimination of personal liberty wherever it exists. If you are one of those who has refused to believe, listen to my story with an open mind. It should open your eyes because it's part of the story of communism. In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. Here is Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked Against the Middle. It's Tuesday evening, and I'm walking my tightrope again, crossing the chasm between communism and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I've just come from a cell meeting where I've received instructions in the gentle art of starting a riot. And I'm getting cleaned up before going out to meet my FBI contact when I'm interrupted by a knock at the door. I'll be with you in a second. Oh, come in.
You seem surprised to see me, Comrade Cvetic.
I am, Comrade Horton. I was about to go out.
Then we got here just in time.
Yeah.
This is Comrade Carlescu, Comrade Cvetic.
How do you do?
It is my pleasure, Comrade. Comrade Carlescu has just arrived from Europe. He's on a special assignment, in which you will cooperate, Comrade Cvetic.
What is the assignment?
To begin with, Comrade Cvetic, since you are to accompany me to Chicago, leaving immediately would be well for you to pack while I outline our mission.
I don't see how I can leave immediately, Comrade.
What?
Well, I have some unfinished party business I need to look after.
No, they will have to wait, Comrade Cvetic.
Oh, now look.
I should have told you, Comrade Cvetic. Comrade Carlescu is high in the ranks of the European MVD. Now, according to the directive I received from New York, his orders are to be followed without question.
No, I didn't understand.
Thank you, Comrade Horton. You can go now.
Thanks.
Now, Comrade Cvetic, if you will proceed with your packing, I will proceed with my outline of our mission.
Right. What about our mission, Comrade Carlescu?
Well, unbelievable as it may seem, Comrade Cvetic, dangerous reactionaries are still operating in one of the newest people's republics. A group in this country is supplying the funds being used against us in that People's Republic.
There isn't much we can do about that, is there?
Not against those in this country. However, once we know the names of those in Europe, we can end the movement overnight.
And you're here to get the names of these European anti-communists from their friends in this country?
That is our mission, Comrade Svetik.
Well, just how are we supposed to do this?
Through operatives we have managed to plant in the European organization, they have learned that the group leader in this country is a Dr. Zorny, who lives in Chicago. Now, I have a letter of introduction to the doctor from Vladimir Brodnik, one of their most trusted European workers, who happens to be one of our operatives.
I see.
Now, we will have the fullest cooperation of the local party members, comrade. The best protection they can give us. But I am warning you, this is a dangerous operation. If we are clumsy and get caught, Dr. Zorny and his group will unquestionably eliminate us, as we intend eliminating their stooges in Europe.
That sounds reasonable. But why mention it?
Because I do not want to depend on a comrade who may weaken under stress. If you are afraid, say so. I will get someone else.
I'll go.
I thought you would. We better go to the airport.
I don't want any part of this assignment, but I have to take it. Because if I don't, someone else will. And the lives of some of our anti-communist friends behind the Iron Curtain are at stake. On the way to the airport, I try to get away from Carlescu long enough to phone the FBI. But there's no chance. There's no chance when we get off our plane in Chicago either. Because local party members are waiting for us to drive us to an apartment house where they give us a briefing.
Unfortunately, comrades, we cannot give you too much information about Dr. Zorny's group or its activities.
He operates a bookstore, specializing in technical works, and his whole establishment is exceptionally well guarded.
Guarded? How?
In the daytime, Comrade Carlescu, the store is filled with customers, browsing among the books.
The same customers each day.
And at night, the place is protected by burglar alarms, with direct connections to the precinct police station.
This has to be an infiltration job, all right.
And even that is far from certain of favorable results, Comrade Svetik. One of our own cell members joined Dr. Zorny's group a month ago and failed to get any information.
He didn't learn anything?
We don't know. We only know that he was taken into the group 4 weeks ago. Haven't seen him since. Dr. Zorny blandly denies ever having heard of him. Well, that's about all we can tell you.
Then take us to the bookstore. Comrade Svetik and I have a job to do.
As we drive from the apartment to Dr. Zorny's neighborhood, I can't keep my mind off the party member who joined Zorny's group and disappeared without a trace. And I can feel my blood pressure pounding in my temples as our car comes to a stop.
Well, comrades, this is as close to Zorny's bookstore as we can take you, without endangering your mission and your lives.
We've both been to the store inquiring about our missing comrade. If they saw you with us, they...
Now, where is the bookstore from here?
The next street over, Comrade Carlescu. Turn to your right.
It's in the middle of the block. You can't miss it.
Come on, Comrade Svetik. We will find out how my letter of introduction works.
This is the place, all right, comrade.
Do not call me comrade. I am plain Joe Carlescu, and I will call you Matt.
Okay, Joe.
Come on. Now go right to the back of the store, Matt. It should attract attention.
Okay. I hope it's the sort of attention we want. Well, what?
Look as though you wanted some help.
That won't be necessary. By the time you turn around, it'll be here.
May I help you, gentlemen?
We'd like to speak to Dr. Zorny.
I am Dr. Zorny, sir.
I'm afraid we need a little more identification than that.
Oh? Mr. Barton?
Yes, Doctor?
Please come here. What is it, Dr. Zorny? These gentlemen would like to have me identified.
I'm satisfied, Dr. Zorny. Are you Joe?
I guess so.
Who are you, sir?
My name is Joe Carlescu. I have just arrived from Europe with a message from Vladimir Brodnik. I do not want to talk here.
It is perfectly safe. Every man in the store is a trusted friend.
Oh, well, in that case...
However, it is not very comfortable. I have living quarters in the back. We will go there. This way, please, gentlemen.
Now, if you please, Mr. Kalescu, the message from Brodnik.
Here.
Brodnik speaks highly of your work in the underground, Mr. Kalescu. What can I do for you?
No, as I see it, Doctor, the question is, what can I do for you?
What do you mean, sir?
I, together with my friend, Mr. Svetik, want to join your group of patriots here in the United States and continue the work I was doing before I was driven out of Europe.
I see. Brodnik's letter does not mention Mr. Svetik.
No, Brodnik did not know him. He is my cousin.
We'd never seen each other until Joe arrived a short time ago. When he told me what was actually happening in Europe, I gave up my job to come to Chicago with him.
You sound like the sort of man we need badly.
When do we start, and what do we do?
I admire your spirit, Mr. Svetik, but I am afraid it is not that simple. I will have to take up this matter with the council.
How long will that take?
Not long. Several of those you saw browsing in the store are members of the council.
Is it safe to have so many members of the group in a place where local communists can identify them, Dr. Zorni?
Quite safe, Mr. Kalescu. Every one of those men has lost all of his relatives who were living behind the Iron Curtain. So they are men with a purpose and immune to coercion. As for their personal safety, like myself, they all have permits which allow them to carry guns.
I see.
Now, please, make yourselves at home while I poll the council on your request.
After Dr. Zorni left, the minutes dragged by interminably. And although Carlescu and I were unable to discover their observation post, we knew we were being watched every second for any suspicious move. Finally, when even Carlescu began to fidget as his nerves responded to the silent pressure, Dr. Zorni returned to the room, accompanied by the man he had introduced as Mr. Barton.
Gentlemen, your request has been presented to the council.
And did they accept us?
The answer to that, Mr. Kalescu, is yes and no.
What does that mean, Dr. Zorni?
Exactly what it sounds like, Mr. Svetik. You are being accepted as probationers in the movement.
Well, that's a step in the right direction. When do we report?
You have already reported, Mr. Svetik.
Huh?
For a time, until the council has clearly established your identities and your purpose in coming here, you must live here with me and expect suspicion.
Well, look, we came here as volunteers. If this is the way you...
Dr. Zorni is right.
What?
Matt does not understand the precautions necessary in underground movements, Doctor.
In America, only communists have need for such knowledge, Mr. Kalescu. Mr. Svetik's ignorance is a fine reference.
Well, can't we leave the house at any time? For any reason, Doctor?
Of course you can, Mr. Svetik. But when you do, Mr. Barton must go with you. The lives of our friends in Europe depend upon our vigilance.
I see. Any other restrictions?
Only one. Communists have already tried to infiltrate our organization. Until the council is absolutely certain of your motives, gentlemen, I must ask you to surrender the revolvers that so obviously bulge your coats.
Now, wait a minute.
Well, I would rather not, Dr. Zorni.
I am afraid I must insist, Mr. Kalescu. If you will direct your attention to Mr. Barton, you can see that he has you covered, and the council members are just outside the door.
Back to Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Cvetic in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
Mr. Barton has you covered, and the council members are just outside the door. That's all Dr. Zorni says, and he says that quietly without any melodramatics. But Comrade Carlescu and I know that we've had the word, and we give up our guns without any argument, then wait to see what happens. As far as I'm concerned, there's nothing. For 2 nerve-wracking days, I sit idly by while Carlescu is questioned about things that have happened behind the Iron Curtain. Apparently, he passes the test.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Dr. Zorni.
What's good about it, Doctor? I'm getting a little tired sitting in a back room looking at the walls.
Still impatient, Mr. Svetic?
Well, I didn't give up my job to follow Joe out here just to sit around twiddling my thumbs.
Of course you didn't. By the way, what was this job you gave up, Mr. Svetic?
Why, with an insurance company. I was a claim adjuster.
What company, Mr. Svetic?
Valley Center Mutual? Why?
Just routine. Now, although we have not yet had any direct word from Vladimir Brodnik, the council members are reasonably well satisfied with Mr. Kalescu's response to their questioning.
Well, that at least is gratifying, Dr. Zorni.
Now, if you are still willing to accept group responsibilities and risks, we have a task for you.
What's the job, Doctor?
I have an important meeting this afternoon, a meeting at which no communist spies are desired.
Just how does this affect us, Doctor?
Very directly, Mr. Svetic. 2 communists known to the group members have been taking an undue interest in the bookstore for the past few days. Your job will be to keep them occupied, leading them away from the vicinity if possible, while I get away to keep my appointment.
Oh, I see.
Normally, I would send Mr. Barton with you for protection, but I need Mr. Barton myself this afternoon.
Well, give us back our guns, and we won't need any other protection.
We don't want any gunplay, Mr. Svetic.
We won't start any, Doctor. But if these Reds are as tough as you say they are, I don't want them to trail me away from this bookstore unless I have a gun.
I can see your point. Your guns will be returned to you, but remember, if there is any shooting except in unquestionable defense of your lives, we will turn you over to the police.
There will be no shooting, Dr. Zorni. I am sure that Mr. Svetic and I can handle any Communist Party members without violence.
I feel quite certain that you can, Mr. Kalescu. By this evening, we will know the answer.
That sounded like an expression of confidence from Dr. Zorni. And Carlescu and I congratulated ourselves on the way we'd fooled our enemies. Secretly signaling our comrades watching the bookstore to follow us, we led them to a place where we could talk. And we were unpleasantly surprised by their reaction.
If Zorni was headed for an important meeting, you had no right to lead us away from the bookstore, comrades.
Why, this comes very close to deliberate sabotage. We'll have to report it.
Go ahead, comrades. And I will report you as a couple of thickheads who should be returned to the menial positions in which you obviously belong.
Comrade Carlescu is in charge of this operation, comrades. His orders are to be followed without question.
But Dr.
Zorni has been going to meetings for months without your learning anything. Our leading you away from the bookstore will gain us the confidence of the group.
Are you making any progress, comrade?
At least thanks to Comrade Svetic's insistence, they have returned our revolvers.
But not our ammunition.
What?
Check your gun.
You're right, comrade.
When Zorni said probation, he certainly meant it.
What caliber revolver do you carry, comrade?
.38 Police Special.
Give us your cartridges.
I only have those in the gun.
You can get others we can't. Give them to us. It's an order. Good. Now, were you able to learn anything at all while I was being questioned, Comrade Svetic?
I overheard Zorni asking Barton about a list of names.
Names of the group's members?
I don't know. Zorni referred to it as a new list. Barton said he hadn't seen it.
We are going back to the bookstore at once.
We just got out of there.
And we are going back while Dr. Zorni and Mr. Barton are out. With them gone, we should be able to check the living quarters thoroughly.
This may be a trap, Comrade Carlescu.
A trap?
Zorni and his group may have sent you out while they prepared an unpleasant surprise for your return.
It's a possibility, comrade.
Are there any suggestions?
Yes. Why not send Comrade Svetic back first to spring the trap if there is one?
That's a happy thought.
It would spare you for future party assignments, Comrade Carlescu.
That is true. You are not always thick-headed, comrade.
I try to think of the party's best interests. Please remember that in your report, too, comrade.
I shall. What do you think of the idea, Comrade Svetic?
I'm on an assignment. You tell me what to do, I'll do it.
I am accepting the suggestion. You return to the bookstore immediately. I will follow you in half hour. If everything is all right, stand in the doorway under the pretext of looking for me, and I will join you.
What happens if there is something wrong?
I will praise you highly in my report, Comrade Svetic.
I don't like the idea of being a possible clay pigeon for Dr. Zorni's group, but I console myself with the thought that this does give me a chance to contact the FBI. Then I learned that this isn't much consolation after all.
Sorry, Matt. We can't officially interfere in this matter.
Why not?
Political reasons. Kolesky is traveling on a diplomatic passport. No matter what our sympathies may be, we can't take sides unless someone breaks the laws of the United States. But naturally, if anything happens to you...
Oh, thanks. Karlescu has already promised to praise me in his report. How to have quite an obituary.
I know what you're up against, Matt, but in this case, I can't give you any help. Or even protection.
Any advice?
None that'll be of much help. Just try to stay out of trouble. If you can't, make as much noise as possible. I'll tip off the precinct police to keep a check on the bookstore.
After hanging up, I return to the bookstore. Everything seems friendly enough, so I stand in the doorway as a signal to Karlescu, and he joins me. Then we walk directly to the living quarters and back. The council members are all smiles as we pass between them on our walk through the store, but as the door closes behind us, we hear the lock click.
What was that?
Only the lock on the door, Mr. Kalescu.
Dr. Zorni.
You seem surprised to see me, Mr. Kalescu.
As a matter of fact, we are, Doctor. No one told us you had returned.
Did you have trouble?
No violence, Doctor, but after all, communists are not fools.
That is a matter of opinion, Mr. Kalescu.
Was your meeting successful, Doctor?
Very enlightening, Mr. Svetic. I will give you the details later. You did say you were a very close friend of Vladimir Brodnik. Did you not, Mr. Kalescu?
Like brothers, Dr. Zornik. Have you heard from him again?
Indirectly. And since the council is about to make its final decision concerning you two, I wanted to be sure of my facts.
I am at your disposal, Doctor.
I feel quite certain of that, Mr. Kalescu. Now, if you two will make yourselves comfortable, I will join the council. I am sorry you knew Brodnik so well, Mr. Kalescu.
What could he have meant by that?
I wish I knew. It didn't sound good.
No. Did they take your gun away from you?
No.
Then give it to me. Our time may have run out.
Well, if it has, I want a gun.
There is no time for argument. Give me your gun. Now, I will guard the door while you go through Zorni's papers. Look for the list of names we want. The names of the European underground.
So, while Comrade Karlescu stands guard at the door, I ransack Dr. Zorni's desk. But I find no names. The voluminous correspondence carries only code signatures.
Hurry, comrade. There must be a list of names somewhere. No man could remember everyone in the underground.
Then, I make two startling discoveries. I find a notebook containing the underground's table of organization with all the names and corresponding code signatures. And I find a 2-page letter which reads in part, "The names attached are those of MVD spies who have been recently eliminated. Beware of anyone who contacts you giving any of these men as underground references." And at the top of the second page, I see the name of Vladimir Brodnik, the name Karlescu used as reference when we first met Dr. Zorni. Suddenly it occurs to me, by throwing away the letter and giving Karlescu the list, I can protect the lives of the European underground workers.
Well, haven't you found any names yet, comrade?
I just found a few.
Good. Give them... No, put them in your pocket. I hear someone coming.
Then get ready to make a break for it, comrade.
Why, did you get all the names?
I got one list, and there's a letter that warns against... Here they come. Right through them. Karlescu.
We won't get out of here alive. Look out.
Are you all right, Comrade Karlescu?
I'm alive. And what happened to you, Comrade Svetic?
Nothing much. I followed right behind you. You took most of the swings aimed at me.
We were watching the bookstore, Comrade Karlescu.
Yes. If we hadn't been there, you would have disappeared without a trace.
Yes. Comrade Svetic.
Yes?
The list of names you put in your pocket. Do you still have it?
Yes, there are only a few.
Well, it's a start. It will convince the hierarchy that Comrade Kalescu accomplishes his missions.
Well, it won't do Comrade Brodnik much good.
Why not?
His name is at the top of the list.
Let me see that list. It is at the top of the list. Wait till I get back to Europe with this. I always suspected Brodnik.
This may not be the list we're looking for, Comrade Kalescu.
It is the list I was looking for, Comrade Svetik. The list that will eliminate Comrade Brodnik and the rest of the traitorous swine.
That was Carlescu, another typical red idealist, the type whose party zeal is always conditioned by suspicion of everyone. And the suspicion reacted against Carlescu, as I learned from party repercussions after he returned to Europe. His charges against Brodnik, who had died a party hero at the hands of the underground, was officially interpreted as an attempt to cover his own failure. And he disappeared. It's a lonely life being a communist, but when you can't depend on friends and can't afford enemies, you're forced to walk alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews. Although we who live in the free world have not as yet been forced to an underground movement, it could happen here, and it will if we ever forget that the price of liberty is eternal vigilance. To protect innocent persons, the names, dates, and places mentioned are fictitious. But the danger we warn against is very real. Many of these stories are based on the fantastic experiences of Matt Cvetic. Next week, we'll bring you another strange adventure. Join us, won't you?
Desert sun. No others dared to do it, so there could be only one. Just one that passed the killing grind of sun and wind and sand. The test that proved this new car wax the finest in the land. Turtle wax, turtle wax, turtle wax.
Reader's Digest ad tells the story of the amazing Turtle Wax protective power that kept cars' colors shining bright even in fiery Death Valley sun. Just one waxing of Turtle Wax with new Sun Stop gives your car a beautiful hard shell finish guaranteed to last up to 1 full year. It's quick and easy to Turtle Wax your car yourself. Remember, just one waxing of Turtle Wax with Sun Stop lasts up to 1 full year.
Turtle Wax gives a hard shell finish. Turtle Wax gives a hard shell finish. Turtle Wax.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
I was a communist for the FBI.
Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. From the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Cvetic come many of the incidents in this unusual story. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Cvetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI.
In all these fantastic years, fear was my worst enemy. The average man in the normal course of events comes face to face with fear only a few times in his life. But I faced the terror of fear almost constantly for 9 years as a communist for the FBI.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. is Dana Andrews as Matt Savetic, undercover man. This story from the confidential file is marked The American Kremlin.
An early spring afternoon in a large Midwestern city. The sun has found its way through the haze that shrouds the downtown business section and is drying the remnants of a morning shower. I decide to walk from my rooming house to the meeting at party headquarters, an unobtrusive address on an undistinguished side street.
Yeah, mister?
No, thanks, Cabby. I'll walk.
I think you better ride, mister. Pin 4-7.
7 is a lucky number.
You're clear. No one following.
Why the emergency contact?
2 top agents of the MVD have been smuggled into the country. Their job to close any loopholes in party machinery.
Who are they?
We don't know who they are, what they look like. But so far they've been efficient. Too efficient. 2 of our New York contacts disappeared. There's a chance these agents are here right now. You see them, we want them. Now don't waste any time calling your contact. Anything to report?
No. Okay, you can let me out. 2 top agents of the MVD here to check on their own party members. They're never sure of themselves or the people who work for them and with them. For how can you really trust a man who's a traitor to his own country? It's still rather early for my meeting, but there before me is the party headquarters. Outwardly, it resembles some of the other faded and forlorn buildings on the street, but there the resemblance ends. For this building is the nerve center of the entire communist network in this section of the country. This is the American Kremlin. Comrade Barstow? Comrade Barstow! The door to Barstow's office is open. I walk in. Barstow? Not here. Beyond this office, the printing presses. I start to call Barstow's name, but the words choke in my throat. There, above me, dangling like a limp cord of an overhead light, hanging and swaying from a pipe which runs across the ceiling, the body of Comrade Barstow. I look around for the box or platform which he used to raise himself off the ground. But there is none. The floor beneath his swaying feet is clear. This isn't suicide. This is murder.
Hello?
Yes?
Is it done?
Yes. I stagger wildly out of the building, gasping for air. Sure, I'm scared. I didn't recognize that voice on the other end of the phone. Let's hope I wasn't recognized either. Why did I answer it? Call it an automatic reaction. The phone rings, you answer it. Just like you see a body swinging from a pipe and you know it's murder. Except in this case, there's a frame attached to it, and I could be the picture inside. I can't understand why the building is empty. The presses should be rolling a symphony of inky lies, and some of my beloved comrades should be at the door. Of course. This is Sunday, and even a communist sometimes takes advantage of a decadent bourgeois custom, like not working. I walk around the block, and then I spot Comrade Cover, the local party leader, entering the building I just left, the American Kremlin. I wait about 2 minutes, and then I walk back in.
Who is there?
Oh, it's me, Comrade Svedik.
Quickly, lock the door and come back here.
I had seen only Comrade Kova enter the building, yet...
Comrade Svedik, this is Colonel Polanski, who is here from Moscow.
It is my privilege.
Open the door to the press room, Comrade Kova, so that Comrade Svedik may also see. Barstow? Who did...
Either my eyes are playing tricks on me, or else I didn't get a good look the first time. For there, under the swaying feet of Comrade Barstow, is a box.
Yes, Comrade Zwerg. Barstow realized that any weakness in our party structure is dangerous to the entire cause. You may close the door, Comrade Cover.
Comrade Zwerg, Colonel Polanski has asked me to recommend a man to take Barstow's place. I have recommended you.
I'm here to serve.
When the revolution comes, our strength will lie in the instrument of the workers, the trade unions. Your first assignment, Comrade Zwerg, is the shipbuilders' union in the Brooklyn Navy Yard. There's a train which leaves in exactly 40 minutes. You will be on it. Your contact is the waitress in the King Street Diner. Her name, Millicent Johnson. Comrade Cover here will give you specific instructions. About Barstow. You have seen nothing? You know nothing.
Wait for me, Comrade Zwerg. I will accompany you to the station.
Oh, don't bother, Comrade Cover.
No bother, Comrade Zwerg. Who knows when I may see you next?
He helps me pack. He helps me find a cab. He's too much of a help. He's right with me as we enter the railroad station. I buy a ticket, look at the clock. There's less than 10 minutes to train time. 10 minutes in which I should get to a phone and tell the FBI that one of the two MVD agents is right here. But how to do it without arousing suspicion on the part of Comrade Cover, who is being most solicitous and most comradely. Comrade Cover, will you watch my bag while I wash my hands?
Sure, go ahead.
Hello? 3 and 4 are 7.
Comrade Zwerg, whom are you calling?
Oh, I was just checking the time with Meridian. The last thing I see as the train picks up momentum and speeds out of the station is Comrade Cover standing on the platform and smiling goodbye. I've been cornered, boxed and shipped. 8 hours before the train arrives in New York. 8 hours before I can get to a phone, contact the FBI, and tell them the MVD agents have arrived. 8 hours in which Colonel Polanski and the hatchet woman on the phone could be in Dallas, Chicago, Los Angeles. You pick the spot. Penn Station, a canyon of noise and activity. I disregard the porter with the outstretched hand waiting to take my bag and head for a telephone booth. I call home to my FBI contact and reverse the charges.
Hello? What are you doing in New York?
I'm on my way to the Brooklyn Navy Yard, replacing a local comrade who was killed.
Details?
August Barstow, party courier. Murder made to look like suicide. The body was still hanging in the press room when I left 8 hours ago. Be careful how you check it. I don't think anybody knows except myself, Comrade Cover, and one of the two MVD agents you're looking for.
Name?
Colonel Polanski. I think his partner is a woman. What's my Brooklyn contact number?
Your Brooklyn contact number is...
What'll it be, mister?
Hello, Millicent.
Hello yourself.
Brooklyn isn't near Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh isn't near Brooklyn. We've been expecting you. The meeting starts in 30 minutes. I finish here in 10. I'll get you a cup of coffee while you're waiting for me.
What about a place to sleep?
We have a room for you.
Hey, Millie, how about some cybers?
Brooklyn headquarters is an innocuous 3-story brownstone, a couple of blocks from the waterfront. A converted rooming house which boards all the local agents. I'll be under constant surveillance here. Is this by design or accident?
Oh, Comrade Millicent, come in. And this is...
Comrade Svetic from out of town.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Where is Comrade Aachen?
She's due here any minute.
She, Comrade Smith?
Yes, Comrade Hedwig Aachen, one of our most brilliant party members. Direct from the Stalin Institute.
Are you discussing me?
Comrade Aachen, this is Comrade Svetic.
Where is Barstow?
I'm taking his place.
Comrade Smith, how did he get here?
Comrade Millicent brought him.
How do we know he's not an FBI spy?
He identified himself correctly.
Oh, but how do we know?
Well, this is childish. You can check me whenever you please. I'm here to carry out a mission.
Which is?
The Shipbuilders Union.
I'm satisfied. Comrade Millicent, you have contacted one of the union men?
Yes, Hans Martin. He's been a party member for 2 years, and he's anxious to do what he can.
Comrade Svetic, this is an important union. They are at work on some vital naval projects. So far, we have only been able to win over Martin. But one man in there is not enough. He will help you join the union.
When do I meet Comrade Martin?
He comes into the diner every day before his shift, around 3:15. You be at the diner tomorrow, and I'll introduce you.
There are other items on the agenda, so I just sit back and listen. I listen and look and catalog their faces. What is the connection between Hedwig Aachen and Comrade Barstow? Was she the voice on the phone?
There being no further business to discuss, the meeting is adjourned.
Comrade Svetic, may I speak with you alone?
What about?
Alone. Come into the hall.
What's on your mind?
Why did you kill Barstow?
What did you say?
Why did you kill Barstow?
Back to Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Savetic in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
This was it. Fear again. Fear projected by the cold, deadly, accusing voice of Comrade Hedwig Aachen. Why did you kill Barstow? I had to stall for time. The best defense is an aggressive offense. I grabbed her arm and replied, "What did you say?"
Why did you kill Barstow? Let go of my arm. You're hurting me.
Come on.
Let go. Let go.
What is the meaning of this?
Come on, Comrade Aachen. Repeat what you just asked me.
You fool.
I said repeat what you asked me.
I will hear it from you, Comrade Svetic.
She asked me why I killed Barstow.
Comrade Aachen, you place yourself in a very bad position with such a question. How many times have you seen Comrade Barstow? And under what circumstances? Was there a romantic attachment
Comrade
between you?
Smith, you exceed yourself.
Comrade Smith, perhaps Comrade Aachen's suspicions might be alleviated by a long-distance phone call. And you might ask Comrade Cover why Colonel Polanski recommended me.
Colonel Polanski? Comrade Smith, I wish to withdraw my charge against Comrade Svetic. Good night.
The next morning, I use an empty cigarette pack as an excuse to get out of the house and call my Brooklyn contact.
Hello?
3 and 4 are 7.
7 is a lucky number. Have you made contact?
I'm living at local headquarters. Nothing to report as yet. Did you hear from out west?
Party headquarters had a visit from the local building inspector, but everything was in order.
Did they find Barstow's body?
No.
Was Barstow an FBI contact?
No.
Okay, if he were, you wouldn't tell me. Any other contact besides you?
The shoeshine man outside the King Street subway station. Tell him you prefer a red polish. A deep red polish.
Three o'clock, and I'm sitting at a table in the corner of the diner. And over in the opposite corner, a fat, paunchy individual blows the steam off a spoonful of soup. It's during my second cup of coffee that Hans Martin comes over to the table. Sit down.
You're Millie's friend?
And your friend, Hans Martin.
First, we got to get you into the union. There's a meeting of our shift tonight at 11:30. The business agent for the union will be there. You meet me at 11:30, and I'll introduce you as my cousin.
Where is the meeting?
In the warehouse off Pier 9. Don't worry, nobody will stop you. Just walk past Pier 10 and across the cutover, which you can't miss. Meet me at the entrance to the warehouse.
I walk out of the diner with Hans Martin, walk him partway back to the pier. As we pass the King Street subway station, I say goodbye to him.
Shine, mister?
I start to say yes, but as I look up, I see Colonel Polanski coming out of the subway. He looks straight at me, through me, and around me, and walks on.
Shine, mister?
Oh, yeah. I prefer a red polish, a deep red polish. Oh, well, my cab driver from home, how come?
I had a feeling out there that you might be heading into something.
I can't get over the feeling. I'm being watched. I sit back in the shine chair and let my eyes wander. Sure enough, across the street is a fat man who had been blowing steam from his soup spoon in the diner.
Anything to report?
Colonel Polanski.
What about him?
Can't talk. Being watched.
There you are, sir. Got the soup, please?
As I walk away from the shoeshine stand, I notice that the fat man has disappeared from the doorway. Rather than walk the 4 blocks back to the party headquarters, I take the trolley. Was the fat man really watching me? Did I do anything to give myself away? Oh, nuts. I'm falling for the old commie trick that the guilty man will always worry. The innocent man will only be confused. As I start up the stairs to the 3-story brownstone, I turn around and freeze. There, across the street, is the fat man. I shut the door behind me and run up the stairs into the meeting room.
Ah, Comrade Svetik.
Colonel Polanski.
What is it, Comrade Svetik? You look perturbed.
I think I've been followed. He's right across the street.
Who?
The man who's been following me. Look. Polanski and Smith cautiously move across the room and through a parting, and the drapes get a good look at the fat man standing on the other side of the street.
Comrade Smith, will you leave us alone?
Yes, Colonel.
Well, this is no laughing matter.
Easy, Comrade Svetik, easy.
I watch as Colonel Polanski lowers and raises the window shade twice, and then see the fat man across the street come up the steps and into the brownstone house. A minute later, the door to the room opens again, and he waddles into the room and smiles at me with the lower part of his face. His eyes can never smile.
Commissar Turin, this is Comrade Svetik.
Commissar, I'm honored.
So, it is you who have taken Comrade Bastov's place.
This is the other member of the 2-man team from the MVD. This is the voice on the telephone.
I watched you handle your contact in the diner, and I'm very pleased to know that we have such workers in the party.
Good. Comrade Svetik, what have you arranged?
I'm to meet Hans Martin on the pier tonight at 11:30. He's introducing me as his cousin to the business agent of the union. I should have no trouble.
My dear comrade, but the test of a good agent is to always be prepared for trouble. Colonel Polanski will accompany you. In the meantime, I suggest you get some sleep. You look tired.
At exactly 11, Colonel Polanski knocks on the door of my room and takes me down to the car he has rented especially for the occasion. He opens the back door for me, and there is Commissar Turin.
Oh, come in quickly, Comrade Svetik. The night air is a bit cold. Comrade Svetik, you wonder why a commissar and the colonel should accompany you on such a routine matter.
My duty is not to wonder, just to obey.
Very convincing, Comrade Svetik. You should not have run out of the building where you found Bastov's body after you spoke to me on the phone. Oh, yes, do not look startled. It was you. And you should not have entered the building a second time and acted as if it were the first time you had seen the body of Comrade Bastov. And finally,
You should not have called the FBI.
This is some sort of joke. I don't get it.
Oh, come now, Comrade Svetic. Spy, traitor, fascist tool of the FBI. Let us put an end to pretenses.
If, as you say, I am an agent for the FBI, why do you accompany me to my meeting with Hans Martin? Why don't you just kill me now?
You have an appointment with him. If you do not appear, he will ask questions.
Commissar, we are approaching Pier 10.
Turn your lights off.
Why was Comrade Barstow killed?
Let us say he served the cause.
Served the cause?
Yes. To trap any traitors in our ranks. And we did trap you, didn't we? I shall put it all in my report tomorrow. Moscow will be pleased. Bear in mind that Colonel Polanski and I are both armed. Now we shall get out and keep our date with Hans Martin.
The shrill whistle of the tugs, a basso boom of the larger vessels are playing a funeral dirge across the night winds of the Brooklyn waterfront, carrying the coffin to its final resting place. You'd think you get accustomed to staring death in the face, only...
Where's that light coming from?
Drop your guns!
An FBI trap.
This is my cue. I make a dive for shelter behind some piling. I miss my target. Find myself choking. The water drags me down, choking, gasping, fighting my way up. I break for air, and I hear the barking of guns punctuating the stillness of the night. There's an eerie quiet, and then...
Medic, are you all right?
Just a little wet, that's all.
Here, grab this rope and I'll pull you out.
Thanks. Where are Turin and Polanski?
We've got them.
Are they dead?
I don't know. The boys will find out.
How did you manage to get here?
We've had a stakeout on local headquarters ever since you arrived. The shoeshine man reported your contact, and when you got on the car tonight, we just followed. Did anybody else know of their suspicion?
I don't think so. But I'm supposed to meet a party member on Pier 9 at 11:30. What time is it?
Well, that's the 11:30 break now.
What do I do?
Tell him you slipped and fell overboard to explain your wetsuit. We'll take care of Polanski and Turin. Well, what are you waiting for?
As I make my way to Pier 9, the calm of the waterfront is as before. As if those gunshots had never been. As if Polanski and Turin had never been. But there will always be more Polanskis and more Turins. For this fight I'm in is a lonely fight. An undercover man who must forsake his friends and family for the false friendship of the comrades in the party. I must continue this fight alone, as I walk alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews with the word about the story you've just heard. In this episode, as in all others, names, dates, and places are fictitious to protect innocent people. However, party headquarters, described as the American Kremlin, did exist. And similar places will continue to operate in this country until we won the fight against communism. Next week, another exciting adventure based on Matt Savetic's experience as an undercover man, a communist for the FBI. So join us, won't you?
advice for those of you who suffer from acid indigestion, heartburn, or gas.
Do you know about the little white tablets in the little green pocket roll? Just a-waiting for the moment when you need 'em to bring your acid indigestion under control. Tums are the little white tablets in the little green pocket roll. Tums for the tummy, T-U-M-S. Bring relief quicker than you'd ever guess. Best for any kind of acid distress. Keep 'em handy in the pocket roll. Keep your tummy under Tums control.
The modern Tums formula has never been surpassed for effectiveness. Always carry Tums, 10 cents. 3-roll pack, $0.25. Or get the new 6-roll Tums pack with free metal carrier, only 49 cents.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. As our case opens tonight, your district attorney and Harrington are seated at a council table in a hot, stuffy courtroom. They've been impatiently awaiting the return of a jury who have spent many hours deliberating a verdict. Word has come that this verdict has been reached. Spectators have filed into the room. The judge has returned to the bench. Finally, a side door is opened, and the jury returns. Silently, they enter the jury box. An air of tense excitement grips the court as the clerk calls upon the foreman of the jury to rise. In droning tones, he asks, "How say you? Do you find this defendant guilty or not guilty?"
We, the jury, find him not guilty.
Oh, Chief, did you hear that? Yes, I heard it. Oh, what a swindle. I don't understand it. Why, a bunch of 10-year-old kids that know Stanley committed that murder. I thought we had everything we needed on this one. But evidently there was a reasonable doubt in the minds of the jurors. A reasonable doubt? Oh, look at Stanley grinning all over the place. He should be. He'll never be as lucky again. Oh, look at... Hey, he's coming over here. Yes. Hiya, Mr. D.A. Hello, Stanley.
Ain't you going to congratulate me?
For what?
For winning the Duke.
You still done that killing, Stanley?
Ain't how the jury call it. That's what they pay off on. See you later, boys.
Oh, brother, how could they let that punk off? I don't know. One thing is certain, though. What's that, Chief? This merely postpones Mr. Stanley's engagement with the chair. How come? He's a professional killer and will continue to be one. The next time we pick him up, we'll make it stick. Oh, Chief. Yes, Harrington. Did you see the morning papers? You mean the account of the trial? Yeah, they certainly blasted that verdict yesterday. Yes, I know. They took particular pains, though, to point out that it wasn't your fault. Well, unfortunately, that isn't much consolation. No.
Excuse me, Chief.
Yes, Miss Miller?
There's a Mrs. Clark in the outer office.
Yes?
She was one of the jurors on the Stanley case.
Oh. She want to see me?
Yes, sir.
You know, what about?
Well, I don't know. She said it's important.
All right, have her come here.
Yes, sir.
Wonder what this is, Chief. Don't know.
You remember Mrs. Clark?
Oh, yes, of course. How do you do, Mrs. Clark? This is Mr. Harrington.
How do you do,
Mrs. Clark? Sit down, won't you?
Very well.
Now, what can I do for you?
Well, I have something to tell you. It has to do with the trial.
Yes?
I feel that there's something very suspicious about the verdict. That's why I came here.
Yeah, you better get your pad and pencil, Miss Miller.
I have it right here. I'll take this down, Chief.
Thank you. Just what are your suspicions, Mrs. Clark?
Well, in the beginning, most of us believed that Stanley was guilty of the murder. But there was one man especially who insisted he wasn't. And, well, he had a lot to say about it.
Yeah, who was that?
Mr. Taylor, he was the foreman.
Yes, I remember him.
He insisted that Stanley was innocent.
And what did he base this on?
Well, he never would give a reason. Just kept saying he knew he wasn't guilty.
Well, how did he get everyone else to come around to his way of thinking?
Well, the first change came when we were taken out to lunch the second day. This Mr. Taylor sat with two other men on the jury. And when we returned, well, they had changed their vote to not guilty.
Did they give any reason for this change?
No. These two men were more or less leaders. Their changeover gradually influenced most of the others, and finally by the third day, another juror and myself were the only two who were for conviction.
Well, what made you both switch?
Well, at dinner time, this Mr. Taylor sat with the man who was siding with me. Whatever went on there made him change his mind.
So after dinner, you were the lone holder?
Yes.
And then you finally just gave up?
Oh, no.
No?
Well, I was prepared to stand my ground to the finish when I received a message from an attendant. It was about my son. It said he was coming home on a final furlough before going overseas, and he'd only be in town overnight.
And, of course, you wanted to see him?
Yes. And besides, by this time, all the others agreed he wasn't guilty, so I voted with them.
Well, I can understand that.
But the message wasn't true, sir.
What do you mean?
My son called me this morning from camp. He knew nothing about it.
Hey.
That's really what convinced me I should come here.
Well, I'm certainly glad you did, Mrs. Clark. Do you think that Taylor guy had anything to do with the phony message?
I don't know.
Well, I think we should try to find out. I'd like to have a talk with this man, Taylor, to find out where he can be located, Harrington, and bring him in for questioning.
Hiya, Mr. Butler.
Well, hello, Stanley. Wondering what happened here.
Well, I kind of did a little celebrating last night.
Yeah, I sort of figured you would. I'm back to the office.
Okay.
You hungover?
Yeah, a little bit. I have to fix that. Swell.
Go ahead.
Thanks.
Sit down, kid.
Okay.
What'll it be? Scotch or rye?
Oh, shot of rye do good.
Right.
I want to thank you, Mr. Butler.
For what?
For the fix.
The verdict?
Yeah.
Well, you killed a guy for me. The least I could do was rig a jury for you. Drink up.
Thanks.
That should ease the pain.
How did you ever do it?
What?
Swing them jury guys. The way that DA piled up points on me, I figured I was cold.
Told you I'd take care of things, didn't I?
Sure, but even the mouthpiece said I didn't have a chance.
He just didn't know the score, that's all.
What was it, Kim?
I owned the foreman.
Little fat guy?
Yeah.
How come?
Well, he was in a pocket, needed dough. I just took care of him.
What about the others?
Well, I used a kind of a smart maneuver there.
How do you mean?
Most people, somewhere in the past, have got something they'd rather not have brought up again.
Yeah.
So I had a checkmate on a jury, dug up enough on three of them to turn a little heat on it.
Well, how did you get to them?
Well, it seems that there's a waiter in the joint the jury ate in who happened to be a friend of mine. Guy I'd kind of done favors for.
Oh.
I sent a note to him with the foreman giving him a rundown on these three guys on the jury, so he went to work on them.
You really operate, Mr. Butler.
That's my business. Anything can be fixed, kid. You just gotta know how, that's all.
Well, you've done a swell job. And just to show you I mean that, the next killing you want done is on me.
Right in here, Mr. Taylor. All right. Chief, you remembered this fellow?
Yes, of course. Hello, Mr. Taylor.
How do you do? He wasn't too happy about coming over here, Chief. Naturally. I've neglected my business enough serving on that jury.
Well, I'm sorry, but this is quite important. Sit down, please.
Very well.
Harrington, did you explain to Mr. Taylor why I wanted to see him?
No, Chief. I thought you could do that better than me.
All right.
Just what is this all about?
It has to do with the verdict reached by you and your fellow jurors yesterday.
Yes?
We have a report from a woman named Clark. She served with you.
What about?
She seemed convinced that several of the jurors were pressured into changing their views on the case.
Well, that's ridiculous. Why, that woman... Why, Mr. Taylor, why don't you wait till you hear the whole thing?
Very well. Go ahead. She also believed that you were the one who exerted this pressure.
Why, this is fantastic.
She named 3 specific jurors who were influenced. We're trying to contact these men now to substantiate her story.
Well, I must tell you right now, sir, this is the most libelous thing I have ever encountered.
You deny the charge?
Completely. Look, Mr. Taylor... Just a minute. I think I see behind this whole thing now. What do you mean? Wouldn't it be possible that having lost the case, you are now looking for some excuse to justify it?
Oh, hardly.
Well, it certainly appears that way.
Now, just a minute. Oh, wait, Harrington.
Yeah.
I called you in here, Mr. Taylor, to acquaint you with the charge that's been made. Frankly, I intend to investigate it thoroughly. So I advise you to remain available for further questioning.
For a minute, Mr. Butler.
Oh, come in, sir. What are you doing here?
Something has come up. I had to talk to you.
Wasn't very smart of you to come here.
I had to.
Well, what is it?
I've just come from the district attorney's office.
What are you doing there?
He sent for me.
What for?
A woman on the jury is charged that I was responsible for the acquittal.
So what?
She implied that I exerted pressure.
How would you know?
Well, that isn't the point, Mr. Butler. The fact remains the charge has been made. The DA said he's going to make a thorough investigation.
Okay, let him investigate.
But if those men I influenced should talk...
Well,
I have a reputation to think of, Mr. Butler. I'm a respected man.
Sure.
You've got to do something. You have to help me.
Look, Taylor, nothing's going to happen.
How do you know?
Just take my word for it.
I'm sorry, that isn't enough.
No?
No. I demand a guarantee of protection. The same protection you gave his family.
You demand it, huh?
I most certainly do. Don't forget, you have as much to lose as I have.
How do you figure that?
Well, you were responsible for my swaying that jury.
So?
If the district attorney were to find that out, you'd be in this thing, too.
How do you figure the DA would find out about me?
Well, I have...
You, Taylor?
Possibly. Yes.
That's very interesting. Who's that?
Hey, Sam.
Come in. You get company. Remember him?
Yeah, the jury guy.
That's right. He's got trouble.
What's the matter?
The DA smells a fix.
I've just come from his office.
He's worried. I'm afraid I won't take care of him.
Why?
I don't know. He says if he falls, I fall too.
Oh, I didn't exactly say that.
That could mean a new trial, kid.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
We can fix that, though.
How?
Remember that favor you owed me?
Huh?
You promised me one on the house.
Oh. Well, what are you going to do about this, Mr. Butler?
I'm taking care of it.
How?
Show him, Stanley.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah, it's good to be working again.
Excuse me, Chief.
Yes, Mr.
Here are typewritten copies of all the testimony we took.
Oh, fine. Put them right on the desk.
Yes, sir?
Well, that should be just about all the evidence we need against Mr. Taylor.
Yes.
And all three of the jurors said they were willing to repeat this testimony in court.
I know. One thing puzzles me, though, Chief.
Yes, what's that?
How did Taylor find out these things about the other three jurors?
I'm almost certain he didn't.
What do you mean?
I think it was passed on to him by someone else.
You think he was just acting as a stooge for Stanley?
No, Stanley wouldn't have been smart enough to fix a jury either.
Then who was it?
I'm afraid I can't answer that. But I felt right along that Stanley had someone higher up behind him who was trying to save his neck.
How do you know?
Well, he's a professional killer. He commits murder for profit. Whoever his client was on this killing we tried him for could very easily be the one who helped him.
And also the one who dug up the past of the men you just talked to and bought them with it.
Yes?
Well, I should think he'd be as important in this thing as Stanley is.
He definitely is. However, we still have to learn his identity.
Hi, Chief.
Oh, come in, Harrington.
Right.
We've been trying to locate you.
How's down at headquarters?
We talked to those three jurors. All of them admitted finally that Taylor had influenced them to vote for acquittal after he had threatened to reveal some damaging fact in their past.
How do you like that?
It's okay.
I want you to get Taylor over here at once.
Well, there ain't much chance of that, Chief.
Why not?
His body was found about half an hour ago out in Fairview Park.
Oh.
And laying next to him was a cop with 2 bullets in his chest.
Mr. Butler.
Hiya, Sam. I've been waiting here most of the morning for you.
Why?
I ran into a little screw-up.
What do you mean?
Can I talk to you?
Sure.
I took Taylor's body out to dump it last night, just like we planned.
Yeah?
I bring him to Fairview Park. I parked the car and come out. Just as I'm planting them, there turns up a cop.
Oh, fine.
Throws one of them what's going on here routines at me.
Yeah?
While he's in the middle of it, I put 2 slugs in him.
That wasn't very smart.
What else could I do? Had a stiff with me, remember?
Shooting cops is bad business, Stanley. What'd you do with Taylor's body?
I dumped it beside the car.
Are you kidding?
No.
Oh, that's great.
Well, what do you mean?
Why don't you put a label on it?
I don't get it.
The DA is going to mildly suspect that you killed Taylor anyway. Just figured he'd never get any proof, that's all. Well, finding that cop beside him is something different. They'll turn the whole force loose on you, kid.
Yeah, that's okay.
It ain't with me, Stanley. Get a piece of this thing, too.
What do you want I should do?
Well, you better go under.
Oh, now, look.
It's the only thing to do till the heat's off anyway.
I was just starting to operate.
You do like I say. You go under and fast.
Where's the chief, Miss Miller?
Oh, he's been over at Taylor's office doing some sort of an investigation on him.
Well, what good does that do now?
Well, he believes that Taylor was acting for someone else when he fixed that jury.
Sure he was, for Stanley.
No, Harrington. The chief believes there's someone above Stanley.
Above? Who?
Well, that's what he's trying to find out.
Well, I hope he gets something.
Yeah. Any word on Stanley?
Not yet, but there's a pretty healthy search on for him.
Mm-hmm. How's the policeman?
The one who was shot?
Yeah.
I just checked City Hospital. His condition's about the same.
I see. Has he regained consciousness yet?
No.
Well, if he should die, then there's no way of proving that Stanley did the shooting.
That's right, unless we come up with some new evidence. Oh, hi, Chief.
Hello.
Oh, how'd you make out, Chief?
I think I found something.
Good.
Was this in Taylor's office?
Yeah.
Well, what is it, Chief?
Well, I did a pretty thorough check on his business affairs.
Yeah?
A representative of his bank worked with me.
Uh-huh.
I learned that he'd had a good deal of financial trouble lately. He owned several small enterprises, and they were all heavily mortgaged.
Yeah?
These mortgages were held by a man we're all familiar with.
Who's that?
Mr. Joe Butler.
What? The fixed guy, huh?
That's right.
How did Taylor get mixed up with him?
Joe Butler has many legitimate investments, and these were some of them.
Oh.
Just before the trial, these mortgages were canceled.
What you mean, called off?
Yes. And there's no record of Taylor having paid.
Well, that sounds like Butler made a deal with him.
Yes, Miss Miller, it certainly seems that way.
Well, that sure looks like the tie-in, all right.
Yes. Oh, any word on Stanley?
No, not yet.
How is that cop?
He's still unconscious, Chief.
Are there any clues at all on the thing?
Just two, the bullets and some tire tracks that were found. Police lab is working on both of them.
I see.
What are you going to do on this Butler angle, Chief?
I intend to pay a call on him.
When?
Right now. Sit down, Mr. Deary. Thank you. Ah, this is a real surprise. Really? Yeah. What's in your mind? Murder. Well, it's okay for openers. Got anybody in mind? Now, this murder has already been committed. Oh. The body of a man named Taylor was found this morning out in Fairview Park. How was it? I believe he was a business acquaintance of yours. Taylor? Yes. You held several mortgages on some of his enterprises. Oh, sure. Yeah, I remember the guy. I'm sorry to hear about that. How did it happen? Well, we believe a man named Stanley was responsible. There's one I don't know. Well, I think you do. Another business acquaintance? It could be. Stanley is a professional killer. Taylor served on a jury that just acquitted him of murder. Why should he want to kill somebody who acquitted him? Well, Taylor was bribed to swing that acquittal. Oh. It's my belief the bribing was done by you. Very funny. I didn't intend it to be. You know, you legal guys kill me. How's that? Everything with you is deduction, ain't it? No, this is more than straight deduction. You mean you have proof? I will have. How? Whoever got rid of Taylor's body ran into a policeman in the park. Yeah? He shot the policeman. No kidding. But fortunately for us, he didn't die. The cop? That's right. Well, that is a break. He's in City Hospital right now. Still unconscious. Uh-huh. When he comes around, he should have an interesting story to tell. Yeah. I'd like to hear it. You will. Army. Oh? Yeah. For you. Thank you. Hello? Oh, yes, Harrington. What's that? I see. Yes, fine. But I'm glad you called. Right. Goodbye. And that was another report on the officer who was shot. The doctors believe he'll be well enough to talk tomorrow. Good. I'll get in touch with you again after I've heard his report. I'll be waiting to hear from you. This is Ford. Thanks.
Calling Dr. Chantamino. Dr. Chantamino, report to emergency.
Okay, copper. This time it takes.
Put all those lights, Harrington.
Right, all right. Make that. Me drop that. Let go of me. Now drop it here. Yeah.
Good work, Harrington. Put the cuffs on him.
Now, here is your district attorney.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think the first thing I should tell you is that Stanley was tried again on the charge of first-degree murder. And with the evidence we gathered, we made it stick this time that he paid for his crimes in the electric chair.
Yeah, and that little visit was long overdue, Chief.
Yes, Harrington, it was.
Chief, I think you should tell the device you used to trap him.
Well, it was really a desperation measure. You see, the call I received from Harrington when I was in Butler's office was a report that the police officer had died. I knew that his death just about eliminated any real chance we might have to pin the murder on Stanley.
This is Sandy Becker saying, keep cooking with Crisco. It's all vegetable. It's digestible.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney, one of the programs selected to be rebroadcast to our armed forces overseas, is brought to you by Vitalis and Ipana, two famous Bristol Myers products for the protection of good looks. For hair that's well-groomed, it's Vitalis and the 60-second workout. For a smile that sparkles, it's Ipana toothpaste and massage.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
Tonight's story begins in a small walk-up apartment in your district attorney's city. It's supper time, and a young couple are at the table talking.
Rocket was here again.
You got any more bread?
Here. He said he'd be back.
You should have made some gravy for this.
I said he's coming back, Eddie.
I heard you the first time.
Well?
I'll be out.
Where you going?
No place. I'm just out if he comes back.
Why?
Oh, Ruthie, I told you 10 times I don't want to have anything to do with Rocket.
Sure. You don't want to have anything to do with Rocket. You don't care. You don't care about making more money, real money.
Look. If you want me to finish my supper, lay off.
I don't care what you do.
I don't want to hear any more about Rocket.
That's too bad.
Ruthie.
You're going to hear. Your great friend Joe Herndon went to work for Rocket today. And you know what he's making? $150 a week.
Doing what?
The same thing you are.
Not for that, Joe.
Why not?
It don't add up.
Good mechanics are hard to get.
It don't add up. I make $65 in a big plant. Rocky's got a back alley joint. How can he pay so much?
Well, he's just opened. Maybe he wants to make sure it goes.
Don't add up.
You worry about being a patriot and working in a war plant. His place is a war plant.
I'll bet.
Well, what if it isn't? What if there is something phony about it? What do you care? It's a chance to make money.
We're doing all right.
Oh, yeah, we're doing fine. Us and the roaches. Are you going to be a sucker all your life? Are you going to live in a dump like this all your life? I'm sick of it, Eddie. I'm sick of being poor. I'm sick and tired of it.
You woke the kid.
Yeah. Great for her to be brought up in a hole like this without room to breathe. All right, darling. Pour yourself some coffee, Eddie. There you are. Now go to sleep, baby. That's it. Go to sleep, darling.
You want some?
No. I'll stick to the champagne. Great place to bring up a kid. Freezing in winter, boiling in summer, crawling with dirt the whole year.
Is that Rocket?
Yes. Take the kid. I'll tell him you're out.
No. No, I'll see him. Oh, what is this?
What's the matter, Eddie?
What is this? What are we doing here, Joe? What's this all about?
You got me.
Rocket said he wanted a mechanic and new calibrations. So for 2 days I'm monkeying around on this machine. You can't use it for anything. Can't use any of these machines for anything.
What do you care, Eddie? We're getting paid, ain't we?
You get paid more, too, boys.
Oh, hello, Mr. Rocket.
What do you mean we get paid more?
Oh, an extra 25 a week. To start, you might say.
To start what?
Yeah, you're right about these machines, Eddie. They're not much good for anything. But, you boys come out in the back. I'll show you some that are.
Oh, I didn't know there was a back to the place, Mr. Rocket.
Well, this room is really just for appearances. Showroom, you might say. But in the back, help me move this cabinet, will you?
That's not very heavy.
No, just a screen to cover this door. Come on.
Slot machines.
Yep. There. See what the trouble is?
You mean somebody could win by luck for once?
They were pretty banged up when we got them.
They look all right now.
They are on the outside. The machinery's all off. Until they're fixed.
And that's where we come in?
That's right.
Is this your war plant, Mr. Rocket?
You might say.
Count me out.
No, Eddie.
Count me out.
Where are you going?
Back where I came from.
Eddie. You know, you can make 175 here. Work is easy, the hours are short.
I'll take 65 in overtime.
When?
What do you mean?
You know the manpower laws, Eddie. See, that's a war job, and you can't take another for 3 months.
What?
He's right, Eddie.
So for 3 months, you might just as well work here and make some easy money. I don't bother about manpower laws. I think you're kind of stuck, Eddie, you might say.
I don't know, Miss Miller. I just don't know.
You just don't know what, Harrington?
This manpower shortage. We know there's a real shortage. How can people quit their jobs now?
Well, I guess they think the war's almost over.
Are they crazy?
Either that or it's wishful thinking.
Yeah. Oh.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning, Chief.
I have some work from both of you.
That's a surprise.
What kind of a case is it, Chief?
Robbery.
Who was robbed?
The city storage yard.
What?
That's right. It happened a few days ago, but unfortunately it wasn't brought to my attention until this morning.
Well, what on earth would anybody steal from the city storage yard?
Slot machine.
Uh-oh.
All those machines we confiscated have been taken before there was time to convert them to scrap.
Well, I guess that means we better get on the lookout, huh? They'll be popping up again all over town.
Yes, I want to get them before they're redistributed.
How are you going to do that, Chief?
Well, machines aren't any good. They have to be fixed.
And that takes skilled mechanics, huh?
Exactly. And they're very hard to get these days.
Well?
I have a list here of war plants where they employ mechanics who could be used to fix slot machines. I want you both to check these plants and find out if any men have quit recently.
And if they have?
Find out what they're doing now.
I'm afraid I haven't got very much for you, Chief.
Oh, it's too bad, Miss Miller.
There were 5 of these mechanics who'd left in the last 10 days.
Mm-hmm.
2 of them are out because they're sick, and the other 3 have left town altogether.
Hi, Chief.
Oh, Harrington, any luck?
No. I could only find 2 of these guys who had quit.
Mm-hmm.
One's sick and the other's not working. How'd you make out, Miss Miller?
Not much better, Harrington.
Well, I guess we're at the dead end of that one.
Well, maybe my idea wasn't so good after all.
Oh, Chief?
Yes.
No, I thought I had something, but I didn't.
Did neither of you see any of these men?
Huh? No, I called him up to.
So did I.
You know, because of the Manpower Commission, the chances are they wouldn't say that they had a new job, even if they had one.
Hey, that could be right.
Sure.
I just wonder if they're really sick.
Who?
Well, say those two you reported on, Miss Miller.
Yes, sir.
What were their names?
Let's see. One was Joe Herndon, and the other was Eddie Lang.
Oh, well, if they're not sick...
Hey, you got an idea there, Chief.
Well, Harrington, suppose you drop around and find out.
Right.
But more important...
Yeah?
Find out if they're spending more money than they used to.
Just a minute. Yes?
Mrs. Eddie Lang?
Yes?
My name's Johnson. I'm from the Acme Auto Company. Can I come in? Yes, thank you very much. Well, this is a nice little place you've got here.
Mr. Johnson...
At your service, ma'am. So I'd really like to see your husband.
My husband?
Yeah, that's right. I guess he's working, though, huh? At this time of day?
Yes, that is...
What?
He would be, except he's sick.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yes, he's gone to see the doctor.
Well, in that case, I won't bother you, ma'am.
Well, what did you want to see him about?
Oh, nothing. My company's got some wonderful second-hand cars that we can sell now real cheap, and on the installment plan, too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, only $50 a month. Of course, with your husband sick, I guess $50 a month's a lot of money to you.
I've always wanted a car.
Oh, is that so? Well, maybe when your husband gets better, you...
Mr. Johnson.
Huh?
We have some money saved up.
Oh, Mrs. Lang, I wouldn't want to touch your savings.
It's quite a bit. As a matter of fact, we just bought this couch the other day.
You did?
Uh-huh.
Hey, that's a real fine piece of furniture.
Yes, isn't it?
Well, maybe your husband would be interested in a car then.
Well, I think so.
Yeah? Well, suppose I drop around tomorrow morning.
Well, Eddie, he likes to sleep late.
Yeah?
And then he usually goes for a walk or to the doctor.
Oh.
But he's always here supper time.
I see.
Why don't you come around tomorrow night? You'll be sure to get him then.
Okay, I'll get him then.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Chief. This is Harrington.
Yes.
Hey, your hunch was right. I think Lang and Herndon are our boys.
Good.
Do you want me to bring them in?
No. We want to find out where they're working and who's at the head of it.
Okay. Suppose I tail them tomorrow morning.
Yes. And when you find out where they go, call me and I'll have the place raided.
Yeah, this one's working okay, Eddie.
Yeah, against suckers like us.
You'll never catch me near one again. Come on, let's get at the next.
I'd like to leave them just as they are.
Ah, no, Eddie.
Don't hand me that stuff again about all the dough we're making.
We are, Eddie.
Yeah. What happens when they catch up with us, Joe?
How's anybody going to catch up with us?
Well, suppose they do.
Suppose you're crossing the street and you get run over. You can suppose anything if you want to. Well, we're making dough, Eddie, so let's enjoy it.
All right, come on, let's test this one.
Don't touch that.
What?
What's the matter, Mr. Rocket?
Not so loud.
What's up?
We have visitors out front.
Who?
The police.
Police?
Shut up. How'd you head them off?
Why should I talk to them?
They know you own the joint anyway.
Oh. You don't think I put it in my name, do you?
Hey, listen, if they come back.
They're walking right up here.
It's a cabinet in front of the door.
Yes, just keep still.
We're caught. Shut up. Why don't we go out the back stairs? Because they probably... Joe, you clumsy dump. Well, they know we're here now.
Just back then.
Never mind, we gotta get out. Come on.
The back stairs?
Yeah. What about Rock? What about us, you jerk? Come on.
They'll be in here in a minute.
Never mind. Here we are. Up this way. Hurry.
All right, you two.
All right, nothing, copper. Oh.
are you standing there for? Come on.
Joe.
Come on, Eddie.
Joe, look at him.
Listen, Eddie.
He slammed his head against that pipe, Joe. Maybe he's dead.
Well, if he is, then we gotta get out of here. Come on.
If Eddie's suspicions are right, if the police officer is dead, your district attorney is faced with another serious problem. We'll hear the new developments in just a moment. But first, a footnote on colors.
Green stands for envy.
Yellow stands for cowardliness.
And pink must stand for romance, judging from all my pink Valentine cards.
Well, perhaps. Though pink certainly doesn't stand for romance when it's pink on your toothbrush. Now, that calls for a quick trip.
Where?
A trip to your dentist. He may say your gums are sensitive. And, like so many dentists, he may suggest the helpful stimulation of Ipana toothpaste and gum massage.
Is that so?
Yes, a 1944 survey, carefully conducted by impartial authorities, reveals that 7 in 10 dentists advise regular gum massage. Also, that twice as many dentists personally use Ipana as any other dentifrice.
Gum massage and Ipana.
Yes, a winning smile and sparkling teeth depend so much on healthy gums. And today's soft foods often fail to give our gums the exercise they need to stay firm and strong. So help give your gums that exercise with Ipana and massage. Now, every time you brush your teeth with Ipana toothpaste, massage a little extra Ipana onto your gums. Remember, for firmer gums, brighter teeth, a more sparkling smile, start now to use Ipana toothpaste and massage. Now back to Mr. District Attorney.
No word from the hospital yet, Chief.
Oh, thank you, Miss Miller.
That cop never did regain consciousness, did he?
Oh, well, his skull was badly fractured.
What are his chances of pulling through?
Very slim, the doctor said.
If he dies?
There's a murder charge.
Chief, I wish you'd let me pick up Lang and Herndon.
I told you, Harrington.
Yeah, I know, but if that poor guy dies...
Lang and Herndon are being watched. They can't get away. I want to find out who their boss is, or was.
Well, we could question them, Chief. We could find out.
Well, maybe, but maybe this way they'll lead us to whoever he is.
I just keep thinking of that poor policeman.
How do you mean, Miss Miller?
Well, if he'd been found earlier, he would have had a better chance, wouldn't he, Chief?
Probably.
Why wasn't he found right away, Chief?
I don't know. My guess is that his body must have been hidden by that door leading to the back stairs.
Oh, I get it. And when the cops opened it, he was behind it and they ran through without seeing him, huh?
Yes. Of course, I have an idea.
Shall I get it, Chief?
Yeah, it's probably the hospital. I'll take it.
All right.
District Attorney's office. Speaking. Yes? I see. Thank you. Well, that's that.
Oh. Then it's a murder charge.
Right.
For Lang or Herndon.
Or both.
Shall I bring him in, Chief?
No.
What are we going to do?
Nothing, Harrington. We're just going to sit tight.
Why don't you eat something, Eddie?
I'm not hungry.
Well, walking back and forth like that isn't going to help.
That cop died.
You didn't mean to do it.
If he dies,
Nobody will know you did it.
I'll know I did it. I'll know.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Eddie.
Stay left home.
I'm afraid to answer.
Maybe it's Joe.
Maybe it's the police.
Maybe it's Santa Claus. Answer.
Eddie.
Go on.
Hello? Who is it? It's Rocket.
Rocket. Hello? Yeah? Oh. Okay. I said okay. Goodbye. The guy's dead.
How does he know?
He said he was hiding in the place when they took him out, and he was dead then.
Oh, Eddie.
You know what else he said? You know what else my boss, Mr. Rocket, said? He said you're a murderer, Eddie, you might say. So I don't think you better say anything to the cops about me or anything. I think you better beat it, Eddie. Get out of town, you might say.
Eddie! Oh, Eddie!
Wish I'd never got the end of this. I wish I'd stayed where I was.
It was my fault.
It was mine, too.
No, I nagged you into it.
I don't blame
Well, you should.
I can't. To say I can't. If I turn on you, I got nothing. I got nothing at all.
Oh, Eddie, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Baby, we're in an awful mess. We're in a jam, baby. What am I going to do?
We're going to get out of here.
Where are we going?
I don't know. Let's get the baby and get out of here.
We haven't any dough.
We've got 200.
We can't get far on that. Can't get far enough on any kind of dough.
Yes, we can.
I can't. I can't ever. I did it, and I know I did it, Ruthie.
Eddie, what are you going to do?
Well, I can fix Rocket's wagon anyway.
What do you mean?
I can do one good thing anyway.
Eddie, where are you going?
Where do you think? I'm going to give myself up.
Eddie, why did you go to work for Rocket?
More dough.
But you were working in a war plant, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
Maybe he thought Rocket's place was a war plant.
Well...
Oh, you didn't really know, did you?
No, sir. About leaving the plant, I figured I was just one guy.
Yeah, sure. Start multiplying yourself by all the others who think the same way, and you've got 10 and 100 and then 1,000. Then pretty soon you've got a production slow up and a war that goes on longer than it should.
I didn't think of that.
You didn't think of lots of things when you got yourself in this mess?
No, I guess not.
Well...
Shall I take him away, Chief?
No. One more thing, Eddie. You said before that when you punched that policeman, he fell down the stairs and hit the back of his head against that pipe.
Yes, sir.
Then you ran right up.
Yes, sir. I didn't mean to kill him.
You didn't kill him.
What?
He's not dead.
But I thought...
Yes, I know, but Rocket was lying when he said that man was dead.
The newspapers...
It was a false report. That policeman's alive, Eddie.
He's not dead?
That's right.
Yeah,
Carrington, I want to take Eddie home in one of our cars.
Yeah, but Chief...
Right away.
Yes.
And you're not to leave your house, Eddie.
No, sir. What's going to happen to me?
We'll worry about that later.
Yes, sir.
That's all.
Thank you. Chief,
That's all, Harrington.
Yes.
Gee, that policeman is dead.
Yes, I know. But Rocket's the man I'm after. I'm pretty sure the news that Eddie Lang was brought home safely with a police escort will get to him. Then he'll get to Eddie Lang.
And you'll get to him.
Right.
But, Chief, you don't just want him for the slot machine racket, do you?
No. No, I want him for much more.
Eddie, I don't get it.
I don't either, baby.
It doesn't make sense. There's something wrong someplace.
Look, all I know is the guy's not dead. I'm not a murderer. There's something screwy about them sending me home, but I didn't kill anyone, Ruthie. I didn't kill anyone. You don't know what it feels like to think that you did, and then you... Oh, honey, I'm so glad.
So am I.
I just don't care about...
What?
I was going to say that I don't care about anything. But I do.
What do you mean?
I care about going to jail.
Eddie.
I don't know just what they're up to, but they're not going to let me off, baby.
I guess not. Sucker.
What?
I was remember saying to you, do you want to be a sucker all your life? Well, Guess when you're poor, you're a setup to be a sucker.
Oh, now what?
Oh, there was an auto salesman around yesterday. I guess we're not going to need a car.
Well, I better answer.
Eddie.
Yeah.
If it's the police.
Yeah?
Did you tell them about Joe?
No, but they knew.
Hello, Eddie.
What do you want, Rocket?
Get out of here.
In time, Mrs. Lang. I got a little business first, you might say.
Eddie.
It's a nice-looking knife you got, Rocket.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you cut your throat with it?
What'd you tell the DA, Eddie?
What do you care?
Why'd he send you home in a big parade, Eddie?
Because I'm a hero.
You're a squealer. What did you tell him? Come on!
Don't be frightened, baby. What did you tell him? Well, if you move that knife back an inch, I think I could talk better. Thanks. I told him the truth, Rocket.
You're working for me?
Yeah.
Setting slot machines?
Yeah.
Tell me you killed that cop?
Yeah. Only the cop isn't dead.
What?
You heard.
That's a lie.
No, it's true, Rocket.
It can't be. He has to be dead. He has to be dead.
Why does he have to be dead, Rocket? Come on in, Harrington, and keep him covered.
Right.
All right, Rocket. Why does he have to be dead?
I don't like guns, DA. Too noisy.
It won't go off if you behave.
Why does that policeman have to be dead, Rocket?
Suppose you tell me.
Because you killed him, you might say.
Your district attorney will be back in just a moment to tell you the reason he knew Rocket was the murderer and the final outcome of the case. But first, the story of Mrs. Gates, the lady who hadn't heard. Right now, she's going into a neighborhood store. And now to the Center Pharmacy. Next to the chain store down a few blocks. Then across the street to the variety store. Just a moment, Mrs. Gates. Now, what is the trouble?
Well, I've been all over town trying to find a bottle of Vitalis for my husband. He'd let his hair go without Vitalis long enough.
Why, Mrs. Gates, haven't you heard?
Heard what?
Servicemen now get the entire supply of Vitalis, the famous hair grooming preparation.
They do?
Yes. You see, because of wartime shortages, there isn't enough Vitalis to meet the wants of civilians, plus men in the armed forces. Well, naturally, we're giving servicemen first call on the limited supply. So your husband will have to go without until wartime shortages are relieved. But when shortages are relieved, your husband will be able to get the same genuine Vitalis that was the standby of so many for so long. Now, here is your district attorney.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, both Eddie Lang and Joe Herndon were sent to prison for short terms. It was hard on their families, but they had knowingly broken the law. Justice required they pay for their misdeeds. Rocket, however, was sent to the chair for murder.
Chief, how did you know Eddie Lang didn't kill that policeman?
Because the man died from a wound in the front of his skull. The pipe he knocked the back of his head against just scratched him. And later I found a blood-stained crowbar in Rocket's plant.
Yeah, but Chief, did you guess what happened before Rocket confessed?
Well, no, Harrington. At first I thought Eddie Lang had used the crowbar to kill the officers so he couldn't be identified. And then when I heard his story, I believed it and realized that probably someone else had been hiding in the cellar.
And that was Rocket.
Yeah. As we know now, the police were so busy chasing Lang and Herndon, they didn't see Rocket.
And by the time he decided it was safe to beat it, the cop came too.
Yes, unfortunately. And so Rocket used the crowbar.
Yeah, he was a pretty nasty character all around.
Well, what about next week's case, Chief?
Well, friends, we have quite a different type of story for you next week. It's the case of the Boogie Woogie murder. I hope you'll all join us for it. And so until then, thank you and good night.
The names of all characters of tonight's dramatization are fictitious, and any resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Our stars were Jay Jostin in the title role, Glenn Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Fola as Miss Miller. The music was under the direction of Peter Van Steeden, and the author was Arthur Lawrence. And don't forget, When you think of well-groomed hair, remember Vitalis. When you think of a winning smile, remember Ipana toothpaste. Vitalis and Ipana, two famous Bristol-Myers products, which each week bring you Mr. District Attorney. Hold it. A young lady has just made a big discovery.
Yes, I'm in love, and I think George is just about perfect, even though he isn't what you'd call handsome.
Well, George's romance proves again that a clean-shaven, masculine look counts more than a handsome face. Men, rely on Ingram's rich lather for close, smooth shaves yourself. Comfortable shaves, too. Ingram helps condition your face for the razor, for cool, comfortable shaving. Enjoy cooling Ingram. I-N-G-R-A-M. Ingram Shaving Cream.
The Spry Treat of the Week. Spry croquettes, tempting golden brown croquettes so crisp and tender crusted they break at the touch of a fork. Delicious? For crispy, full-flavored fried foods, get pure, bland, all-vegetable shortening at its creamy best. That's Spry. S-P-R-Y.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.
Thank you.